The Demonic Young Lady, Volume 3, Bride of the Beast, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. It was desolate, the land, the sky, and even the hearts of the people. This entirely ruined land was not suitable for human habitation. That is why, since ancient times, the kings of various countries had designated it as a penal colony, sending a large number of people there in the name of pioneering. Those who had committed crimes, as well as those who were captured on the pretext of having committed crimes, were sent to this land. But even more numerous were the children born between humans and different races. The half-breeds with somewhat human-like demi-human races, such as elves and dwarves, were relatively accepted. However, those with clearly inhuman, monstrous appearances were shunned by the ignorant humans of that time. Those who retained the features of beasts, those with scaly skin, those with horns, or those with reptilian characteristics. Though they had a human parent and retained human hearts, the humans still despised them. Yet the humans drove them away to the remote lands, treating them not as people, but as beasts. In order to survive on the desolate land, they preyed upon their comrades in the same predicament, killing, stealing, and raping. The mingling of the blood of these beasts gave birth to a new race. Gray skin, white eyes bearing various inhuman features, they took on the name Demon Tribe, out of resentment towards the humans. The Demon Tribe, inheriting inhuman blood, were physically and magically stronger than humans. Forgetting compassion in order to survive the devastated land, the blood they shed in endless conflict polluted the earth, and the miasma that arose obscured even the sun's blessing, further ravaging the land. If there was anything they believed in, it was strength. The strong subjugated the weak, the strong fought each other, expanding their power and gradually increasing in number until they became a single nation. Gazing down at this desolate nation from an ancient castle, the man let out a faint sigh. This nation is at its limit. The strong did not protect the weak, but oppressed them, and the weak accepted it as a matter of course and resigned themselves. The strong did not think of the entire race, believing that if the weak disappeared, the nation would grow stronger. At this rate, the demon tribe as a species would decline and perish in less than 100 years. The man turned his back on the ravaged castle town and walked alone through the corridors of the royal castle. His back was lonely, even though he was at the heart of the demon tribe nation. A great power is needed. It is impossible to change the demon tribe's perceptions. To convey the joy of creation to them, who know only how to take, is as difficult as teaching ethics to animals. The demon tribe believes only in strength. Therefore, the only way is to subjugate them with overwhelming power. Both the strong and the weak all must be made to submit to this great power. The man headed to the basement of the castle. There was an altar where an ancient exiled one was said to have enshrined a god, and an enormous summoning magic circle had been constructed there. In scale alone, it was several times larger than the magic circle used in the Holy Kingdom's demonic summoning incident. Accordingly, the required magical power was vastly greater, and more than 100 demon tribe mages had been pouring magic into it for nearly a decade, day and night. But it is still not enough. To summon the being the man needed, several more years of magic power infusion would be required. According to the ancient legends of the demon tribe, from the great demon, who had endured the passage of time, a legendary demon would occasionally emerge. A dominator-class demon, the god of the demon world. A supernatural existence that could destroy the world beyond the comprehension of mortals. The great power that presides over destruction. If he could summon that, he could unite the demon tribe with that immense power. But if he failed to control it, that day would be the end of this world. Is the progress proceeding smoothly? As the man poured magic power into the summoning magic circle, the large demon tribe who was overseeing the operation knelt before him. The current accumulation is around 80% of the minimum required. Even with the current amount, we should be able to summon several great demon-class entities, but I understand your concern. It was true that the legendary existence, whose very existence was uncertain, was more risky than a single great demon, which could still cause tremendous damage to the human nations. Even a great demon would require meticulous preparation, or the demon tribe nation would be destroyed. This one entrusted with such delicate preparations also longed to clash with the hero, who would likely appear to defeat the great demon, out of the demon tribe's pride in strength. But that won't do. Merely destroying and taking over the human territories would only postpone the problem. The man was weary. He had long since abandoned the faint hope that by seizing the human territories, the demon tribe could live peacefully without conflict. The demon tribe, who knew not the joy of creation, would only squander everything and walk the path of destruction. He must break down all the frameworks human, demon, and others, and under the Great Terror, select those who will survive over several generations. The culling of the living beings in this world, that was the only way to save the dying demon tribe. The man had given up on having any expectations for the demon tribe as a species. Continue the operation as is. There is no change to the plan. He sharply declared and began pouring his own, the demon tribe's mightiest magical power into the summoning magic circle. Seeing the man's manner, the large demon tribe who had watched over him since his childhood days lowered his head sadly, with a newly resolved expression. That order I shall carry out with my life, Lord Demon King. The demon tribe has no god to worship. The strongest existence among the demon tribe, the Demon King, is their god. In reality, the demon tribe's king is merely the Demon King, and not a calamity class being like the great demons who can destroy a nation. Yet, to the demon tribe, the Demon King is their Demon King. The demon tribe has no god to worship, but they pray to the demonic god who can hear the Demon King's wishes. That one day, peace may come to the Demon King's compassionate heart that worries for the demon tribe. Meanwhile, a certain gentle demon was pouring a large amount of magical power into the general-purpose summoning magic circle at the Magic Academy, in the name of an experiment. Somehow, a large amount of seaweed had been summoned from the other side, and the demon's vassals were now puzzling over how to dry and utilize the seaweed. Chapter 1: The Midnight Gathering. A crescent moon hung in the night sky, thin like a sword. In the fragrant rose garden, a small lamp lit the tea table, but it was barely enough to see the faces of the neighbors. However, those who lived in the darkness paid no mind to such trivial matters. The sound of sipping tea, the sound of pouring tea into the porcelain cups, even the sound of their breathing, nothing could be heard. The ones gathered there silently enjoyed this moonlit tea party. Clink. Ah, except for me. Lady Urussia, please don't make such noisy sounds. The silver-haired beauty, Mylene, who had been sipping her tea with her brow furrowed, suddenly stood up, unable to hold back any longer. But it's dark. You see, despite being a demon of the dark, my eyesight is no different from a regular person's. Curse this human attribute. I can read books in the lamp's light without straining my eyes, and my vision doesn't deteriorate, but I lack charming demonic abilities like night vision or evil eyes. Lately, the dry season has been a pain for my eyes. Clink as I return the teacup, Maid Demon Tina caught the saucer that had slipped from my misjudgment, and quietly placed it back under the cup as if nothing had happened. You're too clumsy, Lady Urussia. You're a noble, aren't you? A demon, aren't you? But you're talking to me like I'm some kind of dreamy maiden. It seems Mylene has some kind of ideal or conviction about how a noble should behave. What a serious child. Why is she even a vampire? I've always been curious, but she seems to be intoxicated by the idea of living in the world of darkness. Quite seriously, actually. Mylene, have you ever said things like my right eye is throbbing, or my sealed left arm? What's that? Oh, it seems the symptoms haven't worsened. That is painful. As an experienced person. Well, anyway, Mylene and I have been holding our own moonlight tea party regularly since that night we became friends. Mylene also holds regular tea parties to divert suspicion from the Holy Kingdom, sending all the participants home, but in our tea party, there are no humans. Ours is a gathering of high-ranking non-humans lurking in the Holy Kingdom. Unlike the tea parties with humans, ours lacks a certain glamour. Well, even though the number has decreased, Mylene has her beautiful maids and butlers, and my servants who have abandoned their human sides are here too. But these guys, when they really get into their servant roles, it becomes hard to tell if they're even there in the darkness. There are rumors that it's quite extravagant with just Mylene and me here, but... Now, Mylene, don't get so angry. You should eat some minerals. How about some seaweed? I don't want any. Yeah, me neither, but I have a lot of it, so I can't just waste it. Personally, I feel bad about being careless with food, even if it's from the sea. I've been giving it out for free to the members of that gathering that brings darkness to radiance, or whatever, but the response has been rather lackluster. It's too briny, I guess. That seaweed, or whatever it was. Lord Urussia, you had a truckload of the dried stuff delivered, but it was quite troublesome, as it made my stomach swell after eating it. Ugh. So you ate it, huh? You vampire, you. The others behind me, except for Noah who had delivered it, wore expressions of surprise. Hey, Fanny dear, why did you suddenly don the mask of a jester? Surely you're not just holding in your laughter, are you? Even when you fully demonified, you only covered half your face with a mask, so why the full mask now? What demon-like wisdom? But Mylene is too honest, and she's really quite cute. You make a fair point, but you see. To avoid getting into trouble, I gently tap the teacup with my finger to divert the conversation. The tea leaves are fine, but for us, it's not exactly palatable, is it? That's true. Seems Mylene understood what I was getting at, and she calmly sat back down, her anger subsiding. Good, I won. No, not really. We non-humans cannot truly enjoy human food. Even vampires, who are closer to humans than demons, are not an exception, and for us to consume, human food is merely an act of imitation. Why do we find human food unpalatable? And why do vampires crave blood? Even the vampires themselves, like Mylene, were unaware of the reason. And that's why. Thunk, Nia chimes in from behind, tapping the sheath of his sword. What is it, your sudden creepy input? Now, Mylene dear, I have something to recommend to you. Mylene, who's been hurt by dried wakame seaweed, gives a wary look. Hey, Noah. As I snapped my fingers, the butler demon Noah gave a gentle bow. As you wish, Urussia-sama. Noah silently placed a fresh cup of tea in front of Mylene, and she looked at it suspiciously. This is the same tea prepared earlier, right? Indeed. With a mask-like smile, Noah took out a misty, white substance from his pocket and squeezed it like a fruit, dropping a few drops into the tea. Mylene-sama, please try it. Do it. Mylene was clearly frowning. Well, of course. Even though it's obviously suspicious when a being that you know is stronger than you offers it with a smile you can't refuse. Mylene glanced at me and hesitantly brought the cup to her lips. Her beautiful silver-violet eyes widened at the taste. How is it, the flavor of a high-quality soul? Yes, that's right. With the cooperation of my 4 servants, I've finally obtained a better diet. Ding. To get rid of dislikes, you just have to mix the disliked item with a favorite, as wise mothers know. The key is the twin powers of Nia and Noah, who have the abilities of absorption and release. What is this, souls? This is. Vampires take souls dissolved in blood and use them as power. Mylene was confused and surprised, but she drank the soul-flavored tea in an unladylike manner. Do you have any more? She seemed to have enjoyed it very much, looking at me eagerly. But you see. I'm sorry, Mylene. This particular one is a 40-year-old heretical priest, which is quite a precious item. There is a sad story behind this. When they were young, there was a brother and sister who grew up in a poor neighborhood. Even so, as faithful citizens of the Holy Kingdom, the siblings lived a simple yet pure life, respecting God. However, their peaceful existence came to an end when the sister fell ill. It was not a serious illness. But to heal her with magic, the church required a substantial donation. The young boy, who had lost his dear sister without receiving the healing, began to resent God and hate the church due to his deep grief. Over the course of decades, he infiltrated the church as a priest and plotted his revenge, involving many believers in his foolish and sorrowful tale. Fanny brought back a souvenir while on her evening stroll, I said. Fanny giggled innocently as I praised her, wearing the mask of a jester. I see, Mylene said, looking downcast as she realized the rarity of this delicacy. Finally, I'm ready to introduce the real purpose of tonight's tea party. Well then, shall we go for an evening stroll, Mylene? The true aim of tonight's gathering is to teach the vampires the deliciousness of souls and lure them in as prey. The ultimate goal is to have Mylene and her kind actively cooperate, allowing them to manage the underground society within the Holy Kingdom as their subordinates. I give Mylene a demonic smile and unfurl my golden wings. Now, let me teach you how to distinguish the most delicious souls. Chapter 2, I became a first-year student. It has been almost a year since I Urussia von Versinia, moving from my manor in the capital to attend the main campus of the Magic Academy, and I have turned 7 years old. If asked whether anything has changed since leaving the Tull province where I had lived, not much has changed really, as the people around me remain the same. I suppose the biggest difference is that my birthday celebration is now held in just one location in the capital. Ever since I moved here, it's been held in one place without being divided up. Though that's normal, I suppose. I didn't want it at the royal castle, but then again, the annex in the capital couldn't accommodate all the rumored hopefuls wishing to attend if it was held at my castle in Tull. I realized that it was useless to complain. But for some reason, high-ranking clergy from sects with churches in the Holy Kingdom have been bringing suspiciously good-looking young male clerics to fawn over me. They normally keep their distance, so what in the world do they want? At least by moving to the capital, I get to see Father every day, get to fluff Sherry's fluffy hair, and get forcibly taught etiquette alongside the unfortunately plain-looking Betty, increasing my interactions with people. However, the problem lies with the Magic Academy. Right from the outset marked as a problem, I can somewhat anticipate how things will go. I enrolled as a regular student, and at first my classmates were a bit apprehensive due to the difference in status, but I did manage to make a few friends. We studied together, traded lunchbox items, accidentally wandered into the senior garden only permitted to upperclassmen, and got harassed by the scary senior girls until a dashing senior came to my rescue. There was a time I indulged in such fantasies that could never come true. Now then, let me show you the reality. The murmuring stops abruptly. While most nobility attend the main Magic Academy campus in the capital, they are children after all. Since many were raised as spoiled nobles, the lavishly decorated dining hall, far grander than any school facility, was filled with children noisily chatting away as they pleased. That is, until they all fell silent in an instant, as if doused with water. The moment I appeared, clank. In that bizarre atmosphere, a girl who seemed to be a commoner dropped her utensils in tension, rolling them across my path. The girl and surrounding students paled instantly, unable to move in the frozen, suffocating air as Nia gave a thin, icy smile and Tina gazed at the girl with a perfect poker face. Just that alone drained the color from the girl's face past blue to an unhealthy green as she broke into an abnormal sweat and began trembling, looking positively ill. She had clumsily offended me, yet offered no apology. A murderous aura began leaking from Nia, while in the silence where a dropped pin could be heard, Tina muttered a worm. This is... Oh no, this won't do at all. This is bad. How did it come to this? Ah yes, it's my fault. Officially, the Academy treats all students as equals, be they nobles or commoners. However, I am a princess of the royal family, doted upon by the Holy Kingdom, the firstborn daughter of an immensely wealthy and powerful archduke household, viewed as a holy maiden candidate by various sects in this religious nation, yet simultaneously treated as a problematic anomaly by them due to my overwhelming magical and political power. Well, an ordinary girl wouldn't dare approach such an existence, would they? If I were in their position, I definitely wouldn't go near myself. Egg, an extremely long sigh. So the problem is, what is the best course of action a holy maiden and princess of the Holy Kingdom like myself can take in this situation? Drum roll. Option 1, I ignore the girl and walk past this frozen atmosphere. This is probably the right answer, the option with the least harm, but isn't this the route to becoming a villainous noblewoman trope that shows up in stories? I'd be guaranteed to become a loner. Option 2. I smile pleasantly and return the dropped utensils to her. Sounds like a nice idea, but wait. Wouldn't this risk her misunderstanding that I've taken an interest in her? Whether in a good or bad way, my school life would be hell. Option 3. Eliminate all witnesses. Leave no survivors. The easiest and most straightforward option, in fact, isn't that exactly what Nia is trying to do right now? With an overly cheerful smile, she reached for her sword, her demonic aura leaking out. I instinctively chopped the back of her head. Hit. Wham! Just barely holding back, but hitting her to the floor with the same force as smashing bedrock. Nia created a massive spiderweb crack in the marble as she sprawled in a spread eagle position. Oops, I did it again. The shock wave sent the students within several dozen meters tumbling from their chairs, covered in tomato stew, but I suppose I shouldn't let it bother me. I'm supposed to be living like a proper person, so how did it come to this? Still, Nia is pretty tough. I bet she was able to absorb the impact with her absorption ability. But despite her rough-and-tumble nature, the knight-in-training Nia got up, rubbing the back of her head and looking at me with a slightly sulky expression. And Noah, who has the opposing release ability, got the full force of the shock straight from her sister, and ended up being hilariously receiving a direct shock from his sister. Anyway, it seems no one got hurt. I'm very sorry for the disturbance, heh. I said that and quickly left the scene before anyone could give me a scolding. And so, my daily life at this academy carries on. I might not be able to go to the cafeteria anymore. And from what I heard later, a debate broke out afterwards. As expected of the princess, admiration. As expected of the princess, fear. I heard that there was a dispute between the two factions. Well, let's move on. The Magic Academy, or rather, just the main campus in the royal capital, has a special place that only certain privileged students are allowed to enter. This place is off-limits to regular students and even teachers, except at the entrance. To enter, you must either be of the royal family or a high-ranking aristocrat. In other words, it's a lounge exclusively for high-ranking nobles. Countess Betty and Baroness Sherry can use it, but the majority of the students here, who are from lower-ranked noble families, are completely barred from it. What a ridiculous waste of resources. Uru, please say off for me. Since I can no longer go to the cafeteria due to a certain unfortunate incident, I've been having my meals delivered here to this salon. Well, neither my servants nor I really need human food, but Sherry and Betty, who seem concerned about the situation, have joined me for meals. And now Sherry is trying to feed me, offering me a utensil. No, I really don't want any food cooked by a stranger. Uru, it's so tough for you. Everyone doesn't know how kind you are. Betty, what made you think that about me? And while Betty is saying such nice things, she seems to want to try the thing with me too. This prim and proper-looking young lady with black hair grabs a giant lobster-like shrimp with the claw-like hands and tries to shove it into my mouth. The shrimp is still whole, with the shell still attached. But even if it's a bit silly, I can't say I'm not enjoying it. Even though we're in different grades, being able to wear the same uniform and spend lunchtime with friends is a sight I've longed for in the dark demon realm, a vision of the bright world I've dreamed of. The uniform isn't too different either. It's a two-piece with a big bow tie, and for me, who was born in this world, it's the first time I'm wearing a skirt that reveals my calves. Well, of course, as a noble lady, I have to wear pure white tights to cover my bare legs. Sherry and Betty also look very cute in their uniforms. Once the noble ladies graduate from the 6th year, they'll have to go back to wearing dresses, so now's the time to appreciate the schoolgirl look. I feel like an old man. Still, while Sherry is her usual self, Betty seems a bit more energetic and less composed than usual. If you asked me why. You three seem to be getting along well. Why, yes, that's right. Betty replies enthusiastically, and the antenna of the shrimp she's holding jabs me in the nose. The one who said that is the only boy here, my cousin, the prince of the holy kingdom of Talitled, Timothy. As always, he has an adorably sweet aura about him. Timothy is also 13 years old this year. With his rosy-cheeked, beautiful boy looks inherited from Crown Princess Aaliyah, he's a real eye candy. And it seems Betty is interested in more than just that. Timothy-sama, would you like to join us for tea as well? Oh my teehee. Normally, the royal family is expected to find a fiancé by the time they turn 15, the age of adulthood, and get married around the age of 20. Of course, as the Crown Prince's firstborn, Timothy should have a few potential fiancé candidates, but surprisingly, there are no rumors about that. Oh boy, the older girls in the academy are definitely eyeing him with great interest. He may be a bit of an airhead, but he's a prince and a beautiful young man. Many girls dream of a prince charming straight out of a storybook, but the chances of a commoner girl becoming a queen are slim to none. To marry into the royal family, you need to be at least a countess or higher. And the girls of that social standing have all received at least the minimum education required to become a queen, except for me, that is. Betty, who turned 9 years old, is just barely within the age range of a potential fiancé, so she's very conscious of that. While Rick is closer in age to her than his brother Timothy, Betty seems to prefer Timothy over Rick. However, there is a kind of cheat method that even a commoner can use to marry a prince by accomplishing great deeds that surpass even the high nobility. In other words, by becoming the holy maiden of the sacred kingdom. Does that mean I fit the bill too? The reason Timothy can't decide on a candidate is, I should probably go join then. Until now, Timothy had been watching over us younger students in an older brother role. But now, he casually strolls over to our table. There's a rule for using this salon: the bare minimum has to be done by ourselves, as a way to foster the students' independence. This is because in the past, some idiots would bring in tons of servants and monopolize the place, so now even bringing attendants is prohibited. But the tea and snacks are already prepared, so it's just a matter of putting the tea leaves in the pot and pouring the hot water. Since I'm the youngest here, this job would normally fall to me, but Betty seems quite skilled, so let's leave it to her. Clang. Betty, please let me do it. Okay. It seems Betty also has the klutz curse, so Sherry ends up brewing the tea for us. Thank you, it's delicious. Oh, it's nothing, I was just passing by anyway. Hold on, Sherry. I know you're not interested, but this is the prince of the country, so don't just dismiss him so casually. Haha, Urussia is so beloved by everyone. Timothy, who can laugh it off, must be quite the capable individual. He may be called a soft prince, but with this, the royal family seems secure. Timothy Niyasama, I'm sorry for the trouble. I try to change the slightly awkward atmosphere with a slightly awkward topic. Originally, as my senior at school, Timothy was supposed to show me around the school cafeteria, but this time we ended up having the meal in this salon without any attendance. Oh well, can't be helped. Don't worry about it. Urussia is like a little sister to me. But it's strange, you know, when I enter the cafeteria, the others don't get so tense around me. Betty and Sherry give lukewarm smiles at Timothy's harmless words. Damn it, unlike the gentle Timothy, they're not really close to me. As a kind, big brother figure, he's great, but I can't help but think that he'd be better off finding a fiancé around his own age rather than hanging out with us kids. Somehow sensing my inner thoughts, Timothy explained why he's spending time with us. Next time, I'll invite all of you to the castle for a meal. For some reason, the people at the castle have told me to have a talk with Urussia. How strange. Yes, it's quite strange, Timothy Niyasama. I smile along with him. So there must be someone in the castle with ulterior motives. Hearing this, Sherry raises one eyebrow slightly, a faint aura of anger seeps out from the attendants outside, and Betty furrows her brow in confusion. Well, whatever. Spending time with Timothy has a healing effect, compared to his little brother. The attendants have accompanied me to the academy, but I don't constantly have them by my side. Originally, they lacked magical power and failed the child magic aptitude test, so they were enrolled in the general nobility department of a regular school. But when I decided to attend the royal capital's magic academy, they were no longer able to go to that school. There's no mercy in this world. However, for some reason, around a certain time, they suddenly awakened to high magical power, and my doting parents, worried about their daughter, ended up transferring them to the magic academy as well. It's all about money and connections in this world. Wink. So Tina and Fanny, who are in the same grade as me, have chosen the same subjects as me and are always by my side as student attendants. But the attendants seem to be incapable of using sacred magic, so there are times when I'm left alone in that class. Today again, I'm in the practice room all by myself, occupying a table that should be used by 6 people. I'm not lonely at all. But whenever I enter the practice room, the other students in the sacred magic class get tense and keep glancing at me, and the teachers also seem to be watching my every move after explaining the lesson. In the end, the sacred magic class is meaningless for me anyway. I understood from the lesson, but ordinary sacred magic is where the teacher explains the mechanism and effects of existing magic, and the students simply memorize and demonstrate it. The system is firmly established. However, my sacred magic is mostly original, using outrageous magic that I've seen in dream worlds and books and games. In this world, mages have to use the established magic in the prescribed sequence, but I can cast multiple spells at the same time just by imagining multiple barriers or combat enhancement. The church person who is the sacred magic teacher was crying. He wondered the struggle of our predecessors, even if you say that to me. I'm just pushing the magic using devil power, so please don't let me say that. The story has greatly diverged, but I sometimes end up being alone, and on those days he happens to appear. Urussia. After the lesson, I breathed a sigh of relief, but before I could catch my breath, that sly scoundrel showed up again today. Big Brother Ludric. There was a rustling sound. Oh no. The Lord Ludric and Big Brother Rick got mixed up, and the girls in my class let out excited squeals. Well, whatever. It's become a hassle to differentiate, and it's about time I stop calling him by the affectionate Rick in public, so let's just stick with Lord Ludric. So this is Rick, the prince of this country, who is the younger brother of my cousin Timothy. He's a 4th year, 3 grades above me. This 10-year-old Rick, with his rough personality inherited from grandfather, seems to be popular with the girls at the academy. For some reason, HMPH. Why the disdainful snort? Rick furrowed his brow and looked at me. Shall I ask? But I have a reputation for being gentle and kind, so I won't do anything to shatter the girls' dreams. Anyway, how have you been today? What's his purpose today? Didn't he have regular classes too? Why did he come as soon as the lesson was over? What happened to his attendance? What if rumors start spreading? Conveying these thoughts with a polite, princess mode smile, Rick let out a groan as if he was hesitating, then exhaled the breath he had been holding. Urussia, are you all right? My head, no, even if I'm thinking it, I won't say it. Have I caused you any worry? Genuinely puzzled, I tilted my head with my hand on my cheek, and Rick grabbed the hand he had left free, a little irritated. That's not what I'm talking about. You're grabbing me again. He's improved quite a bit with age, but he's still forceful. This much is fine as childish siblings, but we're the prince and princess of this country, you know? We're in a very conspicuous position. I could feel the intense gazes from my classmates still in the practice room, and the people peeking out from the hallway, and I felt a bit alienated from the common people. Puffing out my cheeks a little resentfully, I looked up at Rick, and he finally noticed the surrounding gazes and hesitated. Come with me for a bit. Rick grabbed my hand and led me out into the hallway. Is this forcefulness inherited from grandfather? I agree that we should leave this place, but couldn't he at least ask me first? In these past few years, Rick has grown so much taller, and being pulled along with this height difference is a bit scary. I heard more high-pitched voices from behind us in the hallway, but lately I've been thinking that I'll lose if I let myself get bothered by it. Lord Ludric, my hand hurts. Yes. Once we had moved away from the eyes of others, I called him that again, and perhaps because he's still not used to being addressed that way, Rick finally let go of my hand. The part he was gripping is a little hot. My human part is a pampered, soft body, so I get hurt if I'm handled roughly. So, is it really painful for you? Hi. Seeing my displeased expression from the stinging hand, Rick said something strange. Since you've been alone a lot since enrolling, right? I've also had times when, as a royal, I was kept at a distance, but in your case, it seems to be excessive. I see. Could it be? Are you worried about me? Of course I am. When I asked lightly, Rick raised his voice angrily. Even though there are times when I'm worried about in the material world, there are few people who scold me, so when he comes at me so directly, I'm a little weak. But I'm not afraid of by such direct hostility. I'm fine. I smiled and answered, as I'm not good at being scolded. In reality, I'm not that bothered. I had longed for school life, but honestly, dealing with the motley crowd is a hassle. No, it's a lot of work to keep an eye on my attendants to make sure they don't cause any trouble. Urussia. As I was averting my gaze and feeling morose, I'm gently grabbed by the shoulder. Hold on, Rick. You're grabbing this girl a bit too casually. Is that your default behavior? I'll come check on you again, okay? Hi. What's with the okay? There he goes again with the like a little sister talk. Rick seemed to have realized something from my speechless reaction, and after patting my head, he left with the attendant who had come to fetch him. Well, Rick sure is pushy. I'm somewhat used to his forcefulness and selfishness, but if he did that to a normal girl, she'd get the wrong idea. Could it be that Rick, like Timothy, is being told something by someone? The power struggles among the nobility are such a pain, but at least Rick narrowly avoided disaster. I apologize for the delay, my lord. It's all right, Tina. Tina, who had come to fetch me along with Rick's attendant, was exuding anger every time Rick touched me, making me worry she might attack at any moment. Since we're in different grades, the twin attendants who act as checkpoints during lunchtime won't be joining us. The other one, Fanny, is currently engrossed in chasing after a bug she found, so she's not reliable. Oh, she just ate the bug. In any case, the thought of Rick coming to check on me, again during the practical lessons, is quite dreary. How truly troublesome. Lately, Rick's behavior has been even stranger than before. He used to have his quirks, but now he's being standoffish towards me specifically, yet strangely overprotective. It's like a boy being mean to the girl he likes. Wait a minute. Section. That girl was born to a sub-baron father who worked as a civil servant in the royal capital and a commoner mother who was a maid in the royal castle. While a baron's family or higher might frown upon such a marriage, for a sub-baron, marrying a commoner is not that unusual. However, the paternal grandmother, who had married into the baron's family, did not approve of the commoner daughter-in-law, and the girl was raised by her maternal family until the age of 5. It's like a maiden game, autumn game. On her 5th birthday, after her mother told her about this country and the nobility, the girl looked at her reflection in the mirror and muttered the unfamiliar term autumn game, suddenly remembering her previous life. In her previous life, she was a female employee at a trading company in the countryside, playing an autumn game while walking and looking at her smartphone. That's when she was run over by a tractor driver who was also looking at their phone, and she was reincarnated into this world. And now, with a noble father, living in a city resembling medieval Europe, and being born as an adorable little girl, she couldn't help but think, I'm like the heroine of an autumn game. No, that's not it. I must have been reborn into an autumn game world. The girl was quite prone to fixated beliefs. She had already been someone with a strong tendency for fixed ideas in her previous life, and in this world, due to her young age, that trait had only been amplified as she eagerly pursued her interests. From that day on, Martina began self-improvement using her previous life's knowledge, while also gathering information about this world. If this world was an autumn game, there should be a prince around her age. With Martina's cute appearance, she was sure to catch the eye of the prince. And the stage for an autumn game is always a school. Through this line of reasoning, she gathered rumors and found out that this holy kingdom had a crown prince in his 30s, with 2 princes as his children, one of whom was around Martina's age. And as expected, she learned that they attended the Magic Academy, so Martina began studying magic. Fortunately, Martina had a talent for elemental magic. While her paternal grandmother wanted to send her to a local branch school, as the commoners were not welcome at the capital's main school, Martina managed to persuade her father to let her attend the main school. Even though she was just a child in this life, Martina had the experience of living until her 30s in her previous life, so manipulating her scholarly father was an easy task for her. She paid attention to her appearance and cleanliness and made sure to have a skin-nourishing diet. The water spirit, with whom Martina had the closest bond, helped make her skin wonderfully soft and supple. With her carefully cultivated cuteness and coquettishness, Martina easily charmed her father, leaving her mother to sigh, wondering if she had raised her daughter incorrectly, and ultimately leaving Martina in the hands of her paternal family. I knew it, I'm the heroine of this world. Martina, now convinced of her status as the heroine, spoke with a slightly affected noble tone as she entered the royal capital's Magic Academy's main school. True to an autumn game, the 2 princes were beautiful young men who caught the eye. The older prince had a gentle, sweet appearance, while the younger one had a proud, handsome look. Excited, Martina tried to get close to them, but as a mere lower-ranked noble, she was intimidated by the other young ladies and couldn't even approach them. Of course, in reality, not just in a game, security measures have to be considered. But Martina didn't think that way, instead believing that some kind of event was necessary. I wonder if I should just grab a bread roll and run around the corner. Since there are no bread loaves in this world, she'd been experimenting with making them from molds. When she heard the rumor that the princess of this country one grade below Martina, was enrolling. She was officially the princess of a grand ducal house with the royal bloodline, but even to a minor noble like Martina, she was a figure up in the clouds. And the rumor was that she was a girl called the Saint, who had saved the children from a demon summoning incident. So that's how it is. The villainess has finally appeared. Martina concluded in her suspicious, ladylike manner that the reason her own capture plan wasn't progressing was because there was no rival villainous heroine. But it was difficult for the minor noble Martina to have contact with the princess, and apparently she didn't come to school every day. As Martina pondered how to make contact, she thought that if the princess was a student, she would surely come to the cafeteria, even if she used the seats reserved for the upper nobility. So Martina began staking out a seat near the cafeteria walkway every day. And several months later, the day finally arrived. Martina's plan to make contact with the villainous princess went like this. As the villainous princess passed by, Martina would drop her cutlery and let it roll. Then Martina would jump out to pick it up. If the princess was truly a villainess, she would surely admonish the actions of Martina, the heroine. By being admonished and becoming the tragic heroine, Martina would gain sympathy from those around her, and the prince's ear as well. In an autumn game, it wouldn't be strange for the prince to witness it directly. It's perfect, but it was full of holes. Martina, who was assuming the princess would act as the villainess, was unaware of these holes, and finally, the princess of the Holy Kingdom appeared in the cafeteria. EX. Seeing her, Martina shrank back like a baby rabbit encountering a huge tiger. Seriously, that's way too much. In the midst of overwhelming tension, Martina screamed internally. Just the appearance of the princess silenced the bustling cafeteria. Even those who hadn't directly laid eyes on her fell silent, which was eerily horrifying in a way. Her flowing hair was threads of gold. In her saddened golden eyes, peeking out from under her long lashes, was a melancholy air. The cold, doll-like beauty, sculpted by the hands of a goddess of beauty. If permitted, one could gaze at her forever. But the students continued to stare, having forgotten even to breathe, as touching this embodiment of beauty was strictly forbidden. The cafeteria had students of different grades, and they were unaccustomed to her demonically alluring beauty. If almost everyone hadn't been seated, those who saw her up close might have knelt before her divine presence. Clink! The cutlery fell from Martina's trembling hand, rolling in front of the princess. It was according to plan in a way, but Martina's face instantly turned pale, and the people around her looked like they were facing the end of the world. No, this wasn't on purpose. She screamed internally, but her entire body was paralyzed as if bound by a demonic pressure. If this princess was the villainess, this was an absurdly cruel game. There was no longer any desire to beat her, as the difficulty level seemed to have gone straight into insanity mode. At a critical moment, the water spirit who was supposed to protect Martina hid inside her clothes, trembling and muttering something like an apology to something. A worm. Hearing that faint murmur clearly directed at her, Martina noticed the killing intent being directed at her from the princess's attendants. Those attendants were also impossibly beautiful, and the maidens and girl knights with golden hair gave Martina a look as if she were a mere worm, making her acutely aware of her own impending death and regret at being born in this world. But Martina's prepared death vanished with a sudden impact sound as the princess departed. Martina couldn't understand how she had been spared, but paralyzed by fear, having already wet herself, she had no strength to move even after the cafeteria had emptied. She considered it only natural that her closest friend, the water spirit, had returned to the spirit realm without responding to Martina's calls, and she clutched the cutlery that had returned to her hand as if it were a precious treasure, swearing to the heavens like an enlightened nun. I will live a humble life. And so, Martina, reflecting on her past life, resolved to pursue a modest, steady life and search for a marriage partner. Chapter 3. I turned 8 years old. A few months after starting second grade, I turned 8 years old. Well, since it's been 8 years since I was born as Urussia, it would be strange if I didn't age. But the important thing is that little me is getting closer to being a young lady, even though I'm still considered a little girl. It's really amazing that I seem to be growing up normally despite having human attributes. Anyway, it was time for my annual birthday party as always, but I decided to keep it normal. Well, it wouldn't really normal since it was held at the castle. I also had a small reason for quickly wrapping up the birthday party this year at the royal castle. You see, it's been over half a year since then, but if I think about the possibility that Rick might, I don't know what face to make when I meet him. After quickly finishing this year's birthday party with thousands of guests, I fully used my authority as the princess of the Holy Kingdom to sneak out of the capital city. It's not like I wanted to skip school or anything. Really. As a premise, the Princess of the Holy Kingdom is a national face position that handles foreign affairs instead of the male members of the royal family who are hesitant to go abroad. In my case, it was a position created for my grandfather to spoil me, but this time I used that privilege. My father, the Grand Duke Versinia, often gets invited abroad for work as a member of the royal family handling foreign affairs. But shockingly, his schedule conflicted this time, with a wedding and a funeral no less. Neither of those can be missed, but it would be awkward for the same person to attend both back-to-back, right? Good news for my troubled father. I'll handle the work in your place. I'm not trying to run away at all. My father and grandfather were against me going abroad alone as a young girl. I didn't say by myself, but they spoil me so much that after I got Lady Aaliyah on my side from behind the scenes and requested it on their laps, they understood. So I ended up attending the wedding in the neighboring kingdom of Sigres, where my aunt from my father's side got married. Of course, since I'm going abroad for Holy Kingdom diplomacy, I get excused absences from the academy. An academy chapter, that's not happening. Princess, the mercenary group has arrived. On the departure day, Sarah-chan, who became the vice captain of my night escort group, reported with high tension. Night group but vice captain? What's up with that? There are only about 10 of them, so it should be a night squad, but apparently they insist on calling it a group for some external reason. Were they planning for 100 members initially? Whatever, somehow Sarah-chan had become the vice captain, after a fist fight. Aren't you girls almost 20 by now? Why are you still so hot-blooded? Will I have to handle your marriage arrangements too? Anyway, the mercenary group Sarah-chan reported about are basically troubleshooting odd job workers. Can you believe there is no adventurer profession in this world? If monsters appear in a village, the Lord simply dispatches soldiers, and there are no dungeons that endlessly spawn monsters either, such a dreamless world. Instead, mercenary groups do all kinds of odd jobs. They are mostly hired by feuding nobles over territorial disputes, but also take jobs like guarding merchant caravans or handling requests from the wealthy. Mercenary groups range from small squads of around 10 to large-scale bands of hundreds. The condition for me to travel to Sigres this time was to be escorted by a medium-sized mercenary group that my father is acquainted with. For this trip to the Sigres wedding, my entourage consists of 10 female knight escorts, 4 knights and 20 soldiers from the Grand Duke's forces, 15 servants like chefs, drivers, and porters, 1 butler, 1 maid, and 4 maids from the Grand Duke's household, 36 mercenaries. Including my 4 personal attendants, it totals 95. That's a lot. No, as the nation's representative it's not too many, I guess. It ended up being quite a large group, but per my mother's wishes, Vaya will be coming along as a maid this time. Well, even though Noah and Tina are capable, they still look like children in appearance. I don't know the soldiers or mercenaries well. Brai-chan and Sarah-chan are practicing cool formations to show me off to the foreign knights. With my parents being worried, it was natural for them to have Vaya accompany me. All right, whatever. As Sarah-chan reported, a representative from the mercenary group came to greet me, so I should receive them. Truth be told, I was looking forward to what kind of dandy old man would show up. It was Mr. Bear. Princess, you can count on us to keep you safe on this journey. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Bear. I, who had given up on various things in an instant, accidentally called the mercenary leader Mr. Bear. But for some reason, he seemed pleased. This trip is going to be, in a way that lacks healing, painful. It seems, no, that's not right. God did not forsake me. Thank you, God. I won't draw beards on the statues in the temple anymore. Oh, the earth is trembling a bit. Anyway, Lucia, A's Noel. Yes, it's true. Noel, the handsome young man who bravely protected me when I was kidnapped in the demon summoning incident, was in this mercenary group. It's been 2 years, and he's grown up quite a bit, becoming more boyish. I finally found you. Noel came rushing towards me like a dog being thrown a bone, gently wrapping my hands in his own and smiling sweetly. Well, I'm certainly happy, but isn't this physical contact a bit sudden? Hey, Noel. A seemingly painful-looking fist hit Noel's head. What do you think you're doing, suddenly grabbing the princess's hands? Mr. Bear is upset. Well, in this case, Mr. Bear is right. I am a member of the nobility, and Mr. Bear is my host. Even if we're acquainted, suddenly touching a girl is unacceptable. From an adult's perspective, it's like that, but we're still children. It might be a matter of discipline, but when Mr. Bear was about to throw another punch, I instinctively reacted. Take this. Wait. Ape. My flick hit both Mr. Bear and, incidentally, Tina, who were clutching their foreheads and crouching. Tina had approached with a strange look in her eyes when Noel grabbed my hand, so I flicked her instinctively. Dangerous, dangerous. I flicked both of them at the same time, but if I had mixed up my right and left hands, it would have been a disaster. The power that Mr. Bear and Tina put into it was about 500 times different. I'm clumsy. Mr. Bear, Noel is my friend. Can you forgive him? I politely asked Mr. Bear, but Mr. Bear, Tina, and even Noel remained crouching and unable to move. As I looked around, wondering what to do, Bri and Sarah were holding hands, trembling, and Vaya came running to help, but there was no one else. Haha, as expected of the Holy Maiden. It's been 10 years since I've received such a powerful blow. Mr. Bear, revived by my divine magic, laughed heartily, his forehead still flushed red. Viva, Holy Maiden. In this wonderful world, a certain degree of eccentricity can be forgiven with a as expected of the Holy Maiden. What kind of existence is the Holy Maiden among the people of this country? But Noel, even if the princess is your friend, that's unacceptable. Don't forget that you're a member of this mercenary group. I'm sorry, princess. He's still a newbie. I'm sorry, Lucia-sama. It's all right. I smiled gracefully in Holy Maiden mode, forgiving the two. Seeing Noel, who had become downcast after being scolded and having it witnessed by me, makes my heart ache a bit. Mischievous. Suddenly and surprisingly, the name of the mercenary leader is Barnabas. According to Mr. Bear, Noel was introduced and joined by the acting lord of that town, and he seems to be a promising new recruit. The acting lord also recognized Noel's talent. But why is Noel in the mercenary group? With his talent, he should have been able to advance normally if he worked hard, and the acting lord seemed to be raising him as his successor. So why, I wouldn't say it's bad, but this kind of wandering around. Well, I wanted to become stronger. Noel was blushing as he glanced at me. There's nothing to be ashamed of. As a boy, it's natural to aspire to be strong, isn't it? Yeah. Noel seemed to want to say something for a moment, looking at me with a soft smile, but then Mr. Bear ruffled Noel's hair with a grin. There are those kinds of things for men, you know. Princess, please cheer him on as well. Yes, do your best, Noel. Why, yes. When I cheered on the taller Noel, he blushed deeply, seeming a bit troubled but happy. And since Noel is a bundle of talent, he'll likely rank highly in any field. I wonder if I can recruit him. After that, our journey to Sigurs began. It usually takes about 3 weeks by carriage from the Tull territory in the west of the Holy Kingdom to the neighboring country of Sigurs to the west. But I was instructed by the Lord to use inns as much as possible so that Lady Ur would not have to camp. Father, it seems Vaya was the inspector. But the others, including our servants, were nodding in agreement, as if to say, of course. Well, there's nothing we can do about that. I thought the journey would be a leisurely one, traveling from one post town to the next, with a 1-month round trip. But it seems that was not the case with us. In fact, about 10 days into the journey, on a road surrounded by a dense forest, we finally encountered a monster from another world. Gyulu. It's a rogue hippopotamus, be careful. It was a hippopotamus. At Mr. Bear's voice, the mercenary group and soldiers stepped forward, and the escort knights surrounded me. Noel didn't step forward either, but as the rear guard, he readied his sword and cast support magic on Mr. Bear and the others. The hippopotamus, despite being hit by countless arrows, pushed back the soldiers with its massive charge. As expected, a hippopotamus, it's strong. Confusion. We managed to drive it off, but to think a hippopotamus would attack travelers on the road. This is a terrifying world. For a hippopotamus to show up in a place like this, it might have been driven out of the forest by the elves. According to Mr. Bear, there is an elven settlement in the deep forest between the Holy Kingdom and Sigurs. They've been cutting down the forest to sell the timber. Now that I think about it, we also bought a lot of charcoal from the elves in the town with the iron mines. Is that really okay, forest guardians? Seriously, you salt dumplings. The image of elves I had imagined is somehow different. Well, in any case, we were able to safely cross the border and enter the interior of the Sigurs kingdom. This is my first time in a foreign country. What kind of country is the renowned agricultural Sigurs kingdom? Princess, this baked sweet potato is delicious. The sweetness of this corn is amazing. Princess. Over there, they have fresh white asparagus to eat. My escort knights, you're really enjoying the journey, aren't you? Why do you keep coming to report to me about it? In the first post town we reached in Sigurs, even though it's a post town, there were many farmlands before reaching it, as you'd expect from an agricultural country. Fresh vegetables were piled high for export to the Holy Kingdom of Talitold, in addition to local consumption. The main street of the town was lined with stalls and food carts for merchants and tourists from the Holy Kingdom, and my escort knights, like Bry and Sarah, flocked to the stalls, much to the amazement of the mercenaries. Oh dear, my children are a bit too free-spirited. Vaya, please tell the escort knights to submit a report on what they've been eating and drinking this time. Understood. You're all on the job, you know. But since I haven't been able to go out for long periods of time since entering the Magic Academy, I can understand why the girls are having so much fun. As I gave that instruction to Vaya, who was riding in my carriage with the 4 servants, she nodded solemnly but looked at me with gentle eyes. Lady Uru, you are so kind. I'm just increasing their workload, aren't I? It's not good to play during work hours, but I'll cover the cost of their meals at least. And who knows, the things Sigurs wants to export may not all be good products. Those free-spirited girls of mine will probably tell me about the good things without hesitation. I may be called the Holy Maiden, but I'm a daughter of the Versinia Duchy, so I want to find good products for our people. But still, am I too sweet? Section. On behalf of the Holy Kingdom of Talitold, we would like to offer our congratulations on the marriage of His Royal Highness, the Prince of Oslo. 3 days after arriving in the capital of Sigurs, a wedding ceremony was held between His Royal Highness Oslo, the brother of the Sigurs, sovereign, and the Baroness Esha. While the Sigurs royal castle may not be extravagant, it is said to be the largest among the neighboring countries, and a hall the size of a domed stadium was filled with thousands of guests. I hope it doesn't collapse, though. At this venue, I gave greetings before the members of the Sigurs royal family, then the Sigurs nobility, and finally the visiting foreign guests, and my work was finally done. Giving the same greetings to the same people 3 times in different locations and with different audiences was quite exhausting. The key is for the princess, the representative of the Holy Kingdom of Talitold, to deliver a congratulatory speech before this diverse gathering. Accompanying me to the party was Vaya in a stylish dress, and the twin maids Noah and Nia. The 2 maids are a bit too young, you see. I had the female escort knights dress appropriately and stand guard around me. It would be nice if they could find a potential husband candidate as well. I also had Mr. Bear, in unsuitable formal attire as an escort, and Noelle, who is close to my age, come at my request. You don't have to be that nervous, you know. Why yes. Gahaha, if you don't get used to these kinds of events, you'll never reach your dreams. At a celebration, even Noelle doesn't need to be so tense, or so it seems. Mr. Bear pats Noelle's back as if encouraging him. Is Noelle's only goal just to become stronger? As I finished greeting the others and was about to find a seat, I noticed the glamorous people approaching me. Uru-chan, well done. It was very impressive. A breathtakingly beautiful woman, tall with a slender waist and alluring curves, came up and gave me a tight hug. Queen Camille. Yes, this is the queen of the Sigurs royal family, the older sister of my father. How should I put this? She's enormous. I'm sure of it. I can't even breathe, completely enveloped by her. Oh my, how formal. Aunt is fine, you know. I tap Camille's arm to be released, then fix my appearance and smile awkwardly. May I call you that in unofficial settings? Yuru-chan is so well composed, just like her father. The resemblance is uncanny. Hearing that I resemble my father makes the corners of my mouth turn up. Given that I'm only 8 years old, even if I make some mistakes or try to act mature, the Siggers royalty always kindly forgives me with a smile. I quickly became close with Camille, but then I remembered an important matter. Aunt Camille, where are my sisters? At that moment, Camille's cheerful smile twisted into a wry half-smile. What did my sisters do this time? My half-sisters had caused quite a scene at my birthday party 3 years ago and ended up on long-term study abroad at the Siggers Noble Academy. I had been looking forward to reuniting with my wonderful and adorable sisters, but actually I had felt something was off. The Siggers royal family had been praising my father and me excessively, yet they never brought up the topic of my 2 sisters. And, when I narrowed my eyes and asked again, Camille slightly twisted her lips and sighed before speaking. I allowed their etiquette training study abroad at the request of Fortuna and Elinor. It had been over a decade since I'd seen those 2 since their infancy, so I was looking forward to it, despite the odd rumors. The length of this preamble is rather ominous, but those 2 hardly attended the academy at all after the initial enrollment, instead spending their time frolicking in the entertainment district. So I replaced the servants and maids with more suitable ones, just so they could properly focus on their etiquette training. But now they've started associating with these so-called heroes. My sisters seem to be doing well, but I heard a strange word. He-rose. Yes, and let me make it clear, the Siggers royal family has not officially recognized them. But recently, a small mercenary group has started being called heroes, and it seems my nieces have been hanging around them. Heroes, brave individuals who appear in times of crisis, leading the people and inspiring courage. My sisters are associating with such people. Gradually, Camille's tone has become like an aunt complaining about her troublesome nieces. According to Camille, there have been some recent kidnapping incidents that were solved by these so-called heroes, who were dubbed as such because the culprits were demon tribe members. I was also called a saint for helping the children, so it's a similar situation, I suppose. However, as Camille mentioned, since the Siggers royal family has not recognized them, they are not the heroes of Siggers. Officially recognized heroes have their equipment, activity costs, and support all provided by the government. But that means they are civil servants, and the funding comes from tax revenue. So the royal family doesn't acknowledge these newcomers, and there are no religious sects supporting them either. Therefore, these heroes are just people being called heroes by the citizens of Siggers, but they are not the heroes of Siggers officially recognized by the kingdom. It's a high hurdle and a hassle. As for my saint status, I'm recognized by the royal family, and various sects are trying to curry favor with me. But even that is not an official designation, and there has been no real progress. Not that I mind, as it would be a headache anyway. In short, it seems my sisters have been associating with these unrecognized, unofficial heroes. They're certainly straying from the proper path. Even if they're popular with the commoners, they haven't been officially invited, so I don't think you'll be able to meet them. But they might be disguised among the nobles' retainers, so be careful. Yes, thank you, Auntie. I see, such things can happen at celebratory events, with many people present. When I responded with a princess-like smile to Lady Camille's, her face unexpectedly became uneasy for some reason. Are you really going to be okay, dear? You're kind-hearted like Folt, and since you're such a pretty girl, there might be some perverts who don't care about age, so please be very careful. Yes, I can't imagine anyone would think that way about a scary child like me, but my relatives tend to overestimate me. Shall we have one of my sons escort you? I have 3, so you can take one back with you if you'd like, Yuru-chan. No, that's... The conversation has taken an odd turn. The Holy Kingdom's royal family is all boys, and it seems my aunt's family is also all boys. Normally, for a royal family, having sons is preferred. But you see, like my grandfather, when it's all boys, the topic of princesses are so admirable, aren't they? Inevitably comes up from somewhere. If they only have sons, then they'll try to bring in their ideal princess from somewhere else. That seems to be the reasoning, as Vaya informed me that I've been receiving a flood of marriage proposals from home and abroad now that I'm 8 years old. My standing is that I have royal bloodline and a claim to the throne, but I have a lower barrier than a princess born into the royal family. I'm also called a saint, like a rare commodity that's about to sell out. I won't say I'm uninterested in romance, but in my position, ordinary romance is impossible, you know. Not that I would know, having run away after things got awkward with my cousin. Am I being too self-conscious? My aunt probably took in my older sisters thinking that if she educated them to be obedient, they could become potential fiancés for her sons. But that was unrealistic. I absolutely adore those sisters who willingly jump into the pitfall themselves. Anyway, I'll be fine, Auntie. I have knights escorting me today. Oh, what adorable knights. I dragged out the stiff Nolkun from behind where he was frozen in nervousness, and Lady Camille narrowed her eyes in delight at how Bishonen he looked in his formal suit. I've thought he was Bishonen before, but when properly dressed up, you could easily mistake him for a noble's son. Nolkun had completely stiffened upon being smiled at by the queen, while I wore a smug look observing him satisfactorily. Lady Camille chuckled at the sight, before suddenly turning serious and softly whispering in my ear. Uru-chan, be very cautious of the Costal faith until you leave this country. After parting from Lady Camille, I pondered her final warning. The Costal faith, a cult-like worshipping the fertility goddess Costal, is recognized as the state religion of the Holy Kingdom of Talidold, and the Kingdom of Sigres due to its approachable doctrine that endears it to the populace and its large number of followers. The Costal faith has been involved with Talidold since its founding, with its main temple and the Pope located entirely within the Holy Kingdom. But what did she mean by be cautious of the Costal faith? If I recall, the person in charge of the Costal faith here is the Archbishop, I believe. Urussia. It seems I made Nolkun anxious with my contemplative state. That's no good. If I keep spacing out, I might get lost in this abnormally large hall. It's nothing, my apologies. I gave him a smile and looped my arm around his as a precaution against getting separated. His face stiffened at that. What's wrong? And nothing. Nolkun does act oddly at times. He'll be working during the journey, so I wasn't able to converse much with the strictly disciplined Mr. Bear and Vaya keeping watchful eyes. But it seems we can chat a bit today at least. Just by us walking draws stares from those around us. The people of this country are unfamiliar with me, so while they don't approach much, which is fine, they do gaze rather persistently as a result. My apologies, Noelle. For what? Nolkun, who had been tense and stiff, glanced at me after a moment's pause. Don't I stick out unpleasantly? It can't be very comfortable being around me. Upon me saying that, Nolkun shook his head in surprise. It can't be helped that Lucia stands out, since you're a princess and a holy maiden. Those titles are just what others randomly call me, but... As I made a wry expression thinking about that, Nolkun suddenly turned beet red and opened his mouth as if resolved. Besides, Lucia is beautiful. Is that so? That's so embarrassing. No matter where I go, I am either feared or kept at a distance. My family and the people in the mansion call me cute and beautiful, but I've never had a boy say such things to me with a straight face. Noelle is also blushing, and I'm probably blushing too. Well, for Noelle, I'm the adored holy maiden, so his evaluation of me is unusually high due to his biased perspective. I wonder how I appear in his eyes. As I ponder this, we end up in silence, unable to look at each other properly. Excuse me, are you perhaps the Princess Urussia of the Talidold Duchy? Yes. The unusual address makes me respond involuntarily. Even at such an informal large-scale party, there are rules for nobility. Those of lower rank cannot speak to their superiors until they are addressed. Otherwise, the main guests, the bride and groom, and even the royalty would be constantly greeting people without rest. I've already greeted over 100 people, introduced by my Aunt Camille. But as I go down the ranks, the introductions stop, probably because of my scary appearance. Anyway, the person who addressed me without an introduction and broke the unspoken rule, who could they be? With that dignified and beautiful appearance, you must be the holy maiden Urussia. Since I responded even a little, the well-dressed older man, wearing a robe and a very familiar-looking holy symbol, seemed to think he was permitted and approached me familiarly. Noelle stepped forward, ready to shield me at any moment. It's the Costal faith, isn't it? Isn't that flag capturing a bit too soon? I am Callisto, the the archbishop serving at the royal capital's temple. I heard that the renowned holy maiden, Urussia, was here, and I have come to greet you. Callisto bows deeply. I don't like this. At least, he doesn't seem to be plotting anything. Religious people and their schemes, that's just about right. Major prejudice. This person has a somewhat naive aura, and not a good kind. I like well-aged food, but when fermentation goes too far, it becomes smelly. And this is not even a fermented food, just an overly aged type. Mr. Callisto, I am Urussia von Versinia. Discarding my previous thoughts, I greet him politely in princess mode. Callisto is a thin, older man of around 50, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but to be honest, he doesn't make my heart flutter at all. You see, I have someone I'd like to introduce to you, Urussia-sama. An introduction. This doesn't sound good. Aunt Camille's warning comes to mind. Without even asking if I would allow the introduction, Callisto turns and beckons a few men and women who were standing apart. As you know, this is the hero Ulfio. Really now. Don't give me that, old man. It's a pleasure to meet you, beautiful princess. I am the hero of this country, Ulfio. But please call me Al. This so-called hero, Ulfio, flashes a bright smile. He's around late teens to early 20s, with an average build and a somewhat attractive face. But there's just something missing. If it's romance, I'd prefer someone closer to my age. But if I'm looking for someone to lean on, an older man would be better. Come back in 10 years when you've matured out of that flirtatious attitude, young man. Pardon me, I let my true feelings slip out. How rude of me. As I silently stare at him, this hero steps forward and kneels before me, about to kiss the back of my hand. Slap. Just before he could, Noel swatted his hand away. Please do not approach recklessly. It would cause a great commotion. Ahem. Noel's firm voice makes Ulfio's expression turn slightly angry for a moment. Noel's words certainly carry the weight of experience, having been on the receiving end of a punch from Mr. Bear. Well, regardless, Noel is right. I haven't even agreed to this introduction yet, so as my guard, his action is perfectly justified. And if he had been a second later, Nia, who was radiating a murderous aura in the background, might have cut off something important. Good job, Noel. Unaware of his near miss, Ulfio hides his irritation behind a strained smile as he stands up. I see the princess has an excellent knight by her side, though he is still young. He looks down on the 10-year-old Noel. Oh, how childish. Shouldn't adults avoid acting so immature around children? In any case, what should I do? I've come this far, so it would be strange not to greet them. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Ulfio. While thinking how tiresome, I called out his name in a proper princess-like manner, and as I glanced at his companions, a shock ran through me. Urussia von Versinia, is it? Oh, my cheeks are twitching. Someone, please help me. Ulfio looked puzzled at my strange behavior, but soon broke into a smile, as if he understood. Haha, there's no need to be so nervous, my lovely princess. Was the hero from the Holy Kingdom a bit too stimulating for you? Now, let me introduce my companions. No, that's not it. First, we have our healer Antikova. Wah. At that moment, my outburst of laughter caught Antikova, the one introduced, by surprise. What is the meaning of this? Unable to stop my fit of laughter, holding my stomach and trembling, Antikova, the lady of the salt deifuku dumplings, looked at me in indignation. I apologize, Urussia von Versinia, that is. Oh no, I can't stop laughing. I never expected to meet them here of all places. It's not right that elves in this world are pronounced salted daifuku is just too much. Despite my indignant greetings as a noblewoman, Antikova, with a mocking smile tinged with disdain for a mere child, introduced herself in a haughty tone. Well then, Your Highness, I am Antikova. I don't think it's appropriate to call the hero Ulfio by a nickname, but you may call me Anko if you like. Biwahata. Kaida. Anko, geez, you're being so cruel, Lady Shiade Fuku. As I continued my unexplained convulsions, Antikova, with a puzzled expression, but perhaps also a touch of elven arrogance, looked down on me and continued the conversation. HMPH, how rude. If you're feeling unwell, shall I heal you? You must be having a hard time being called the saint just because of your lineage. I can introduce myself in your stead, if you like. The dumpling girl looks down on me, as if I'm recoiling. Her appearance matches the image of an elf perfectly slender, golden-haired, green-eyed, and long-eared. But not now. Just seeing her face makes me want to laugh. My companions, including Noelle, seem bewildered by my uncontrollable laughter. But then a savior finally appeared to break the situation. Urussia, that's enough of that. A scolding voice came from behind Antikova, reprimanding my laughter. Well, I suppose I deserve to be scolded. But I don't care about such trivial matters. Even if I don't get to meet the hero, I was sure he'd be here in this grand occasion. Oh, I've been so eager to see you, dear sister. Ignoring the dumpling that triggered my fit, I'm sure I'm beaming with the brightest smile, overcome by a joyous feeling. I'm shining brighter than ever now, in the darkness. Why yes, the princess's beautiful sisters have become my companions. Ulfio, stunned by my radiant smile, reactivated and made way for my sisters. Finally, they've come. My half-sisters, Adeline and the one hiding behind her, Adeline, glaring at me in fear. Ah, how wonderful. Twisted, warped, and hopelessly crooked, yet the pure scent emanating from their noble souls ensnares me. They've matured and become even more fragrant than before. How dare you, you foolish girl, ignore Lord Ulfio and even Anko-sama? Do you think you'll be forgiven? Adeline seems slightly taken aback by my wonderful smile. But please don't call her Anko too much. It'll trigger another fit. Yes, we've become companions of the hero of Sigurs, Lord Ulfio. So you, of all people. As Adeline hiding behind Adeline started saying something contemptuous, I slowly narrowed my eyes and smiled gently, which made her suddenly go quiet. If I have offended you, I apologize, dear sisters. You. Despite my refined and meek apology as a daughter of my father, for some reason, Adeline stepped forward, seemingly to shield Adeline. Ah, how noble. But there's no need for a standoff between sisters. After all, while Adeline is glaring, I'm simply smiling. Adeline Nisama has retired, but Adeline Nisama continues to glare intently, sweat beading on her brow. Could it be that my sister? Am I beginning to realize that I'm not ordinary? Hehehe. It's about time, I believe. I must take my leave now, everyone. I do hope you'll play with me again, sister. I mustn't poke around too much until it's matured. Although I made a few missteps, I casually smile as if to end the conversation, and Adeline Nisama grinds her teeth in response. Remember, seeming to take my sincere feelings as sarcasm, Adeline Nisama leaves with a clack of her high heels, taking Adeline Nisama with her. Ah geez, you're the absolute best, sister. Wicked. Well, I'll be taking my leave as well. Callisto, who had remained silent throughout, bows his head as if coming back to his senses at the turn of events. At the same time, Ulfio also hastily bows to me, then disappears into the crowd, the two remaining women in tow. Ah, that was fun. But did I play too much? Pondering this, I was about to leave the scene when Callisto, who had somehow remained, called out to me one last time. Ah, yes, Lady Urussia. I have submitted a transfer request to Talidold. I believe I'll be able to see you again next year, or at the latest the year after, so I'd like to come pay my respects then. I don't want that. Section, the self-proclaimed hero of Sigurs, Ulfiopetter, has a secret that he can't tell anyone. He was born the son of a wealthy orchard owner in the northern region of the Sigurs kingdom, born into a prosperous family, but not a noble. The change in him occurred when he was 2 years old. In a test to determine his magical aptitude, while Ulfio lacked any affinity for holy or spirit magic, he showed potential in all 4 basic elements: earth, water, fire, and wind, surprising those around him. Holy and spirit magic require a special mental state, a sort of purity, but general magic is influenced by the caster's own originality and imagination in terms of the number of attributes and the power. Convinced their son was a prodigy, Ulfio's parents spared no expense in providing him the finest teachers for his gifted education. Ulfio himself seemed to get along well with his tutors, and eager to please them, he threw himself diligently into his studies. The next change came when he was 4 years old. His parents had the common Sigurs features of dark red hair and brown eyes, but Ulfio, their child, had black hair and black eyes, completely different from them. Magical talent that differed from his family. His family could not comprehend the images of magic Ulfio described, and he gradually began to feel alienated, realizing he was the only one different. The young Ulfio was troubled by this, but his salvation came in the form of his female tutor. She recognized his personality and praised him, affirming him, which gave him self-confidence, and as a result, Ulfio developed a distorted view of himself as a special person. And the greatest change occurred when he was 6 years old. The precociously gifted Ulfio realized he had fallen in love with the woman who had given him self-confidence, the female tutor, who had become his private teacher after graduating from the Magic Academy. She was 22, 16 years older than Ulfio. Normally, she would have been at the age to get married. But the self-assured Ulfio believed he was the only one who could make her happy, and he had no doubt that she would accept his feelings. However, she was already married. The tutor, who had watched Ulfio since his childhood, seemed to have developed a maternal desire for a child, and she left her position as a private tutor before Ulfio could confess his feelings. Ulfio was shocked. The impact of this first love was tremendous for the young child, and after falling into a high fever and bedridden for several days, Ulfio suddenly recalled his past life. When a living being dies, its soul dissipates and returns to the world, being reborn as a new life. But sometimes, the soul that should have been returned to the world does not, and is reborn while retaining the characteristics of the previous life. There are conditions for a deceased soul to be reborn. One is to accumulate many experiences in their previous life. In that case, only the experiences are returned to the world, and the soul is reborn as a stronger one. The other is if the soul has an attachment so strong that it impedes the soul's dissipation. In most cases, this attachment is impure, and the attachment itself fuses with the spiritual body, becoming a bound spirit. But if the attachment is pure, the soul may be reborn. In Ulfio's case, it was regret. But his attachment was not so impure as to become a bound spirit, being deeply rooted in the very essence of living beings, and he was fortunately able to be reborn. There must be a reason I was born into this world. Ulfio is not the same as his past human incarnation. However, a soul that was reincarnated with strong feelings is influenced by the memories, the spirit form of their past life appearance. The more vivid the memories, the more alike the spirit form becomes to their past appearance, even influencing their current physical body. Ulfio's early maturity, ability to visualize magic, and black hair and eye color were all influenced by the spirit form of his past life. Then Ulfio began to put in effort. In his past life, he had lived lazily before dying unceremoniously, but this time he resolved to live earnestly. Fueled by the lingering regrets of his past life, he trained in his weak swordsmanship, created new magic, and grew stronger. There were times he felt like giving up, times of hardship, but Ulfio persevered. The lingering attachment of his past life to find a loved one and become happy this time around. Struggling through blood, sweat, and tears, Ulfio saved an elf village besieged by elephants and gained an elf woman as a comrade in battle. His estranged childhood friend, a knight's daughter, also requested to join him after seeing how strong he had become. If Ulfio's intuition was correct, both women harbored feelings for him. The trio began working as mercenaries, and by chance got involved with demon slaying during a missing person case, earning Ulfio the title of hero, though an unofficial one not recognized by any state. Hearing of their reputation, the high priest of the coastal church in the capital Sigurs became their patron, providing funds for their activities. Influenced by his past life, Ulfio had longed for a beautiful elf woman, and his cute childhood friend who cared about him. Additionally, 2 young noble daughters the high priest introduced, while a bit haughty but blossoming into future beauties, joined as new comrades, making Ulfio feel new stirrings in his heart. It's all right if the loved one isn't just one woman. In a sense, this was a curse, a distortion, the lingering regret of failing to meet his loved one in his past life, the unfulfilled longing of a childhood crush in this life. Looking at the women who had gathered around him as if to fill that void, Ulfio came to believe it was his destiny to make many women happy. Then at a party hosted by the Sigurs royal family, which Ulfio attended as a guard for his church patron, he encountered a young girl. Too young to even call a girl, with golden hair and eyes, she pierced Ulfio's heart with a terrifying, perfect beauty. An overwhelming presence, as if a god had created the pinnacle of craftsmanship and imbued it with an immense soul. Her divine radiance could make the faint of spirit prostrate themselves before her. Apparently the youngest sister of the noble sisters who had recently joined his group, they seemed quite wary of her, warning Ulfio to be cautious as well. However, Ulfio's resilient soul, influenced by his past life, coupled with his experience in 2 dimensions, left him unable to feel any caution towards the golden girl's beauty. Had her inner self been as coldly artificial as her appearance, Ulfio may have felt dissonance. But in actuality, talking to her, her demeanor was that of an age-appropriate girl beaming with joy at reuniting with her disliked sisters. With her differing hair and eye color, there must be serious family issues, so he couldn't blame the sisters' wariness. But Ulfio understood. He had encountered this golden girl to resolve the sisters' conflict, so that he could make these 3 sisters his happy family. Ulfio swore in his heart he would absolutely make this golden girl happy as a woman, while also feeling an odd sense of affinity as she laughed at the elf's mispronunciation of his name, Shiadefuku, just as he had initially. Section, What's Wrong All of a Sudden, Adeline? It's nothing. At the royal Sigur's wedding party of this foreign land, where she had reunited with her sister, Adeline abruptly left the venue, deflecting the question from the party's warrior Chiria, who had followed her. While Adeline tended to look down on others, she had an ulterior motive to exploit the hero's power and fame at this party, so she had been relatively amicable with those of actual ability like the hero's group. The party's other women, though initially reluctant about a new addition, did not show any animosity towards the sisters still in their early teens, with Adeline and Adeline occupying a role akin to the party's little sisters. Who does she think she is? Urussia, her half-sister whom she had only met once 3 years prior. The wretched girl who had robbed Adeline of everything meant to be hers: family, affection, status, admiration. That girl was the embodiment of a princess, a saint. When reunited, Urussia had called Adeline and Adeline sisters, seeming genuinely delighted with an endearing smile. That slight sense of dissonance Adeline had felt even at their first meeting, something she could perceive precisely because she had been antagonistic from the start. Looking into Urussia's eyes through that ephemeral beauty, Adeline felt a dreadful sensation, as if trapped in a cage, gazed upon by an immense beast of prey through her demure smile. "Adeline, are you okay?" Al and the others caught up. "Yes." Trembling from that terror, misinterpreted by Chiria as simply family troubles, Adeline saw Ulfio's group approaching. Adeline, left behind due to their physical differences, was being carried by Ulfio. Apologizing for her abrupt departure, Ulfio, Antikova, and Chiria all seemed to misunderstand, consoling Adeline. "Well, she was rather rude. I'm sure she was just nervous to meet great heroes like us." For Adeline and Adeline's sister, she was frighteningly beautiful. While Antikova was still peeved by the rudeness, Ulfio defended it as mere nerves, and Chiria didn't seem to have perceived anything amiss. "Big sister." Only the younger sister Adeline looked anxious, lightly grasping Adeline's dress. However, Adeline's trepidation stemmed from Urussia's status and power as a saint, being an inherently timid girl confined to her mother and sister's shadows. Adeline had not grasped Urussia's true dreadfulness. What in the world? Not a single one of them was wary of Urussia. Adeline had expected Ulfio the hero to understand Urussia's abnormality, but he too only saw her as a beautiful young princess. No, not yet. Ulfio and his comrades had yet to fully awaken as heroes. By cooperating with Adeline to help Ulfio grow, eventually he would perceive the truth. Until then, Adeline herself had to grow strong enough to confront Urussia, to protect the people she cares about. "I will absolutely protect the people I care about from Urussia." Chapter 4. A Demon's Daily Life. Several months have passed since I successfully completed my duties as the princess of the Holy Kingdom in the neighboring country of Sigurs and returned to Talidold. In the end, I couldn't recruit Noel here. Because, you see, when Mr. Bear said I want you to watch over him from afar as much as possible, and Noel said I'll become stronger too until we meet again, how could I recruit him after that? So of course, I've been attending the academy since returning. It was a journey that took a full 2 months there and back, but my daily life after returning hasn't changed from before. I go to the academy in an extravagantly luxurious carriage, with 10 night escorts on horseback, and I walk around accompanied by 4 attendants while the students keep their distance. I wonder, don't I come across more as a villainous lady than my older sisters these days? Well, it doesn't really matter. As for Rick, whom I had been avoiding since that time, we've settled into a relationship where we can properly converse. Because, that guy waits until my classes are over. Does he understand his position? He's been in an oddly bad mood since I avoided him for a while. Somehow that's just like him, isn't it? But one person like that is enough, Basically, the problem is that Rick isn't clear. Even if he said it directly, that would just put me in a difficult position. But the brat comes to see me every time, and when I look straight at him to ask what he wants, he averts his eyes. Are you a girl? For now, since Timothy is also coming to check on me in addition to Rick, people are giving me kind looks like the 2 princes are so sweet to their young cousin. But if I get much older, strange rumors will start. Still, I'm not so idle that I can just keep the company of my cousins. I am the first princess of a ducal family, At my mother's insistence, I have tea parties with terrified young noble ladies, go shopping with Sherry and Betty while dozens of attendants and guards trail after us. What a nuisance. Write replies to letters from Noel, pre-screened of course, and study summoning magic. I'm quite busy. But that's busy as the princess of the Velsinia Duchy. As the demon princess that I am, I have my own matters to attend to as well. In the kingdom of Sigurs, I had various encounters, you see. Now then, I wonder if my cute little demons are doing their jobs properly. Section, that concludes my report. Ah, thank you, here's a candy for you. Late at night, when the devout residents of the holy kingdom of Talytold had gone to sleep. In the darkness of the capital city lit only by the magical glow of street lamps, the pale-skinned young butler gave a small fang-revealing smile as he accepted the jet-black candy offered by the silver-haired maid girl. Fluffy hair that seemed both white and silver. Mischievous gem-like azure eyes. Though only around 8 years old, she was a beautifully radiant girl, even in this backstreet alley beyond the reach of the street lamps. Give my regards to Mylene. Understood, Lady Fanny. With a bow, the vampire butler vanished into the shadows. Watching him go, Fanny took another jet-black candy from her apron pocket and popped it into her mouth. Fanny, a great demon of catastrophe class, whose presence alone could threaten a nation. Just what were these black candies? She seemed to relish so. Their blackness didn't reflect even a speck of light, an ominous miasma seeming to writhe around them like cursed objects. Something vampires, who dislike human food, would gladly accept and demons would favor. The ingredients were likely best left unknown. I don't get it. Fanny had been tasked by her master Urussia with investigating the Costal faith, while such an investigation seemed better suited to the butler demon Noah's talents than the easily bored Fanny. Her abilities were well matched for investigative work. Moreover, Noah was busy mediating various situations on the surface and underworld, and the night demon Nia and maid demon Tina were too muscle-brained compared to Fanny to act independently amongst people. Borrowing aids from Mylene, who managed Talytold's underworld, Fanny gathered rumors and investigated the Archbishop Callisto of the Costal faith in Sigurs. In principle, the leaders stationed in Talytold's surrounding nations were all appointed at the Costal headquarters in Talytold itself, normally a matter with potential to impact international relations. Yet Talytold was so trusted in religious matters that nations not taking the Costal faith as their state religion simply did not antagonize it. Callisto had been appointed by the College of Cardinals, but Fanny's investigations using vampire charm and nightmares turned up nothing particularly suspicious about him. If there's something, it's that he might be considered too fastidious. Due to his direct personality, Callisto ended up serving as an archbishop in another country, rather than in the Holy Kingdom's main temple. However, this was not an unusual thing for a religious leader, and he was sent to another country because the College of Cardinals trusted him and wanted him to become more calm and composed. It's understandable that Callisto would want to return to the Holy Kingdom, but why did he get involved with the hero? In the end, she would need to directly investigate Callisto to understand. But Fanny, like her master, didn't like people as unpleasant as Callisto. People with strong preconceptions have a hard time seeing the truth, even if you use nightmares. Fanny, who can sense souls and give nightmares, was the one who realized how unpleasant Callisto was. Just reporting this impression would probably make Urussia satisfied and praise Fanny. But Fanny Hersleff didn't want to just leave it at that. Fanny's combat ability as a demon is the lowest among the 4 great demons. This is not because her abilities are inferior, but because her abilities are not directly suited for combat. It doesn't mean she is inferior as a demon. That's why Fanny wanted to be useful to Urussia in ways other than combat. Fanny can also use spatial transfer by targeting soul wavelengths. All great demons have transfer abilities, but only Fanny can perform long-distance transfers without any cost. That's why Fanny, who can come and go between Talidald and Sigurs, was suited for this mission. Urussia, who solves things forcefully with just massive magical power, is actually in the minority among demons. How strange. After transferring to Sigurs, Fanny tried to touch Callisto's surface-level soul with nightmares, but couldn't find out anything more than what they had investigated in the Holy Kingdom. However, what caught Fanny's attention was that Callisto was giving a lot of work to the heroes' party. The content of their requests was reasonable, and they were seriously completing them. But to Fanny, who can perceive human souls, it seemed very unnatural. Why are you helping the less fortunate? Recently, there have been many kidnapping incidents in the Kingdom of Sigurs. The reason the Ilfeo party started being called the heroes was because demonic beings were involved in the kidnapping cases they solved. And tonight, the heroes party is going to rescue only half of the kidnapped children, based on the request and information provided by Callisto. On the days the heroes party accepted Callisto's requests, children were also being kidnapped in other places without anyone knowing. After pondering, Fanny decided to go see for herself. To be precise, Fanny was getting bored of investigating Callisto. Initially, what Urussia was concerned about was the heroes. It's unclear how much of a hero Ilfeo is, but if he is the real thing, he would be the greatest threat to demons. For a demon as powerful as Urussia, it wouldn't be a problem, but a true hero should be able to stand up to even the great demons. Compared to that, it's not a big problem if Callisto is plotting something. If Callisto is using the heroes for something, it would be better to investigate the heroes directly. The reason Fanny had investigated Callisto first was simply because the existence Urussia is currently cultivating is on the hero's side, so Urussia was avoiding interference. But if that existence can't be touched, Fanny decided to directly observe the heroes, following his own curiosity, and transferred to the place where the kidnapped children were being held. The location was a small storehouse in a large agricultural field away from the town. It was late at night, but there were 4 adults and 1 child there. Fanny transferred to the captives rather than directly to the heroes, simply because the child's soul had caught his interest. When Fanny quietly peeked into the storehouse, "Shut up, you brat!" a loud shout from an adult echoed, and a large man was kicking the small child. The man wasn't kicking with full force, but the child, much smaller than Fanny, was crouching down, suppressing their cries in pain and fear. "Hey, take it easy, will ya? We could only get 1 kid. If they die, we won't get the rest of the money." "Why does it have to be a kid? They're just a hassle." One of the man's companions tried to restrain him. "It's fine, isn't it? We get 2 gold coins for each child with divine magic abilities we capture. We've already got the advance payment, but we won't get the rest if they die." What weird guys. They won't even show their faces. Must be some big shot, huh? Anyway, what are we gonna do with these 2? Since we only got 1 kid, maybe they'll give us some extra cash. Probably not. The kidnappers turned their ruthless gaze towards the 2 adult captives, who seemed to have been abducted alongside the child. "Hey, don't kill me, I won't tell anyone. I can only hope it's worth the money." Jaihahatha. The kidnappers laughed at the cries of the man and woman. Fanny's muttering had no meaning. As a demon, she had no sympathy for humans, and the emotions flowing from the child simply weren't to her liking. "Who's there?" At Fanny's faint muttering from outside, one of the kidnappers immediately drew the sword from his waist. The other man, also irritated, pulled out a thick single-edged sword and peered cautiously outside the hut. They seemed to be mercenary amateurs, not thugs. The man who noticed first nodded to his partner, then kicked the door open and rushed out, but whoosh! In that moment, the men met something's gaze, and letting out a horrified scream, they were crushed in the nightmares they had experienced countless times, standing frozen until their last breath. Good evening. The two kidnappers fled the hut, and soon Fanny returned in their place. The captive man and woman blinked in confusion at the young maid girl, around 8 years old, who greeted them in a surprisingly light-hearted tone. Fanny crossed the hut without even glancing at the two, squatting down next to a 3-year-old boy who was crying, and gently began stroking his head. Fanny didn't say anything, but the boy, despite his fear, lifted his tear-stained face at her gentle touch. "Who are you?" The child's young voice made Fanny smile, and she pulled a black candy from her apron pocket. "It's candy. Want some?" "Candy? Yes, it's sweet. I'll eat it." Fanny held out the black candy to the nodding child. But the boy didn't even look at the offered candy, and his eyes seemed clouded, not reflecting Fanny at all. "Your eyes can you not see?" Okay, say ah. Ah. Fanny popped the black candy into the blind child's open mouth and casually cut the ropes binding him with her nails. Big sister, thank you." "You're welcome. Does it taste good?" It's a weird flavor." "Not tasty." "No, it's good, but it's weird." I see." Fanny happily smiled at the child's honest opinion and began stroking his messy hair again. Best not to worry about the ingredients of the black candy. Hey. Seeing the gentle scene between the white-haired maid girl and the young child, the captive man finally seemed to think Fanny wasn't a dangerous person and called out, "Miss, before those men come back, please cut my ropes too." "Yeah, you already helped that kid, right? Cut mine too, hurry." The other captive woman also urged Fanny impatiently upon hearing the man's words. Fanny frowned irritatedly and turned to them. "Are you the parents of this child?" "No, of course not. I don't care about that kid at all." "Yeah, miss, hurry up and cut our ropes." "Hurry." Ahem. Losing interest in the clamoring man and woman, Fanny resumed stroking the boy's hair as he mumbled on the candy. Hey, what are you doing? Forget about that kid and cut us loose." "Eek." The adult's angry shouts made the boy tremble and let out a small cry. Fanny's good mood was interrupted as she had to stop stroking his hair. "You're noisy." Fanny stood up and approached the man and woman. The man was relieved that the girl had finally listened, but also irritated at the wasted time, glaring at Fanny. "Just do it already, oof." In the next moment, as the man was speaking, Fanny's hand crushed his head, and the scattered flesh and fresh blood dyed the neighboring woman's torso bright red. Just as the woman was about to scream, Fanny's hand severed her neck, and she let out an inaudible scream for a second before the light faded from her eyes. "Big sister." "What happened?" "Nothing at all." At the boy's voice, Fanny answered gently, "Where are the others?" They're sleeping." "Forever, I see. It smells strange." "That's the scent of death, you know." Fanny had a self-satisfied look, as the hut was filled with the stench of blood. The blind young boy just tilted his head and said, "Is that so?" Fanny didn't want to help the child. She just wanted to pet his soft fur, like when she accidentally found a stray cat near the castle. Even if the creature in front of her had been a stray kitten instead of a human child, Fanny would have done the same thing. Whether it was love for a living being or just a toy to be used up, it didn't matter to her. Anyway, Fanny eliminated the existence that disturbed her enjoyment. With the annoying people gone, Fanny began stroking the boy's hair again, wanting to fully savor its soft texture. But just then, "Take your hands off him." A voice rang out from the cabin's entrance. At the same time, Fanny, wearing the mask of a clown, easily deflected the magic arrow that was fired. Someone had appeared. Fanny, who was bored, distracted by the child, and the intruder likely had some skill, but Fanny frowned under the mask at not having noticed sooner. "Release that child demon." A black-haired man and a woman with long chestnut hair rushed in, swords drawn. Fanny's mission was to investigate, and she had been told by her master Urussia to handle this peacefully. Reluctantly covering her entire face with the mask, Fanny turned her gaze to the rude humans who had barged in. Could they be heroes? Fanny hadn't seen them directly, but had received visual information about them from Noah and Nia, who were part of Urussia's party. But what is this demon they're talking about? Seeing their power, Fanny didn't consider them a threat and tilted her head without tension. In her current state, Fanny had completely suppressed the miasma of the devil in order to stroke the child. It would take a hero blessed by spirits to see through her strange, masked appearance and recognize her as a great demon. In fact, the term demon was a blanket term for the barbaric tribes hostile to humanity, which included wise, magical creatures like Fanny. But she had nothing to do with them. It was a complete misunderstanding. Seemingly mistaking Fanny's puzzled expression as an opening, the hero Ulfio charged at her fiercely. Perish, demon. The lightning-fast sword strikes were easily evaded by Fanny, who then casually smashed through the cabin wall with her bare hands to step outside. Ahem. As Fanny pondered the unwarranted criticism and merciless violence, the child suddenly burst into tears at the shouting of the heroes. Uaag. Allah, there, you're not scared anymore. Chiria the swordswoman rushed over and comfortingly embraced the child. For Fanny, it was like having the kitten she was doting on snatched away, and she found it very unfunny. Stupid humans. In that moment, a faint miasma seeped out from Fanny, rotting the surrounding grassland, causing Ulfio and the others to hastily jump back. Careful, this is a very powerful demon. Antikova the elf shouted from behind the sweating Ulfio, raising her staff high. Hikaria. Antikova cast a support spell on her comrades with her clumsy divine magic. Amused by the sloppy magic compared to Urussia's fluent divine language, Fanny was distracted, and Ulfio, empowered by the magic, charged in even faster than before. But it still couldn't reach the great demon Fanny. She effortlessly evaded the sword's tip by taking a half-step back when she heard the child's cries again. Wah! Looking over, Fanny saw the boy had been left abandoned in the dangerous battlefield. What is this? Fanny thought, eyes wide when. Got it. From the other side, Chiria leapt in, sword raised. Crack, what? Fanny simply pinched Chiria's sword between her fingertips and snapped it. Fanny's displeasure grew. They had stolen the well-behaved child from her, and now they were abandoning him? She was tempted to just crush them, but Urussia had told her to avoid serious combat. Urussia seemed unsure of the awakened hero's strength, but to Fanny, who could see their souls, they were nothing special even at their full power. Still, since it was Urussia's instruction, there must be an important reason, and just as Fanny thought. Flame lance. Ice lance. Hi. Boom. The simultaneous magic of fire and ice exploded behind Fanny in a burst of steam. Nice one, Adeline, Aureline. We did it, Lord Ulfio. Adeline's fire magic and Aureline's ice magic had combined into a tremendous force. Ulfio praised them as Aureline excitedly celebrated. Don't let your guard down yet. Adeline warned, sensing something unpleasant, and Chiria stepped forward, taking an extra sword from Antikova. My sword was easily broken. Could she be among the demon high ranks, perhaps even a demon general of the Demon King's army? The tense voices of the wary women did not let down their guard. Ulfio couldn't believe any enemy could still be alive after that explosion, but a powerful oppressive force radiated out, and Fanny emerged from the steam and dust, her maid uniform hem only slightly dirtied, causing Ulfio to gasp in shock. However, Fanny was confused. She hadn't noticed. She could sense the number of souls, but likely hadn't realized those two were the ones hidden until she let her guard down. The two girls who had attacked with magic, especially the older one. In investigating the heroes as instructed by her master Urussia, you mustn't lay a hand on my prey, okay. She had been warned in Urussia's casual tone, yet if she accidentally injured them, Fanny broke into a cold sweat imagining the punishment. Guess I'll go home. While Fanny feared being disciplined, she couldn't stand the thought of Urussia disliking her. Since she hadn't planned to fight anyway, and this was getting troublesome, Fanny held a slight lingering attachment to that boy's fur before vanishing from the scene as if never there. As she escaped, unable to admit they'd been spared out of pride, Ulfio and the others finally exhaled over 100 breaths later, collapsing where they stood after the powerful demon had retreated. Ulfio's group had been called Heroes after coincidentally discovering and defeating demons in the midst of a kidnapping. Afterwards, becoming affiliated with the Costal faith, they solved kidnapping cases, but the culprits were always human, never demons. This was their second battle against demons, whose power exceeded Ulfio's imagination. She was strong, despite looking like a child. She's a demon. I guess there are small demon races too. Ulfio nodded at Antikowa's words. Yes, the child. Remembering the boy they'd neglected, Chiria hurriedly ran over and embraced him as he cried, repeatedly calling, "Big sis. I'm here, oh, what do I do? He won't stop crying." Puzzled why he wouldn't stop despite being rescued by her, Chiria glanced back at her comrades. Antikawa, having checked the hut's interior, shook her head with a pained expression. There was a woman's corpse inside. She must have been. Trailing off, the others mourned the woman, who must have been a very kind sister to the boy. Hero Ulfio swore to the lightning morning sky. That demon, next time will definitely avenge this child's big sister. Days later, the boy safely returned to his parents. By the Costal faith showed an odd change. The boy, blind from birth, slowly began regaining light in his unseeing eyes. When his puzzled parents and the Costal priest asked, the boy said, "The kind big sister gave me a strange candy." The Costal faith of the Siggers kingdom is then said to have respectfully mourned the unidentified woman's remains as the nameless saint, who was a victim of the kidnapping incident. Section: Heroes and saints, powerless humans who bring peace are revered, lighting a flame of hope in people's hearts. Which is why there have long been many who falsely claim those titles, for whether genuine or imposters, people strongly desire their existence. Could it be that humans subconsciously sensed a great evil had emerged to bring catastrophe to the world? Around the time Princess Urussia returned home and Fanny busily carried out her master's orders, two breathtakingly beautiful girls faced each other across a white table on the cafeteria terrace of the capital's Magic Academy. Though in the cafeteria, there was nothing on the table claimed by the girls, no teacups, not even water glasses, having ordered nothing while occupying the seats, making them a nuisance. Yet no one present could bring themselves to complain. Ninette Rachel Nia, a brunette with blue-gray eyes, fifth-year night course student. Christina Selda Tina, a platinum blonde with azure eyes and curly hair, second-year servant course student. They are the servant of Urussia von Valsinia, the princess of the Holy Kingdom, holding sixth in line to the throne, who became the biggest excitement in the kingdom in recent years. Although overshadowed due to her young age and unapproachable beauty as her master's side, along with fellow servants like Noah and Fanny, these two also recognized as quite a beauty by those with keen eyes. One of the reasons they stood out was that Urussia's servants stubbornly wore the Duke family's maid or knight outfits instead of the academy uniforms. As for what these two were doing in such a place. "Hey Nia, what's wrong with me?" Tina's words sounded like a tired office worker complaining at a late-night izakaya, working as a career woman while living with her boyfriend who wouldn't get married. Nia looked at her with kind eyes and smiled, with a bead of sweat running down her forehead. It's a pain when Tina starts saying things like this. At first, it seems she was venting to Fanny nearby, but Fanny isn't the type to properly listen to others, and Noah, the only male, had judged it as troublesome from the start and immersed himself in his own work. In the end, it was Nia, who is on Urussia's side like Tina, who reluctantly became the venting listener for Tina, rather than the external workers like Fanny or Noah. For now, try to hold back a little more. What? Nia almost instinctively drew the demonic sword at her waist when Tina suddenly leaned forward with pressure. But she remembered this was the academy her master attends, and she held Tina's shoulder with one hand. There was a small pond sound, and leaves started dancing in the surrounding trees. The students with affinity for spirit magic looked puzzled, as if the wind spirits had suddenly fled, not realizing it was the aftermath of the magic power collision between the high-ranking demons. Nia looked at Tina with a dumbfounded expression, wondering how she ended up having to use a full-powered absorption in a place like this. Yeah, that's it. Urussia-sama is a cat type, right? If Tina moves suddenly, she'll reflexively smack you. That might be the case, but how many times had she given answers to the same complaints? No matter how many times Nia persuaded her, Tina couldn't seem to be convinced, puffing up her cheeks in discontent. Tina's distress was that her overflowing, intense love for her master Urussia was not only not accepted, but was being repelled. That's how it is, you know. Nia smiled cheerfully in a languid tone. It's obvious, isn't it? Before directing love, one needs to somehow deal with the heavy emotions that are leaking out. Even if it's not Urussia, anyone would be wary of that. Nia had directly told Tina that before, but since Tina lacks self-awareness, she can't fix it. And while Tina is indeed heavy-handed, the reverence for their master is something all four of the retainers share, so it can't be denied either. In short, Nia has given up on persuading her properly. How did it come to this? They've been together almost since birth, with hardly any consciousness, but when they were in the demon world, Tina wasn't this much of a weirdo. Could it be? Nia also merged with a human soul called Ninette, inheriting her thoughts and knowledge. The part of disrespect and arrogance towards their master that Ninette had, Nia had eaten without merging. But Ninette's thoughts were laziness and self-love, so they surprisingly suited Nia's originally easygoing personality. Perhaps the soul Tina chose hated Urussia so much that the sheer hatred, like adding a pinch of salt to rice pudding, ended up strengthening Tina's love for Urussia. Nia sighed inwardly behind her smile. Despite their hopeless conversation, Nia and Tina were among the most beautiful young girls in the academy. In the duchy, Tina is gradually being recognized as a capable but clumsy maid. But generally, with their youthfulness, they are beautiful maids serving the duchy. So the two of them, having a serious discussion with what might look like melancholic expressions, couldn't help but draw attention. They sometimes act in ways that treat humans as mere insects. However, from those favorable towards the duchy, even their cold attitude towards others is seen as a manifestation of their loyalty to the princess. And the way they only show a spoiled expression towards their master Urussia is endearing, recently gaining popularity among both men and women. In the midst of this, Tina, who had been sulking, called Nia's name with a slightly sharper gaze. Here they come again. Realizing what it meant, Nia slightly furrowed her brows while keeping her carefree expression. The two placed a silver coin on the table in the cafeteria, where they had ordered nothing, and started walking out in a line. Fanny is capable in abilities, but has a childish personality and gets bored easily. Noah is excellent in all aspects, but after merging with the human called Noir, he has become even more gleefully plotting for Urussia's sake. In that sense, Nia and Tina are sometimes called brawn for brains, but they don't slack off in their work, and when it comes to dealing with enemies, they deeply trust each other. This magic academy is not inhabited only by teachers and students. Since those with high magical power are mostly nobles, the security is naturally abundant, and some nobles, like Urussia, bring only adult retainers without dividing them into guards and attendants. Not only that, but the academy has many outside visitors, such as vendors of food and supplies, as well as professors and researchers who come to work directly. However, basically, outsiders cannot approach the school buildings where classes are held. For this reason, knights and guards exclusive to the academy are on patrol to keep a strict watch over the school buildings and dormitories. "It's so dusty," said Tina, covering her mouth with a silk handkerchief as she reached her destination. The two of them were walking normally through the academy grounds and had entered an old, unused school building. Dilapidated school buildings are demolished if they are too dangerous, but if not, students can get permission to use them. But this building was not used much, and there was so much dust that their footprints were left behind as they walked. I think it's fine. We don't have to worry about anything," Nia answered in a relaxed tone, without any tension. As the two of them waited in the classroom with no desks or chairs, something finally appeared. "Pardon me," said a man in his 30s, who seemed to be a minor nobleman. He was dressed in the unassuming attire of a guardian, but his bearing and aura suggested he might be a high-ranking nobleman's servant. However, such contact from this kind of person was not particularly unusual for the two of them. Not only Tina and Nia, but the four attendants also regularly receive contact from a variety of people, those who simply want to become acquainted with the four attractive individuals. More directly, students confessing their love. Noblemen who, impressed by the four's appearance and abilities, invite them to become their own attendants. And those who want to have a connection to the Versinia Duchy's young lady, but have no means to approach her directly. While the first two cases are understandable, the latter two cases share a common trait. They all look down on the four, who are still only 8 and 11 years old. The man silently gazed at Tina and Nia, giving them a forced smile. "Are you ladies Ninette and Christina?" "That's not correct," Tina answered immediately, and the man's eyes flickered for a moment. A moment later, Nia nudged her with an elbow, and Tina, realizing those are their original names, corrected herself with a straight face. That was right. I see, the man said, thinking that perhaps they were using pseudonyms, but since they were from the duchy, that wasn't so unusual. He then continued, "Pardon me. I am a messenger from the Costal Church named Illyrio. I would like to speak with your master and with you, his attendants." The man who introduced himself as Illyrio said that he was a messenger of the Costal cult. This kind of talk was not unusual. Even though Urussia was called a holy maiden and princess, she was still young and would rarely attend social events. There had been numerous requests for an audience with the princess from both noble here and the royal family abroad, but they had all been declined by King Talitold and the Duke of Versinia, saying it was still too early. Tina and Nia, without any change of expression, silently gazed at the man like he was an insect. "Of course, I will provide the utmost convenience not only to the princess, but to you as well. It will certainly not be to your detriment." Faced with the silence and the pressure of their gaze, the man tried to counter with words, but there was not the slightest change in Tina and Nia. Why was he feeling such an overwhelming sense of pressure from these children of around 10 years old? Feeling a sense of terror from Tina's impassive stare, he turned his gaze to the smiling Nia, but her unwavering smile seemed even more horrifying. The man, irritated that he was being looked at in such a way by these children, decided to move on to the main topic. Well, as expected of the attendants of the saintess, the man said in an affected manner and tone, "The caution is understandable, but I am not a suspicious person. As I mentioned before, I have come from the Costal Church. In fact, we are a faction within the Costal Church that supports a new interpretation, and if you cooperate with us, we would be happy to recognize Princess Urussia as the saintess when we establish the true Holy Church." In summary, his story was that his faction, which had a different interpretation of the Costal Church's doctrine, wanted to establish a new denomination and have Urussia recognized as the saintess of their new church. So, can you really call yourself a messenger of the Costal Church? Nia asked, tilting her head slowly. Even though he had initially said he was a messenger of the Costal Church, if his faction was going to be a different denomination, then he would have no real connection to the Costal Church from the start. "Oh no, we are still members of the current Costal Church, so there is no mistake. It's just a difference in interpretation," Illyrio said casually, in response to Nia's words. If it was effectively a different organization, the Costal Church's people would surely object. But Illyrio, despite being considered capable, seemed to think he could just brush it off with enthusiasm and a smile, since they were just children. Illyrio was puzzled by Tina's murmur, which showed no change in expression whatsoever. "What will this new sect do?" "Oh, I'm so glad you asked. In this world there are spirits, and even evil demons roam freely, yet the gods do not show themselves to us. So we have decided to gather people like you with strong magic, and offer the Holy Maiden's power as prayer, to summon our great god." Illyrio spoke with great confidence, but the two girls listened. Tina quietly narrowed her eyes, and Nia's expression became blank. Do the gods truly exist? Tina and Nia have never felt their presence. If they do exist, then Urussia is their god. But that doesn't matter. The girls have just discovered something unforgivable. Gather magic power to summon the gods. Yes, to invite the gods. The reason we are having this conversation here is so that if other sects propose recognizing her as a saint, we can make sure the princess rejects them. This is a preliminary negotiation. Illyrio's expression grew more impassioned as he spoke about the sect. "You'll understand soon enough. The great archbishop who had been away from Talitold will be returning soon. He has gained the cooperation of a certain major country that sympathizes with our ideals. It would be wise to join us now. In the Holy Kingdom, the title of Holy Maiden is not easily bestowed. It was a distinction far above other titles. Urussia and her attendants were unaware, but inquiries about recognizing Urussia as the Holy Maiden had come from the major sects of the Holy Kingdom. But Urussia's status as the princess of the Versinia dukedom had made her existence even more special. Traditionally, the Holy Maiden would be chosen from among the female priests and shrine maidens of the various sects, and then recognized by that sect and the royal family. But Urussia, who could manipulate numerous divine magics with her immense power, belonged to no sect, and was only the second royal-born holy maiden since the first. In effect, she was the second true holy maiden in history. This made the royal family's sect selection much more stringent, and the decision on Urussia's recognition as the holy maiden was on hold until she reached an age where she could make the decision herself. As a result, the various sects could not directly approach Urussia, and unless she expressed a special preference, the holy maiden recognition would likely be done through the national religion of Kostal in Talidold. That is why, unwilling to miss out on such a massive billboard, the different sects had been quietly maneuvering behind the scenes. But there was an unspoken rule: directly inviting Urussia was a violation. Approaching her attendants was in a gray area, but if someone was brazenly coming to this dusty place to make persistent recruitment efforts, it would likely be an suspicious religion that couldn't act openly. If you could put in a good word for the princess, I'd be happy to provide whatever you'd like, objects or people. Ilario understood that the princess and her attendants were close. She couldn't ignore their recommendations either. Even if they were loyal attendants to the princess, they couldn't resist material desires. With the girls before him, even if they were children, precisely because they were children, there must be endless things they'd want, Ilario thought as a religious person. But he was fundamentally mistaken. You were saying some interesting things. Doubly, what do you mean? Ilario involuntarily took a step back, sensing an unusual, unsettling aura from the two girls. What's up with these two? They're not normal. Instantly judging this, Ilario hesitated, but decided to retreat, heeding the warning from the depths of his soul. Excuse me, I just remembered a promise I made. I heard you say you wanted to use our master. Interrupted by the quiet anger in her voice, Ilario cast aside his pride and bowed his head to the young girl. I'm very sorry, I was too hasty. I'll be going now. Are you leaving already? Eek. Nia, who had been beside Tina, suddenly tapped Ilario's shoulder from behind. Immobilized. Just the touch on his shoulder made Ilario unable to move, sweating profusely, as if he had fallen into a crevice in a massive rock. It wasn't magic, nor physical strength. Ilario's soul was simply shrinking before this formidable predator. You were talking about summoning the gods, weren't you? In that case, wouldn't it be ideal if you became the gods' sustenance? Oh yes, that sounds nice. Though, our god, that is. With the girls flanking him, exuding a horrifying presence and words, Ilario trembled, tears streaming down his face. Open Paradise Lost. Tina's hair emanated a black shimmer, and at that moment, the dusty old classroom transformed into the darkness. It wasn't literal darkness. Ilario could still see the two of them. The classroom hadn't been enveloped in darkness. It had changed into an entirely different place. Using her surplus magical power to conceal Urussia's growing, true nature, they gradually constructed a unique subspace among the four of them. A world born in this realm, Urussia's demon realm. Welcome to our world. A boy's voice echoed from afar. In the distance stood a towering, partially built black castle. Words failed. The miasma exceeded Ilario's capacity to endure. The swarm of demons constructing the castle, the fact that every one of the thousands of demons was an upper-class demon, shattered Ilario's mind. When Noah, who appeared unexpectedly, glanced at the guest, he ordered the upper-class demons to throw the soul into the cauldron as if it were an assembly line, and then small, black candies rolled out. Requested by Urussia and hunted by Mylene, the unnecessary humans in this world were consumed as demon fodder. Meanwhile, welcome back, Fanny. Welcome home, Miss Urussia. As class ended, Urussia smiled as she tidied up her textbooks, while Fanny, dressed in a maid uniform, appeared to welcome her master. The hero wasn't all that tasty. Perhaps they haven't awakened yet, as long as they don't cause any trouble for the elder sisters, but more importantly, I haven't seen the three of them for a while. What are they up to? Oh, they're building a secret base. Well, they still have their childish moments. Yeah, Miss Urussia, would you like some candy? Yes, please. They both popped black candies into their mouths and chuckled as they savored them. Unaware of everything, Urussia continued to enjoy the peace of the world as carefree as ever. Chapter 5. I became a third-year student. As the new school year began, I became a third-year student at the Magic Academy. With the changing of seasons to early summer, I'll be turning 9 years old in just a few months. Once I'm 9, I'll be a proper young lady. No more calling me a little girl. One change is that finally, my classmates have started greeting me. It took over 2 years. Well, thinking calmly, it's probably thanks to Fanny, who befriended over 10 people on her very first day of transferring. Maybe. Maybe it's because I've grown up too. Could it be I'm entering a popular phase soon? Age-wise, Noah, Nia, and others seem to normally receive love letters and confessions. But Tina and I haven't gotten any of that. Which makes me think of Rick, but in the end, there's nothing going on. So what was with his attitude? Is he seriously just treating me preciously like a sister? Even though he's so forceful, what a dummy. When I told Sherry that a boy was acting weirdly towards me, she just kept repeating nonsense like, "It's the sin of Lady Urussia's excessive beauty." Totally unhelpful. Is she criminally insane and innocent? Well, it was probably for the best I didn't ask Rick directly. He would have misunderstood and become an excruciatingly troublesome thing. Surely, Rick won't come to the academy to see me anymore, lie in wait, forcefully take my hand to drag me away, and so on. Hey, that flag was reset too quickly, damn it. Today, just taking Tina with me, I was heading to the salon to take a break from classes when I was called out to in that crude way. As far as I know, there's only one person in this country who would address me like that. Brother Rick. Rick is basically a my way kind of guy, so he comes barreling over leaving his guards and servants behind. But today, or rather recently, he's been a bit different. His manner was like a mercenary who encountered a powerful monster, fleeing while dragging along every monster in his path like a train. Rick comes in with a bunch of girls. He may not be self-aware of it, but maybe as a prince he just assumes people will follow him. But his oblivious popularity is really grating. Their numbers increased again. Until a few years ago, he was just a cheeky little brat. But now, at 12, Rick has grown quite tall for our lineage's good growth, tall enough for me to look up at him. Urussia, come with me for a bit. You'll say that in this situation? The noble ladies who rushed breathlessly after the fast-walking Rick realized he was addressing a female student and shot jealous, resentful glares. Well, it can't be helped. Rick got so big that he couldn't see me anymore. Ladies, can I help you with something? Hi. When I appear from behind Rick, the ladies jumped back in startlement. But what's with the huh? Even if I have a scary look, that's no reason for that reaction, right? Maybe they sense the killing intent leaking from Tina behind me. This kid can't be blamed either. I gave a reassuring smile, but then, why you come here? Rick, with an urgent look, ignored the frozen ladies to grab my hand and start walking. Grabbing my arm again. Silence. What is this? There are limits to forcefulness, you know. I glanced at Tina, worried she'd get noisy again, but for some reason even she had an urgent, strained look on her face. Why? Rick dragged me all the way to the salon that only upper nobles can use. After confirming no one else was around, he peered into my face. Urussia, why are you being grumpy? Why did I look that way? Given Tina and the ladies' reactions, it was probably true. But then, why was Rick so calm about it? I don't quite get it, but basically I wasn't acting human-like enough. I used my free left hand to knead and massage my own face, then looked at Tina, who nodded repeatedly in relief. I really must have had a weird expression. Finally, you're back to your usual self. Rick breathed out those words. My usual self? What kind of face do I normally have? Sleepy. What's that supposed to mean? Sure, I have a bit of a droopy look like my father, but still. Why were you in a bad mood? I don't know. Seriously, I really don't know. It's not like I have any complaints about Rick, but I wonder if it's because Lord Ludric has become a bad person who seduces women. What? Why would you say that? Didn't you just bring them along? I don't know. They just kept following me, and anyway, why would Urussia get upset? No, it's nothing. Rick suddenly stopped speaking and turned away, his ears a little red. I really don't understand what's going on. By the way, how long are you going to keep holding my hand? He seemed to have just noticed, and for some reason hesitated for a moment before letting go of my hand. He was gripping it so strongly, and I'm so delicate, I was worried it might leave a bruise. He's really forceful. It reminds me of the demon realm. Yes, I have something I need you for. Just in time, let's go into the salon. Wait a minute. In the end, Rick grabbed my hand again and dragged me into the salon. Why do I keep having connections with such forceful people? Don't fall asleep. I won't. Really, what kind of impression must I give off normally? I sighed as I sipped the bright red tea that Tina had brewed. Normally, the attendant Tina wouldn't be allowed in the salon, but since it's just the two of us, a boy and a girl, special permission was granted. By the way, is this my delicious tea safe for a human to drink? Tina had prepared tea for Rick as well, but he had choked on it for some reason. Is it really okay? Anyway, Urussia, did you know that a new coastal church cathedral is being built in the Colt's territory? What's that all about? A cathedral? That's not a strange topic, I suppose. Yes. It's the 5th cathedral in Talidold, and the state and the Lord are each providing half the construction budget. I see the state is contributing money. Is that all right? Since it's the national religion, I guess it's fine. Talidold is a holy kingdom, so there is no separation of church and state. After all, the coastal church's pope has the influence of a cabinet minister, and his recognition not only requires approval within the coastal church, but also the king's. But for Rick to bring this up is unusual. Is something the matter? Not yet. I think either today or tomorrow, your father, the Duke of Versinia, will receive a joint request from the newly appointed Archbishop of Colt's territory and the local lord, asking that Urussia, who is called the next Holy Maiden, the Saintess and the Princess of the Holy Kingdom, come visit. Come visit? The Colt's territory is very far north, right? It's so distant, I just returned from an expedition. I have no intention of leaving the Tull territory. My base is in the Tull territory. I'm in the capital for school, so I don't want to go to a distant place again, right after just returning from an expedition. They probably want you to relocate your base there. But if you refuse, they can't force you. Well, that's good then, but what exactly am I supposed to do? The things you sometimes do in the capital or the Tull territory, like using sacred magic in front of the residents, healing the seriously ill or wounded, and giving sermons to gather people. Would that be too much? HMPH. I feel like I'm being looked down on. As I puffed out my cheeks, ready to hit him, Rick laughed and lightly dodged it, then suddenly became serious. Still, it's a request from the Archbishop and the Lord. Even Uncle can't just turn it down. You'll have to make an appearance. Well, if it's just for a few weeks, that's fine. If they said a year, I'd refuse, but traveling for a few weeks is like a trip. But at my words, Rick looked at me with a dumbfounded expression, as if deflated. Geez, Urussia, you're the Princess of Versinia, you know. Huh, what do you mean? Was there something I'm missing? I glanced at Tina, but she just tilted her head, not understanding either. The Colt's territory. It's the domain of Duke Capel, who's considered a political rival of your father. Ah, I see. Ah, yes, that was the place where I healed Zesh, the one from the Light and Shadow group. Tina finally seemed to remember, lightly clapping her hands. Do you understand now? If you go there, who knows what they might say to you, and it overlaps with your father's diplomatic mission. He probably doesn't want to send you there alone. I see, Rick is worried that Duke Capel might do something to me. And since the request came officially to the Princess of the Holy Kingdom, the royal family can't simply refuse it, even if they find it suspicious. All of this is because of the work my grandfather keeps dumping on my father. But it's true that father and Lord Capel didn't get along very well, did they? Oh dear, I completely forgot about that, but how blatant. It's starting to become a bit intriguing. Rick rubbed his brow as if getting a headache, looking at me with a resolute expression, despite my carefree smile. If you're going, then I'm going too. What on earth could have led to that? I think I'll be fine, you know. Is he going to be my chaperone? I thought, tilting my head innocently, but Rick shook his head at me. Urussia was protected by your father, so you may not know, but there are nobles who can do awful things while laughing on the grand stage. You think you only need to see the beautiful world. Your father, and me too. Brother Ledric. That's why girls tend to misunderstand. Oh dear, could this guy be a natural lady killer? Anyway, I understand what Rick is trying to say. In short, he wants to be a shield to protect my honor and heart from the malice of Duke Capel, who might try to defame me in places without my father's protection. Perhaps calling him Brother Ledric made him feel a brotherly affection. How silly, Rick. If I'm in danger, then the shield Rick will be in danger as well, won't he? Oh well, I guess I'll have to. I'll protect Rick too. The human world I had admired, full of light. I love my father and mother dearly, and I never get bored, but sometimes, a certain someone comes to mind, and I feel a little nostalgic. I wonder how he's doing. Is he still angry? I see, I actually wanted to see him. Not that I have any intention of apologizing or going back, of course. But the malice of people is my favorite thing, but what should I do? Chapter 6, I have turned 9 years old. Lord Callisto, is the preparation proceeding well? Yes, Duke Capel. Thanks to your assistance, it is progressing smoothly. In the reception room of the castle of the Duchy of Capel in the Colt's territory, Archbishop Callisto of the Costal Church bowed his head in deep emotion, having safely set foot on the land of the Holy Kingdom of Talidold once again. Due to his radical beliefs, he was originally supposed to be transferred to Sigres instead of the main church in Talidold. However, thanks to the understanding of Duke Capel, who provided the funding, and the intervention with the main church of the Costal Church, Callisto was able to return to the Holy Kingdom much earlier than planned. Realistically, no matter how much merit Callisto accumulated in the Church of Sigres, the College of Cardinals would not have allowed his return as long as he did not change his beliefs. But Callisto was able to return because the Duchy of Capel wanted him as the person in charge of building a grand cathedral in the Colt's territory. As a religious person, Callisto did not need to bow down to Duke Capel, even though he should show him due respect. But because he could not help but acknowledge that his wish was realized by the power of Duke Capel, Callisto could not be assertive towards him. With this, I am one step closer to my ideal. Callisto had an ideal. It was the realization of lasting peace in this world. When Callisto was young, he lived in poverty. He was not born poor, but his family's good fortune ended within a few years, and Callisto was placed in a remote orphanage. Now he understands that this orphanage was a place for children in a special position, ones who were kept alive, but whose deaths would not matter. The caretakers were also cold towards the orphans, and Callisto was despised by them as the child of a sinner. This life changed when Callisto was 7 years old. He was taken in by a woman priest who was apparently a friend of his mother. She had a high position within the Costal Church and taught Callisto the teachings of God to reform him. The life there transformed Callisto into a devout believer, but also twisted his heart. Callisto's parents were probably high-ranking nobles. They committed a great sin, but Callisto, being young, was not held accountable and was allowed to live. He vaguely became aware of this, but because he had fond memories of his kind parents, he came to believe that his suffering was not due to his parents' sin, but the fault of the world. Conflicts never cease in this world. It is because people fight that they commit sins. Callisto understood that this distortion of the world was the root problem, and he began to think about how to correct the world. Callisto ideal, lasting peace. But anyone who hears it would see it as mere fantasy, and those who know reality would consider it impossible. That is why religion exists. If humans cannot restrain their own desires, they can only bind themselves with the shackles of religion, using the great existence of God as a support for their hearts. Callisto ponders, is that really all right? There are admirable people in the world, but there are also foolish ones. Just as there are the wealthy, there are also the impoverished. Good and evil, the sacred and the profane, exist equally. To build peace, these things must be properly managed. It won't do to simply exclude the wicked and the foolish. Those who have tried to create peace throughout history using such means have all failed. It is impossible for a human who is not almighty like God. But the answer was right beside him. Instead of flawed humans, if the power of the true God could correctly manage all people, that would be the solution. One answer to that was shown to him through the envoy of a great nation, via Duke Capel. By the way, Lord Callisto, I heard you had the chance to meet that girl in Sigres. What did you think of her? Yes. The girl Duke Capel spoke of was most likely Princess Urussia. In Callisto's eyes, she was a figure worthy of being called a saint, possessing great power and a strong heart. At first, he was struck by a nameless fear upon seeing her in human beauty and aura, even in her youth. He had never imagined such a human could exist. but that fear vanished in an instant. Callisto was astonished to see her show a face appropriate for her age, laughing at something just like the other girls of that age, reminding him that she was also human like them. If Princess Urussia had acted as coldly as her appearance suggested, Callisto might have hesitated to acknowledge her as a saint. But the fact that this saintly girl seemed the most human of all present convinced Callisto that she was the real thing. Feeling slightly displeased at being called that girl, Callisto desperately tried to convey his impression of her. Indeed, I have met with her. That power, that strength, it is truly worthy of a holy maiden. I see. If that power is so strong, then it is sufficient. Perhaps it could be useful for that young woman. Duke Capel interrupted Callisto's words, chuckling condescendingly and nodding to himself as if in approval. Was today's business regarding the princess? Callisto, who had thought he had been summoned regarding the completion of the great cathedral in the Colt's territory, suppressed his dissatisfaction and spoke up hesitantly. Oh, pardon me. I was also curious about whether that girl could be useful, but today I have someone I would like to introduce to you. Introduce? Yes, somebody please call for Isabella. Duke Capel called out to a maid in the room. Isabella was the Duke's current first wife, and Callisto had heard that she was the one who recommended him to become the Archbishop of this land. While Duke Capel made the final decision, if his wife had not spoken up for Callisto, the latter would likely have returned to the Holy Kingdom much later. After a short while, the door that the maid had left through opened again, and a noble lady appeared. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Callisto. I am Isabella. Madam Isabella, thank you for this opportunity. I am Callisto. Duchess Isabella of Capel was a beautiful woman much younger than her husband. This was because she was Duke Capel's second wife and was not related by blood to his two older sons. Then, let me introduce this person to you, Lord Callisto. As she said that, a burly-looking large man awkwardly came through the open door. This is Lord Cordel, who has been invited from Tertht. I am Cordel Dren, from the armed nation. This man, Cordel, was a rugged man with silver hair like a lion. He seemed to be in his 40s. His attire was similar to what an upper-class nobleman in Talidold would wear, but his physique was robust and muscular, and he was very tall. Tertht, the northern neighbor of Talidold, was an unusual nation whose main industries were the manufacture and sale of weapons and armaments. However, in a world where there were enemies other than humans, such as monsters and demon tribes, it was not mocked as a merchant of death. On the contrary, it was known as a mercenary nation, and small countries suffering greatly from monster damage would hire them as needed, maintaining good relations with neighboring countries as a benevolent nation. Why would a person from this armed nation be here in the Colt's territory? Could it be that this person is? Yes, Lord Callisto. This Cordel is a leading expert in summoning magic and has agreed to provide technical assistance in this matter. Oh. Hearing Duke Capel's words, Callisto bent his head with an emotional expression, as if this person might fulfill his long-held hopes. Cordel, who seemed to be a researcher on imbuing weapons with magic, looked like a warrior despite this impression. But contrary to this, when he touched Callisto's shoulder as the latter bowed, he gave a gentlemanly smile and encouraged Callisto. I am just a humble researcher. I believe that my research has been of use because the steadfast activities of Lord Callisto have borne fruit. Thank you, Lord Cordel. At Cordel's strong words, the anxiety that had been stubbornly clinging to the depths of Callisto's heart seemed to disappear. Why did the people of the ducal house notice Callisto, whom no one had ever looked at before? Why would a great nation like Tertht lend a hand to a person like Callisto, who had been relegated to an obscure position? Why did they agree with Callisto's ideals, which were merely a dream? Why did they invest a large amount of money in Callisto's dream without any guarantees? Why? Even though everything was going well. No, precisely because it was going too well, Callisto had a lingering doubt in the back of his mind that there must be some mistake, or that he was being used. But by the teachings of God to trust in people, he had suppressed these feelings. That sediment had now been cleansed. Praying in gratitude to the goddess Costal, the smile of the goddess seemed to transform into the form of the young, holy maiden he had met in Sigres. The holy maiden Urussia. Although she had not yet been officially recognized as a holy maiden, She shone brighter than anyone else who had been praised for their high virtue. In this era, at this time, that he could meet her when his wish was about to be fulfilled, it seemed like a divine revelation to Callisto. Callisto had once taken action decades ago. He had gathered children who could use sacred magic, which was not a noble privilege, and tried to set the world right with their prayers. But that had become a problem within the church. And while Callisto was spared from being excommunicated, the female priest who had protected him was relegated to an obscure position, and Callisto himself ended up going to the kingdom of Sigres. Callisto thought to herself. He knew deep down that he was not a leader. This was something Callisto understood very well. This time, he would not fail. He was certain that meeting the Holy Maiden, who was a heavenly being, was divine providence that would allow him to fulfill his great ambition. Under the banner of the Holy Maiden, he would bring peace to the world. Your Highness the Princess, I will make the world peaceful for you. Section, I have finally turned 9 years old. No matter what anyone says, I am a young lady now. I am no longer a little girl. Hooray, thank you God. Rumbling sound. Oh, just a small tremor. They've been happening occasionally lately, so Uru, be careful, okay? Yes, mother. I smiled sweetly at my worried mother. I wonder why earthquakes happen when I pray to God. But anyway, my kind mother, who sees me off when my father and I go out, seems particularly worried this time. There must be a reason. A birthday party for the whole country to celebrate my 9th birthday. Every year, it's the same. Even when it's held in just one location, thousands of people still gather. How can a little girl's birthday party be the same scale as a royal wedding? It was only after going abroad that I realized how abnormal my family is. What? There are applications in the tens of thousands. What kind of comic book sale is this? As the humblest demon who wants to live like a human, I wish to keep things within a reasonable range. But that stubborn grandfather of mine, who dotes on me, is still faithful to his own desires. However, I had a reason to convince my grandfather. Thanks to that, this time the party will be held solely in the territory of Tull, not in the capital. Well, to put it simply, I wasn't feeling well. I thought I could just relax at home for once. But recently, people have finally started to get used to my appearance. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but the visitors who come to greet me don't want to leave. Before, they would freeze up in shock at my looks, so it took time. But this time, while they don't seem to fear me, they stare at me intently and their eyes scare me. Why? Ow, ow, ow. As I get up from the chair, the maid Vaya gives me a concerned look. Lady Uru. But it hurts, you know. Lately, all my joints have been aching, especially my legs, the worst. They cramp up at night, and other parts hurt as well, even around my chest. I was pampered and coddled like a boiled seaweed, so I have almost no tolerance for pain. It's really not something to boast about. This is probably growing pains, right? But why? I'm 9 years old. Aren't growing pains supposed to be in the early teens? It hurts so much that I almost end up going wee when I'm in the bathtub. Well, it's gotten better than a few months ago, but in the meantime, I've shot up in height and am about to catch up to my 2-year-older sister Betty. It's probably a problem with my bloodline. Father and uncle are both tall, aunt is a dynamite, and I think Rick went through a big growth spurt around 10 years old too. Lady Uru, you've certainly changed quite a bit in impression, haven't you? Is that so? As Vaya helps me get dressed for going out, under Mother's supervision, she says this with a pensive look. You've grown up a lot. You'll need adult-sized dresses now, not just child-sized ones. Mother has been preparing a lot of dresses for Uru, in consultation with Lady Mother-in-law. Really, Mother, you don't need that many. There are already so many dresses that Grandmother and Urussia gave me that I've only worn once because I've outgrown them. Even if you make new ones in my current size, I'll probably outgrow them again in a few months. Just give up. Yes. It's the trial of being a granddaughter, I suppose. It seems the days of being a dress-up doll will continue for a while. So, what did Vaya mean by saying my impression has changed? According to her, Lady Uru's beauty has finally caught up to her age. In other words, when I was 2 years old, I had the thought, I hope my beauty blossoms around 10 years old. And it seems that has become a reality. So, in short, when I was a young child, my unnaturally beautiful face caused more fear than admiration. But as I've grown taller and more adult-like, the impression has gradually shifted from unusually childlike to mature, beautiful young lady. To me, it's just that I've grown taller. My chubby, childish belly has slimmed down, and my body has gained some curves. But according to Vaya, the change in my impression has been quite significant. Okay, can I be a little confident about this? It's probably because of the strange looks the party guests were giving me, right? I feel like I can act a little bold. Still too early. With the outfit change finally done, today I'm going on an inspection tour around the Tull territory with my father. Usually I only go with my father when he has free time or when I need healing, but today he invited me, so it's a father-daughter outing with lots of guards. Yay, going out with my father. My leg joints are still hurting, so my father carried me and had me sit on his lap in the carriage. That's when he suddenly said the previous comment. Huh, what was that? About my boldness. What's wrong, father? When I was little, I fit perfectly in my father's embrace, but now that I'm bigger, sitting on his lap isn't very stable. So I wrapped my arms around his neck and peered at his face closely. He had a slightly troubled expression. From up on his lap, our eye levels are almost the same, so I'm happy I can see my handsome father's lovely face up close. Ah, Urussia. I think that dress design is still too early for you. Is that so? I see. So my father was concerned about the coordination with mother and the others. This dress was made in a hurry, as a special order, at great expense, since I've started growing. It's the first adult-style dress I've had. It's not the fluffy party dress, but a long rose-colored dress. The top is chic, and the skirt is nicely flowy and cute. Mother and the others helped me get dressed, and I really liked it, but as I tilt my head in puzzlement, my father averts his gaze downward. The neckline is showing, isn't it? Yes. Well, yes, that's true. The silly me just recently realized that the fluffy dresses I've been wearing were actually meant to evoke a saintly lady image. In other words, they were prim and proper young ladies' outfits that minimized exposure as much as possible. My hands and feet are the same as always, but this dress has an open neckline. My neck and collarbone are a bit on display. Collarbones, they're nice, aren't they? You're being too overprotective, father. Betty and Sherry are showing their upper arms. No, Urussia is still only 9 years old. It's still too early. Collarbones, what's wrong with that? Sherry, being the cute type, still has lots of fluffy, frilly dresses. But the elegant Betty has dresses that don't just show her collarbones, but her upper arms, collarbones, and even both bare shoulders, adorably sexy. You're being too overprotective, father. And my father, to me, still oozes charisma as always. Now that he's in his 30s, that charm has only been further refined. I look forward to how he'll look in 10 or 20 years. I love handsome older men, but please take care of your hair. You have mountains of mineral-rich dried seaweed, you know. If it gets unmanageable, I'll try healing it with my otherworldly knowledge. By the way, that dried seaweed I summoned in mass quantities and dumped on Mylene as the acting lord. I cleverly turned it into seaweed bread. And it's apparently becoming a famous specialty of the Auber estate. In the mountains, nowhere near the ocean. Wow, I really did a good thing there. Avoiding reality. The legendary vampire teaching the villagers how to make seaweed bread. I feel a twinge of guilt, like I've seen something I shouldn't have. But I'm sure I didn't do anything wrong. The vampire's earnestness clashes with the demon's conscience. Urussia. My father's serious voice pulls me back to reality, interrupting my musings on the cosmic truths of seaweed. What's the matter? Ah, so this invitation must have been because he had something to discuss with me. I had a hunch, but I tilt my head innocently, pretending I don't know anything. My father gazes at me and lets out a small sigh as he begins to speak. In just about 2 more months, next year you'll be in 4th grade. Yes, the little princess, who was just in my hands the other day, is now a proper young lady. Oh, really? I was planning to keep shamelessly relying on my father, even as an adult. But I suppose for a noble child, being treated as an adult is a good thing. The people in this world are generally quite serious. And yet, why are there so many disappointing people around me? Even the castle staff are all serious-faced in their work, but the moment I show up, the atmosphere instantly becomes relaxed. It must just be my imagination. Urussia. Yes. You don't have to forcibly go to the Colt's territory, you know. If father. Well, that's the situation, isn't it? After the story I heard from Rick was officially communicated, Father apparently had a direct discussion with our grandfather the king, but there were various issues, so he was consulting with our grandfather and uncles about how to handle me. If they outright refused the formal request from the Duchy of Capelle and the Costal Church, it would also affect Father's reputation. Not to mention, the royal family might be accused of favoring only the Versinia Duchy. In short, it's all because of our grandfather, who wanted to officially pamper me by having me set up as the Princess of the Holy Kingdom. The period of my assignment to the Costal Cathedral in the Colt's territory is around 1 month. And at the exact same time, there was a request from a noble family of the armed nation of Tertht, who are on good terms with Duke Capelle, asking Father to participate in a ceremony. What a remarkable coincidence. Rolls eyes. To be honest, I think I'll probably end up causing all sorts of trouble. But for the duchy, both are essential matters that can't be ignored. Even if they say I don't have to go, all the responsibility will fall on Father. In that case, the Capelle Duchy faction will have an excuse to criticize Father, and they'll nitpick and gossip about the Versinia Duchy's trade, which has been free until now. Even so, Father is trying to protect me. But, don't worry, I'm a strong girl, you know. Physically, that is. If Father gets bullied by Duke Capelle, I'll come and turn the Capelle Duchy castle to rubble right away. As I clenched my fist with that determined spirit, Father's large hand enveloped my own, his face looking sorrowful. Why? Urussia, I'm worried about you. Father, I won't make the mistake of leaving evidence, you know. If only someone with status could accompany you. Ah, so that's what you're talking about. Let's see. Ah, yes, Brother Ludric said he would come with me. Whether he comes or not, it wouldn't make a difference, but I'll use Rick's name to acknowledge your feelings. Mother doesn't want to take me to those messy, dirty places, so that's out. The other ducal families that could act as a breakwater seem to be keeping their distance, perhaps out of consideration for the older Capelle Duchy. Uncle or Elinor would be sufficient shields, but with the two of them, they might still be seen as the royal family's favorites, so maybe Rick at the cusp of adulthood would be just right. But, Ludric, why are you frowning, Father? I was trying to reassure you. What's wrong? To be honest, I'm worried. Those men will flock around you like starving beasts, now that you've grown so beautifully. Wait a minute, what are you talking about? The truth is, Urussia has been inundated with marriage proposals from both inside and outside the country, even though Father and I have been constantly turning them down. Yes, Vaya did mention something like that. I didn't realize there were so many that even Father and Grandfather were turning them down in tandem. So this whole time, it wasn't about me being bullied by the Capelle Duchy or being in potential danger, was it? What have you and Grandfather been doing? Duke Capelle, while not exactly on good terms with our duchy, is still a serious man, and his sons, as you can see from Zesh, have respectable personalities. But even they might lose themselves and come courting you for your beauty. Not that I'm telling you to decide right away. Elinor is pushing her own sons, and it's true that Timothy and Ludric are good young men, and you get along well with them. But the reason you two haven't chosen a fiancé yet is because there are rumors that they're waiting until you reach a certain age. Father, come back here, please. Isn't this just pure parental pride? I wasn't planning to get married so easily, but if you leave it alone, I'll end up an old maid. Is this really about worrying for me? I stared at him with a severe gaze, and Father, who had gone into a rambling state, cleared his throat and looked at me seriously. But I won't be fooled. Duke Capelle isn't foolish enough to harm Urussia, I hope. If you're that concerned, won't the royal family intervene? Ideally, you wouldn't go at all. But considering the danger, I've asked Barbanas, who Urussia knows, to provide escort. He had the rank of a half-baron due to his past achievements, but I've consulted with your grandfather to grant him the rank of baron, to give him more authority to act as your protector. He should be able to serve as a wall of sorts over there as well. I see. Baru, who was that? It sounds like I've heard the name before, but if Father says so, I'll know when I meet them. But still, was it only to protect me that you gave me the title of Baroness? And after consulting with Grandfather, I had thought Father didn't resemble Grandfather much, but in the end, in these kinds of things, they are indeed father and son. As I was pondering this, Father gently tapped his forehead against mine. I know Urussia is a stronger child than she appears, But as parents, we can't help but worry. Both I and Listier are praying for your safe return. Yes, father. Both my father and mother are trusting in me. But well, this stronger child is probably different from what they consider strength. If there is ill intent towards my family, I'll strike it down, physically if need be. Section. Good news, Cordelia. As your father requested, that girl will be coming. And it seems Lord Ledric will be there as well. Lord Ledric as well. In the residence of the Capel ducal family, in the chambers of the first wife Isabella, she told her daughter Cordelia this news, causing the beloved daughter to exclaim excitedly. This whole affair was something Isabella had been planning for years. Initially, she hadn't intended to go this far. But after hearing that rumor, the existence of which she could not ignore, Isabella felt a painful anguish. Isabella was not originally from a lineage that could become the first wife of the ducal house. As the daughter of a viscount's family, she should have only become the third wife when marrying into the Capel family. During her student days at the Magic Academy, there was a woman Isabella disliked. While Isabella was excellent, this woman was average in both academics and practical skills, yet was cherished deeply by a certain noble man. It wasn't that Isabella was infatuated with that man. Rather, she could not accept that this woman, who was equally beautiful to Isabella but could only become the third wife of the Duke of Capel through a political marriage, was loved wholeheartedly by the noble man, unlike Isabella's own situation. But heaven was on Isabella's side. That woman did not end up with the man she loved, as he instead entered into a political marriage with the daughter of the sealed ducal family, leaving her alone. Mother, do you think I could marry Lord Ledric? Yes, don't worry, my darling Cordelia. Your mother will make all of your wishes come true. Isabella gently embraced her sickly, beloved daughter. The woman Isabella disliked had conveniently fallen, but that was only to the same level as Isabella, who had to enter an unwanted marriage. That was not a true victory. That is why Isabella took Duke Capel for herself. Her family lineage was that of a viscount, but they had long served under the Capel ducal house in matters of espionage and intrigue. Isabella becoming the third wife was also at the behest of the previous Duke Capel to strengthen the Capel family's intelligence capabilities. At the time, the Duke of Capel's first wife had borne 2 sons, but her health had weakened, causing her to rarely appear in public. Knowing the need for a second wife to oversee family affairs, Isabella utilized her beauty to conceive the Duke's child, and succeeded in becoming the new first wife after the unfortunate passing of the previous wives. With this, she had triumphed over that woman. Thinking this, Isabella came to learn a startling fact. The virtual collapse of the sealed ducal family. A new Grand Ducal house had been formed, and that man had become the Grand Duke, with that woman becoming his first wife, and her daughter even obtaining the right of succession. Isabella was enraged. How could such a thing be possible? Hey, mother, that girl is by Lord Ledric's side, isn't she? The one being called a princess instead of me. Yes, yes, of course. That just means you are my daughter. You will absolutely not lose to her. Showing the same expression as the young Isabella, and with the same passion, Isabella smiled proudly at Cordelia. The daughter of that woman had become the princess, the face of the Holy Kingdom, even being called a holy maiden, and rumored to be engaged to the crown prince's sons. Cordelia had developed a childish affection for Ledric, whom she had met in her youth. But there had been talk of him being engaged to the eldest daughter of the sealed ducal family, and Isabella could not pursue a relationship with the woman who was the belle of society. Yet that talk had disappeared, and just as the opportunity had finally come, it seemed to be snatched away by that woman's daughter. The Seal family, the precursor to the Grand Ducal house, was also a ducal family. Yet simply because their daughter was the granddaughter of the king, she was called a princess, while Cordelia, the daughter of another ducal family, could not even become the fiancée of a royal. Cordelia was frail. This was perhaps the consequence of Isabella, who had developed a tolerance to poison from an early age, bearing a child with an ordinary person. Because of that, Cordelia was not allowed to attend the Magic Academy's main school in the capital, and even though her father, Duke Capel, loved his daughter dearly, he did not consider her suitable to be the fiancée of a royal. So talking about that was not permitted. That's why Isabella started making plans to eliminate everything that stood in her way. This time, she would defeat that woman for sure. Section. As the new year began, I set out for the Colt's territory when I advanced to the 4th grade. I was worried about a lot of things, but as someone who loves humans, I'm also excited to see how much malice might be waiting for me. I have a feeling this journey is going to be amazing. How did it come to this? Rumble, rumble. I am currently in a carriage on my way to the Colt's territory, sitting side by side with 3 others. First of all, I am accompanied by many attendants, as usual, since I am traveling there at the request of Duke Capel's family and the Grand Bishop of the Colt's region. The 4 retainers who always accompany me. Also, the 10 knight escorts, Bry and Sarah, who always guard me. The maids and maidservants from the ducal household, led by Vaya, whom my mother assigned. As a ducal family, there are 30 people comprising knights, soldiers, coachmen, and other helpers. And Rick, who offered to come along, also has his own entourage. 15 palace maids, valets, and senior maids attending to him. From the holy knights, who are the royal guard, there are only 3, 17 knights and 30 soldiers. 10 civil officials, attendants, coachmen, and laborers, and the 35 mercenaries that my father assigned. A total of 169 people. Wow, that's a lot. But with Prince Rick, who is also royalty, and 2 people with rights to the throne, it may not be that excessive, even though my sense of scale is a bit dulled. And that infamous, Baru something or other person turned out to be a Mr. Bear. Wasn't that shocking? Why isn't anyone else surprised? Why aren't Bry and Sarah making an A kind of face? That Mr. Bear was forcibly given a title just for the purpose of being my escort, and while he had a troubled expression, he saw me apologetically and laughed heartily. Ah, well, can't be helped. As an apology, I gave him a large bag of dried seaweed, but he was crunching on it as a snack, and apparently ended up clutching his swollen belly in pain in the middle of the night. How unfortunate, tragedy seems to repeat itself. But anyway, how terrible, when I travel by carriage, I usually ride in the ducal family's high-speed magical carriage, with me and the retainers. But this time, with all the people gathered, I apologized and had the retainers ride in other carriages, while Vaya, who can take care of me, sits across from me. Rumble. The silence is unbearable. The cause is the 2 young men sitting on either side of me. It's not my fault. On my right is 12-year-old Rick, and on my left is 11-year-old Noelle. Both are silent, with Rick gripping my right wrist and Noelle holding my left hand. How did this happen? I can't even move. Vaya. I plead with my eyes for help from Vaya. But for some reason, she looks at the troubled me with a loving gaze and, "It's all right, Lady Uru. I understand the situation well." Keeps nodding at me affectionately as if everything is fine. No, that's not it. I want you to do something about this situation. How did it come to this? It started at the face-to-face meeting in the royal castle before our departure. Section. It's a pleasure to meet you, Prince Ledric. I am Noelle. When the nervous Noelle properly greeted the prince for the first time, the experienced Rick smiled wryly but nodded. We'll be traveling together from now on. Relax. I've heard the martial prowess of Baron Barbanas is said to rival even my uncle's. Noelle, since you've been trained by the famed Count, are you strong? I'm still in training, but I've been honing my skills in the mercenary company's real battles. I see. Then let's spar during the journey, shall we? We're around the same age, so it'll be good practice for me as well. Really? I've heard your swordsmanship is already equal to a knight's. I'd be honored to request a match. The 2 laughed and shook hands. Since they didn't have peers of the same age to compete with, they seemed to have become good friends. The camaraderie between boys has such a refreshing feel to it. Bry, why are you having a nosebleed? I sense some sinister thoughts. And our maids are making such a ruckus. How free-spirited you all are. But I wonder why Noelle, even though he's close in age, ended up greeting and chatting with Prince Rick, who is royalty. It seems Mr. Bear has adopted Noelle as his son. Becoming a noble is good, but Mr. Bear was apparently still single. Since he's older than my father, getting married again would just be troublesome with things like family status and such. But as a noble, Mr. Bear needed a successor, so he decided to make the capable Noelle his son. The girls among my guard knights are getting to be of marriageable age too, you know? Anyway, good job, Mr. Bear. Even as an adopted son, Noelle is the noble's heir, so now I and Rick can talk to him without getting scolded. But Somehow, the atmosphere changed just because I showed my face. Urussia. As I peeked out to observe, Noel, with a very pleased expression, came rushing over to me. This is probably also not a good thing, but since he's the noble's heir, it should be all right. At least that's the voice in my heart, though Noel suddenly had a startled look. Sorry, Lucia, Sama. Noel, it's been a while. Have you grown taller again? Lucia Sama has become even more beautiful. Ah, thank you very much. Noel just casually says things like that. But he still won't let go of my hand. The maids started fussing over Noel again, now grown into an adorably handsome young man. Still, unlike the world of light I saw in my dream, this boy here compliments girls without shyness. I almost ended up misunderstanding. Urussia. There, Rick, who had been standing dazed for a moment, suddenly strode over to us and grabbed my arm. Huh, I had been restraining myself recently, so what's wrong? We're going. Huh, eh? Where? Still confused, Rick starts walking while gripping my right arm. Wait, please. As I'm being dragged, Noel grips my left hand and holds me back. Your Highness, Lucia Sama is in pain. Gripping my left hand tightly, Noel gives the royal Rick a stern gaze. Then let go of her. That's not the issue here. Then what is the issue? Rick and Noel remain locked in a stare-down. But they were being so friendly just a moment ago. I won't make the self-important mistake of thinking the two boys are fighting over me, but still, Rick is supposed to see me like a little sister, and Noel has always idolized the saint, so? Is their protective instinct just too strong? If I were a mistaken young lady, I'd love to say something like, "Don't fight over me." The kind of line you dream of using just once in your life. But the only ones who would be happy about that would be the maids or the guard night girls. Bry is crouched down, a pool of blood forming at her feet, as Sarah frantically keeps chopping the back of her head, seeming to be possessed by something evil. And that's how we ended up in the current situation. You see, afterwards, Mr. Bear considerately crammed the three of us into the same carriage. No, that's not it. He's not considering the two boys, he should be considering me. No good, I can't say anything. I can't even say the words, let go of me. Their protective instincts must be going out of control, but I'm too scared to ask what caused this. I wonder when the next restroom break will be. From the royal capital to the Colt's territory, it took several days, and the situation never improved. It stayed like this the whole time. Still, the two of them were diligent, or you could say they kept their promise, as they apparently had some intense sparring sessions at night. Me, of course I was sleeping, for my health, and finally, we arrived at the Colt's territory. It felt so long, the journey from the Tull territory to the royal capital was about the same length or maybe a bit longer, but this felt multiple times as long. Despite everyone around me worrying about this trip to the Colt's territory, I've never anticipated an arrival so eagerly. My stomach truly hurt. The joy of being freed from that soul-crushing special space was tremendous, and to give you a sense of just how much, it's something like this. Why, welcome, Prince Ledric, and Lady Urussia, welcome. It's been a while, Lord Ledric. As we entered the first town of the Colt's territory, we were greeted by a noble lady in an elegant dress, the Duchess Capel and her daughter. Thank you for the welcome, Duchess Isabella. And Cordelia, it's been a while. Ah, so the Capel Duke has a daughter as well, not just a son. The young lady, a bit older than me, gave me a strained smile as she quickly bowed her head, her gaze fixed on Rick and Noel. Lady Isabella greeted me, and then Rick cheerfully, and then started talking about the plan. Today, you will be staying at our vacation home in this town, and tomorrow we will hold a dinner party at our castle. But is tomorrow too soon? I'm fine, but Urussia. No, the plan is good as it is, I suddenly interrupted. Everyone turned to look at me in surprise. Why Urussia? Probably Rick thought I should rest a day after my long journey, but I wouldn't have it. It's nice to meet you, Lady Isabella. I am Urussia. That plan sounds wonderful to me. I'm sure you and Sir Capel are very busy, and I came here to bring light, so I can't afford to be resting all the time. How kind of you both to accommodate my wishes. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Ledric? Oh. With a big smile, I spoke quickly, causing Lady Isabella and even Rick to step back, stunned. Actually, Urussia, there is something we would like to ask you. Lady, that is. Oh, please, I will do anything I can. I eagerly cut off Rick. Well, you see, a child in the local coastal church seems to be afflicted by a curse. Understood. I will examine that person right away, I decided immediately. Thank you. Oi. Lady Isabella seemed more confused than grateful at my hasty decision. Well then, Urussia, I shall escort you. Sir Ludric, would you care to explore the town? My daughter will guide you. As if waiting for this, Cordelia stepped in front of Rick. Yes, I will guide you. Going to the church will just be boring, right? For a moment, Cordelia gave me a triumphant look. But, no, I came to see the work Urussia has been requested for. I cannot leave her. Hey. My and Cordelia's whispers overlapped, and she glared at me with wide eyes. How cute. Urussia. It's nothing, Brother Ludric. Hey. Well then, I'm afraid I won't be joining you. Displeased, Cordelia snorted and turned away. I don't know what she thought of my exchange with Rick, but Cordelia was not in a good mood, so she sniffed and turned away, but I immediately grabbed her arm. Let's go together, Lady Cordelia. Eek. Cordelia let out a strained cry as I firmly held her. Why Urussia-sama? Oi, Urussia. Lady Isabella and Rick called me, puzzled by my abrupt action. But I won't back down here. Lady Isabella, Brother Ludric, I'm sorry. I was anxious and clung to Lady Cordelia, who has an older sister like Aura. Well, as I clung to Cordelia's stiffened arm, avoiding their gaze, the two had complex expressions and said no more. I won't let go of this human shield so easily. And well, she's not as delicious looking as my real big sister, though. In the carriage, I used the human shield to avoid being sandwiched between the two again. Upon arriving at the church, the entrance was blocked by night clerics, and an eerie presence could be felt from the outside. There it is, Lady Isabella said, frowning at the fetid scent. There was a young mother embracing a child covered in oozing bandages, surrounded by clerics using sacred magic. How terrible. If you let her sit on the stone floor, her back will get cold. Please save this child. The young mother pleaded tearfully. I see. This is likely a curse, not just an illness. The light world I dreamed of didn't exist, but curses do exist here. Usually it's related to demons, but this time it seems to be magic. It's difficult, but magic can do similar things. The difference is, with demons, the curse is cast remotely in exchange for a price, but with magic, it's more like a trap, set on important things to curse whoever touches them. In that case, it's troublesome because the spell will activate even if the caster is dead. I also suspect that's why this child was affected, but how did ordinary civilians come to interact with such a cursed item? If you can't do it, how about just honestly apologizing? You shouldn't say that, Cordelia. Lady Urussia is still young, you know. Yes, I'm very sorry, Mother. I can see the bodyguard and Mrs. Isabel saying something as they move away from me, covering their mouths with a handkerchief. Well, if they want to apologize, they should do it to me, not to themselves. But oh well, I'm in a good mood now, so I don't mind. Bodyguard, thank you. I gave them a warm smile, but for some reason they looked frightened. How rude. In any case, the bodyguard is right. It would be difficult to dispel this curse with ordinary holy magic. This child's case seems to be a curse of illness. Likely, we'll need to treat both the illness and the curse simultaneously. In that case, we'll have to use magic that's not ordinary. As I approach the mother and child, the priests try to stop me. This is too dangerous. You mustn't come any closer. The priests seem to have a mix of concern for me as a child, and condescension towards me as a child. I wonder how the Capel ducal family has been portraying me in the royal capital and the Towel territory. It's all right. Bam, wah, the barrier just disappeared on its own. The priests are shocked as the barrier vanishes with my approach. Surely my coming near didn't cause the sacred barrier to break, did it? Please help. Yes. I smiled gently at the pleading mother and child and slowly spread my arms. Let there be light. The image I focus on is the most powerful potion I saw in that game world. The one that can instantly heal any condition short of death. I've never used it because it seemed too precious. This time, since it's my own magic, it doesn't cost me anything. But as an ordinary person, I still feel a flutter of excitement and a bead of sweat on my brow. Soft light spreads, and dense, attribute-less pure magical power materializes into feathers of light, scattering about. In an instant, the child wakes up with no trace of injury. Mommy, what happened? Ah, Saint Sama. Thank you so much. As the mother embraces the bewildered child and expresses her gratitude, I nod with a wry smile, perspiring. Phew, I'm relieved, the others seem fine. Since it was an infectious disease, I cast it on everyone in the church, of course. And in this world, even if there were tattoos or plastic surgery, it would have returned them to their original state. Looks like no one's face has changed, so we're safe. Big sis, thank you. It's nothing, I'm glad the pain is gone. The small boy cheerfully thanks me, and I gently pat his head. Look at me, I'm the big sister. And wells about the offering. Ah yes, that system does exist. While holy magic healing is largely monopolized by religious institutions, the basic treatment itself is free. But people are expected to make an offering in return. So sometimes there are those who don't pay. In that case, the usual response is, I'm sorry, but other patients are waiting, so we'll be in touch later. After all, those offerings are an essential source of income for maintaining the religious facilities and being able to provide the treatment in the first place. So there are general guidelines on treatment costs based on the condition. Something like a broken bone would be around the same as a commoner's monthly salary, since a skilled mage could heal it in about 3 days versus taking months with ordinary treatment. But in a case like this, where I use that magical power, the cost would be maybe around the level of the full cost of a heart transplant surgery and subsequent infection treatment, as the will of God dictates. As I ponder what to do, a priest-like person brings over a piece of paper that seems to have been prepared in advance, placed on a tray. Let's see here, As the priest-like person tries to pass by me, I can't help but give a jab, and he ends up sliding all the way to the corner of the church in a comical pose. Crumpling the invoice that flutters down, I burn it in my hand, then turn to the mother and child with a gentle smile. No offering is necessary. Rather, I'm grateful for the experience. But, for some reason, they still look terrified of me. But I won't be disheartened. This is a church, but the sacred magic I just used is not ordinary magic. It's something I've created myself, and this is the first time I'm using it. If I were to receive a large donation because of this, I think it would go against God's will. Rumbling sounds, oh no. An earthquake. God is angry. Not again. I don't know if it's the local spirits or the land god, but could you please stop getting frightened every time I call you? I won't eat you or anything, but it seems the people who were paralyzed by my magic have forgotten to criticize me, which is a relief. Mom, that's weird. Be quiet. The boy doesn't seem to understand what's going on and is simply asking his mother for a snack. The boy doesn't stay quiet, and rummaging through his mother's bag, he pulls out a small baked good and offers it to me. Big sister, have a snack. Oh my, thank you very much. I've received a wonderful donation now. See, I'll try to wrap this up by looking around, and sure enough, the priests are averting their eyes, probably because they don't feel comfortable with a child making a large donation to me. Why are the boy's mother and even Rick avoiding my gaze as well? Well, it may be sweet, but instead of taking money from those who have little, I should be taking it from the Capel family. While the priests are looking at me with rabbit-like fear in their eyes, the boy's mother keeps thanking me as she leaves the church with her son. But I wonder if they'll be okay. The church has been sealed off for a few days, and if the donation hadn't happened, the mother and child might not have been able to receive the next treatment. But it's fine. Later, someone who seemed to be an important person in this town came and made a deal with the church. On their chest was, as the will of the goddess dictates, the membership card of that something something brings darkness group was shining, and their scalp as well. In this world, it's all about connections and money. Let's bring some darkness later. The sense of liberation is no joke. I must have gotten a little too excited from escaping that carriage. I dread having to go back though, and about. What is this? That snack the boy gave me, there's something off about it. It has a nice aroma, and it looks homemade by the mother, but Vaya said I shouldn't eat it if I can help it. I can sense something like a remnant of the boy's heart or soul in it. I've sometimes been able to sense the taste of things made by people I know well, but could this be a offering? Chapter 7, The Evening Banquet. Is this really okay? In the castle of the Duke of Capel, Cordelia was alone after sending the maids away, reflecting on the events that had occurred today. Normally, Cordelia was supposed to return here tomorrow morning with Ludric and the others from the town that could be called the entrance to the Colt's domain. But after being strongly impacted by today's events, Cordelia felt a discomfort she had never felt before when her mother told her to go to Ludric's quarters at night, and she made an excuse of feeling unwell to return to the castle during the night. Urussia, the princess of the Grand Duchy of Versinia, the granddaughter of the king, and the princess, who is called the face of the Holy Kingdom, the Holy Maiden, a younger girl than Cordelia. Cordelia's mother Isabella had said that it was just favoritism. As the daughter of the former second prince, she was being favored, given a title beyond her status, and spoiled as a young girl. Cordelia, being the daughter of the second wife, was the only daughter of the Capel family and was frail in body, but was loved and raised by her father and half-brothers. Her brothers were passive, but her father, the Duke of Capel, seemed to be on bad terms with the Grand Duke, and, following her mother's opinion, made the people of the Grand Ducal family his enemies. Growing up in such an environment, Cordelia naturally sided with her mother's intentions and came to see Princess Urussia as an impertinent young girl. What bothered her the most was the rumor that Princess Urussia might be engaged to Prince Ludric, the one Cordelia had a faint affection for. Her mother had said that she would fulfill Cordelia's wishes, to welcome Ludric as Cordelia's husband and eventually make him the Duke of Capel. But what about her brothers? Since their parents' and brothers' opinions had been at odds, the two had not returned from the Magic Academy in the capital, but they were still kind brothers to Cordelia. To Cordelia's question, her mother said that the two would be sent somewhere far away, so there would be no problem. Would her brothers remain in the capital? It would be lonely not to be able to see them, but her mother's words convinced Cordelia that since it was the capital, they wouldn't be so far away that she couldn't see them again. But the actual Urussia she met exceeded Cordelia's imagination in every way. Golden eyes, golden hair. A heavenly beauty created by God. Her appearance was truly worthy of the title of Golden Princess. And Cordelia had never imagined that such a beautiful human being could exist. The highest position and the highest beauty. Urussia possessed robust health and abundant talent, things Cordelia lacked, and Cordelia was jealous of her. However, she was different from the impertinent girl that Cordelia had imagined. 2 years younger than Cordelia, she showed a childlike figure in this unfamiliar land, where she was asked to fulfill her duties as a holy maiden. And she came to admire Cordelia as an older sister. Cordelia's mother found Urussia's forceful manner unpleasant, and Cordelia was also taken aback. But she realized that it was to suppress her age-appropriate anxiety. And the youngest Cordelia, who had always wanted a sister, gradually came to find her charming. Even so, she complained about her to match her mother's opinion. But after seeing Urussia's truly compassionate figure as the true holy maiden and being bathed in her light, Cordelia felt as if the dark sediment that had been accumulating in her heart was melting away. Looking closely at Urussia with the membrane of jealousy peeled off, she realized that Urussia looked a little sad at Cordelia, who was siding with her mother. Urussia, a true holy maiden yet lovely and charming. Ludric had grown even more dignified since his childhood, and Cordelia realized that the way he was worried about Urussia was the same as her own. And she came to the realization that she was not enough to be the prince's fiancée. But, if so, the things she had been thinking about normally until now were strange. The evaluation of Urussia by her mother and the actual Urussia she met were completely opposite. No matter how much her parents disliked the Grand Ducal family, if they still did not change their evaluation after actually seeing her, it was strange. The thought crossed her mind that it was her mother who had prepared the cursed child in the church. She had been avoiding thinking about it. She had thought it was not a big deal even if she knew. A few days ago, her mother had invited an unknown merchant to the castle and bought some cheap decorative items that she had never paid attention to before. Her mother had told her not to get too close because they were not very good, and Cordelia hadn't really cared, but Urussia had used sacred magic, and the amulet that the child had been wearing crumbled in the light. Her mother must be trying to do something bad. Cordelia didn't know how far her father and the rest of the family were involved, but as her awareness changed and she thought it was something bad, she decided she had to do something for the sister, who was surely feeling anxious. This older sister, will protect you. Section For some reason, Cordelia-chan, who had been hostile to me, returned first. Even if she's not as tempting a main dish as my sister, her as snacks are still quite appetizing. But it was quite a shock to see her become so ordinary after the church service. Oh well, let's hope for the best with the Duchess and Duke Capel's maturation. Sigh. Now we've arrived at Duke Capel's castle, and it's time for the banquet. There's no rest, just the banquet. You might think it's just everyone eating together, but the Capel family's banquets can't be that simple. While it may not be as grand as a ball, there will surely be many important figures in attendance. As a young man, Rick can probably just change his clothes and be done. But I need to hurry and take a bath, have Vaya and the other maids scrub me down, apply all sorts of cosmetics, style my hair, and get dressed in the gown I had picked out. What a pain in the neck this preparation is. But, as was the case last night, I have no choice but to get ready, because if I have even a moment of rest, those two might start bickering again. Anyway, about the banquet, do I need to perform any special entertainment? I've learned piano and singing as part of a noble lady's accomplishments, but do I really have to sing and dance? I think it would be fine for you to just be present, Urusama. Really, I don't have to sing and dance. As Vaya was washing my hair, the other maids, as well as Tina and Fanny, who are loyal to me, all nodded in agreement with her. Is that really okay? It's not that I particularly want to sing and dance, but am I just a decoration to be present? And finally, it's time for the banquet. I wasn't really waiting for it, but not leaving any time to spare helps maintain my inner peace. Lucia-sama, you look beautiful. Thank you, Noelle. Noelle, my escort again today, dressed up as the son of a viscount, complimented me. But that's not all. Urussia. Yes. Officially, the escort role should be Prince Rick's. As I put my arm through the crook of his elbow, I can feel the tension as Noelle and Rick glare at each other overhead. Ah, my stomach is starting to hurt again. As we enter the hall, various people came to greet us before we took our seats, but sensing our awkward atmosphere, they quickly moved away. Stop it, don't make the atmosphere any stranger. Ah, Duke Capel. I spotted the hosting Duke Capel, and, dodging the hands of Rick and Noelle trying to hold me back, I hurry over to him. The Duke Capel is, well, how should I put it? He seems to be the brother of that member, Zesh. Well, he has a very clean scalp, but I don't care about that. I've been eagerly awaiting this moment, to the point that I'd even think it's okay to bring darkness at a 30% discount. Miss Urussia, I'm glad you've answered my request this time, and oh my, that's nothing at all, Duke Capel. I've truly been looking forward to seeing you. And that scalp of yours looks even more radiant with a 30% increase. My most sincere praise causes the Duke Capel's smile to look strained. Miss Urussia has such a way with words. The way you charmed even Zesh, you see, oops, pardon me. Oh, is the Duke also interested? If so, please do consult with Lord Zesh. The members are all such wonderful people, and I've received so many wonderful gifts. Please, Duke Capel, do consider it. As I step forward eagerly, for some reason the Duke takes a step back. Zesh's affairs are of no concern to me. That man is no longer part of my household. How could you say that? Lord Zesh is just as respectable as you, Duke Capel. If you're too shy to talk to him, I'll be happy to mediate. Sweat starts to pour down the Duke's forehead, and his lips begin to tremble. What's wrong? Ahem, well, that's neither here nor there. For this banquet, we've obtained some excellent fruit wines from the north, far superior to the ones from the Grand Duchy's vineyards. Not that such drinks would be appropriate for a young lady like yourself, of course. The Duke Capel wipes the sweat from his brow and gives a sly smile. How charmingly shady. Oh my, thank you. For you to go to the trouble of procuring so much non-potable fruit wine just for a child like me, it's such a lavish and Duke-like thing to do. My father is so prudent, but maybe I should follow your lead, Duke Capel, and indulge in a bit of extravagance. As I praise the Duke's wealth, his whole body starts to tremble slightly. Yes, well, there are some things a young lady like yourself wouldn't understand. It must be quite a burden, being the daughter of the Archduke of Versania, to be carried along so far above your station. Well, can you understand? All of this is because of my grandfather. It's an order from the king, and I can't disobey it. I was really troubled. Please, Duke Capel, have a word with His Majesty. If you wish, you can make an appointment for a meeting at once. And no, that won't be necessary. This time, Duke Capel interrupts me sharply. He's sweating profusely, but is he really okay? It seems Urussia-san is in a difficult situation. So does Urussia-san find the titles of princess and saint to be a burden? The Duke forces a smile, as if enduring some pain. I was designated as the saint by His Majesty when I was 4 years old, and the nobles in the capital all agreed, so my father and I didn't even have a chance to say anything. Even though the Duke's family has daughters too, why didn't you say anything? That's because of the bloodline and magical power. No, my daughter is physically weak, so it can't be helped. Is Lady Cordelia sickly? If so, I can heal her. There's also Zesh in the capital, so she could recuperate there. Don't you dare take my daughter anywhere. I'm terribly sorry. He snaps, then quickly apologizes. It's all right. I understand how precious your daughter is. I say with a sympathetic smile, but for some reason, the Duke's face turns pale. As a father, it must be painful to be separated from his beloved daughter. It's a shame that Noah, who rarely says such things, was hoping to entertain her. So, you don't want to be called the saint? I heard a lot of children were involved in that incident. Whose fault was it, I wonder? Why, it was Brother Ledric and the guards here who were involved, I exclaim. Would you like me to call them over? Should the 3 of you talk alone? No, that's quite all right. He rejected my offer to bring them over. He's a perceptive one, isn't he? I wonder if he can see the sparks of light or sense the flow of time. So, Urussia-san, can you really use sacred magic worthy of being called a saint? I've heard about yesterday's incident, but was it really you who did that? You'll have to see it to believe it. Shall I demonstrate? Shall I try it? You look unwell, but I can use the blessing feast too. With my current magic, I think an archangel would dance, and it would be a grand. Stop it. Excuse me, I just remembered an urgent matter. Wait. Oh, wait, the healing, he was leaving. I couldn't hear if the Duke, who suddenly turned his back and left at a brisk pace, ignored my attempt to hold him back. I wonder if he went to the restroom. I must have done something wrong. It was a waste of time to worry. A weary voice reaches me from behind, and I see Ledric with a slightly furrowed brow. Brother Ledric. Rick looks dejected, his shoulders slumped. What's wrong? What were you thinking with that conversation? I don't see anything particularly strange about our talk. I may have gotten a bit carried away, but I know I worried Brother Ledric and my father, but Duke Capel seemed like a perfectly gentlemanly person to me. They are. Dear Lucia. Next to Rick, Noel also has his shoulders slumped, and the two exchange a weak laugh before sighing in unison. What on earth is going on? No, you can just stay as you are. Yes, please continue to be yourself, Lucia-sama. Why are they saying that in such perfect sync? Weren't these two always at odds? Could it be that some boyish camaraderie blossomed from their late-night training sessions? Boys are so mysterious. I don't fully understand, but at least I'm free from my stomach pains now. Urussia-sama. Rushing towards us, her skirt billowing, is Cordelia, Duke Capel's daughter. The bitterness has finally been washed away and my soul feels refreshed. Tears. Are you okay? Urussia-sama, did my father say anything strange to you? Before Rick or Noel could stop her, Cordelia tightly embraced me. What's going on? I thought you liked Rick and maybe even had a little crush on Noel too. So why are you hugging me, Cordelia-sama? You must have been scared, but it's all right. This big sister is here for you. Hi. Sister, how did this happen? There are 2 gentlemen here. What are you doing? Poor Urussia-sama seems so frightened. No, it's nothing. I won't accept any excuses. This is where I will protect you. You can think of me as your true sister. Yes. Hi. The Cordelia who was supposed to be hostile towards me is now saying she will protect me while I'm in the Colt's territory. I expected some nasty, muddy exchange of malice, but that didn't happen. And so the banquet began. It's not what I expected. In a normal banquet, I thought we would all sit around a large table and chat with the people close to us while eating. But with this many people, that's not possible. Imagine a wedding reception. There are many round tables that seat about 8 people, and the guests are divided by their relationship to the couple. During the meal, the servers will come around to pour drinks or chat with the people at the higher tables. This time, since it's a welcome party for me, I naturally assumed I would be seated at the same table as the Capel Duchy, but for some reason, we're at a different table. I wonder why. At our table, it's me, Rick, Noel, and Ba Baru. Mr. Bear, and Cordelia is also seated next to me as if it's the most natural thing. Urussia-sama, are you not hungry? The local delicacies here are quite delicious, you know. Yes. For some reason, Cordelia is fussing over me like a small child. That's why the food made by strangers has no taste. Even if they serve me something that tastes aged and cheese-like, I can't appreciate the umami because it just feels like smelly, sticky goop. It's delicious. See, you can eat my portion too, sister. Stop it, what should I do? I'm here as the daughter of my father, and the expected malice is hardly present. But if I try to get Noah or Tina to season the food for me, Cordelia blocks them firmly, not even letting Rick approach. Actually, Rick is already chatting casually with Noelle while eating. Someone, please help me. Princess Urussia. My savior has appeared, but, is that Bishop Callisto? To my dismay, I see the shabby. My apologies, uncle, I met in the kingdom of Sigurs. Bishop, what business do you have with my Urussia-sama? No, well. Cordelia's aggressive tone makes Callisto step back, intimidated. But I cannot let anyone escape, no matter who they are. I gently push away Cordelia's silverware that she's trying to shove into my mouth. No, I really don't want it. It's been a while, hasn't it? I smile warmly at Callisto. Why, yes, it has been a while, princess. Now the question is, why is this man who is in Sigurs here? I'm glad you could come. This is to express my gratitude and pay my respects. I nod quietly with a soft smile. As I was wondering about this, Rick whispered beside me. Noelle said he mentioned something about returning to Talidald a few years later. Of course, I remember now. So you've become the new bishop of the cathedral, Callisto. Yes, it's an honor to welcome the princess to this land. I'm relieved I wasn't mistaken. He did mention something about returning. However, that he's now the head of the Costal religion right in the Capel Duchy's backyard is quite a small world, isn't it? And so, yes. About the cursed incident you had at the church before coming here. He's talking about the incident on his way here. It was the case where I used magic to dispel the curse and provide healing, wasn't it? That mother and child were in a terrible state. I'm glad I could use my magic, even though I'm not related to the Costal religion. No, that's not. If the church could use magic, then an offering would be necessary, right? But that's not. I wish I could have used the same magic, but if there was someone at the church who could, I might have interfered with the healing, No. Got it. I win. Actually, he's quite weak, isn't he? Is this really okay for the person in charge? Well, healing is an important source of income for religious institutions, so he's probably concerned about that. But this time, let's just let him off. By the way, how much sacred magic power did you use in that? Let's see, about the amount for 3 blessing feasts. The high-level sacred magic blessing feast. It was the magic that treated Noel Kun and the other children who had been wanting to die in the demon summoning incident. I heard that it's a rare magic that not many can use even in this country. If even humans can use it, it's not that rare, is it? This time, I used a little more magic power, but as long as you squeeze your soul to the limit, humans can manage somehow, right? When I looked at Ludric and Noelle, they had resigned expressions, and even Cordelia, who had been growling, was gaping with her mouth open. To use that much magical power so casually. Callisto seemed to stagger in amazement, directing beseeching eyes towards me. Could it be that the amount of magic power used changes the amount of alms? The Costal religion is the national religion, but I have no intention of using magic for the great cathedral of this land. Your Highness, Princess Urussia, there is a ceremony I would like to request of you. There it is. What's wrong, Sir Callisto? Talking to him with the same tension as when I was dealing with a door-to-door newspaper salesman through the intercom. He, despite his high position, bowed his head as if prostrating himself. Please, I want you to use your tremendous magical power for the god. I will do anything I can, so please. Hey, please raise your head. What is he doing? Everyone is staring. It makes me look like I'm bullying him. To come at me like this, as expected of an archbishop. I don't know what's so impressive, but... However, it's too suspicious. He hasn't explained anything at all. So, where and what? I have borrowed the location from Duke Capel, and we plan to hold a prayer to God there. I've asked the party of heroes that I'm on good terms with to provide the security, so you can rest assured about the safety. The heroes, you say. They show up again, huh? They're a suspicious bunch, and if I try to recall, I feel like I'll start laughing again, but the fact that they're here means Oni-sama must be here as well. Very well. Oh, thank you so much, Princess No Holy Maiden. Hey. In contrast to the delighted Callisto, Rick, who had also sensed the suspiciousness, muttered a complaint. I can't help it, Brother Ludric. This is also my duty. But still, if the national religion tells you it's for God, the royalty can't refuse it unless there's a really good reason. That's probably what Rick is thinking, but my duty is different. The prayer sounds very suspicious, but if it clashes with our underworld control plan, it might be better to watch it first in order to crush it later. After all, they are my Oni-sama. There have been various things lately, and I really need healing. If I leave Oni-sama alone, they'll end up getting involved with suspicious people or demons, and if that affects her maturation, I'll cry. Ah, Oni-sama, I'm truly looking forward to seeing you from the bottom of my heart. Lucia-sama. Noelle. As I was seeing off Callisto, who was leaving with light steps, Noel-kun approached me. Is that Archbishop Callisto a trustworthy person? I'd like to know that too. Following Noelle's words, Ludric also furrowed his brow. I've never even heard the name of this Archbishop Callisto before. Even if he is an archbishop in this holy kingdom, I should at least know about him. They've become quite normal, the two of them. It's not a bad thing, and if they get tense, it'll be a burden on my stomach, so it's a very good thing. But somehow, I feel a little lonely. Well, he was once an archbishop in the Siggers kingdom, so we can't just refuse based on feelings or impressions alone. That may be so, but could it be that he's doing something strange with the Duke of Capel? I'm not interested, but if I can get caught in his scheme, it might become a weakness of the Capel family. Princess Urussia. Just as I thought she had been quiet all this time, Cordelia approached me with a troubled expression. If you're going, I'll go with you too. Father may try to stop me, but if I'm with you, Princess Urussia, even mother and father may hesitate. Cordelia-sama, does she know something? From her expression, I can sense that she is holding back various things. About me. About the family, about her father, about her mother. About the pretty words and the reality that she can't maintain as a noble. It makes me feel a bit sinister. And so the evening banquet ended without any particularly dramatic events. Right. It ended with hardly any upheaval. And I thought I had managed to suppress any opposition to accepting Callisto's invitation. Urusama, I cannot agree with this. Vaya. As I was walking towards the guest room provided by the Capel family, I suddenly heard Vaya's voice behind me and stopped. Vaya had been serving us, so she must have overheard the conversation with Callisto. Everyone, could you please go ahead to the room first? Urussia, I'm not fully convinced either. Leave Lucia-sama's escort to me, Noelle. Hey, Noelle. Noelle and Mr. Bear took Rick, who still wasn't convinced, by force. Bri and Sarah, who are also part of my escort, discreetly left us alone. For this expedition, in addition to my own escort, there are even 3 holy knights from Talidold, the highest military might, accompanying Rick. You might think 3 is not enough, but these are people in high-grade magical silver armor who can use advanced holy magic, stronger even than a hippopotamus. Even with such an impressive guard, I still can't feel at ease. But that's not what Vaya is worried about. Vaya, you've disliked the church since long ago, haven't you? So you remember. I first mentioned that when you were 2 years old. Vaya, you fell in Min, you're all family to me. The ones who have been by my side since I was born are truly like family. My words brought a gentle smile to Vaya's face. What are you uneasy about? If I tell you, will you reconsider? I'm not sure yet. I gave a troubled smile, and Vaya also let out a small, wry chuckle in the softened atmosphere. I think I told you before about my relationship with your mother, Lee-sama. Yes. I heard that Vaya was Lee's junior at the Magic Academy, and she doted on Vaya like a little sister. She even helped Vaya's struggling family and studies. Like you, I was able to use holy magic from a young age. With my aptitude for water and wind magic and abundant magical power, I caught the eye of a certain priest, who persistently invited me to join. I see. Somehow, this sounds similar to something. I declined due to my studies and helping my merchant family, but he kept pressuring me. Then, when I refused again, unpleasant things started happening around my family. That's when Lee-sama, who was on good terms with Archbishop Molt, intervened, and my family was able to get back on its feet. And that priest, Archbishop Molt tried to have him excommunicated, but there were movements within the Costal Church to protect him, so he ended up transferring to a Costal church in another country. Ahem. What's that all about? No wonder she'd become anti-religion after something like that. But wait a minute. Do you know the name of that man? As I asked with a slight smile, as if sensing something, Vaya hesitated for a moment before opening her heavy lips. I believe it was Callisto. My. My smile naturally deepened. I'm not sure what kind of expression I have, but seeing Vaya's slight trembling, as well as Noah and Nia's strained faces shaking their heads, I can kind of guess. I see. So then, I'd like to accept the request. Urusama. As I remained unwavering, Vaya reached out, and I gently enveloped her hands with both of mine. I understand your unease and concern. That's why, as your family, I want to dispel that for you. Urusama. Vaya looked at me with an expression of deep emotion, pressing her forehead against my hands. Let's clear the sediment in your heart. Let's protect the heart I've known since I was human. But I'm sorry, Vaya, I am a demon. I'm not your beautiful, delicate princess. As a demon, I will save the world you live in as a demon. I'm getting quite excited. Section. The bleak, northern land, the realm of the demons. There is no clean water. The sky is perpetually shrouded in the accumulated resentment of thousands of years, with never-ending overcast skies that never see the sun. The land and the hearts of its inhabitants are all ravaged. In the vast magical circle deep beneath the Demon King's castle, magic power continues to flow endlessly. But now, the burly demon who had been managing this place is absent. He has gone to the human realm on behalf of his master, the Demon King, to gather the magic power to be sent here. As one of the generals of the Demon King's army, this thoughtful individual can gather magic power without being noticed by the humans. The proof is that over the past year or so, he has been able to pour far more magic power into the magical circle than ever before. Is he not here, Demon King? Aegis, the king of the demon realm, gazing at the massive magic circle in the underground, turns to the voice addressing him. There stands an old man clad in an aged, sorcerer-like robe. Whether he truly is an old man or even a demon is unclear. What is known is that he possesses magic power equal to the Demon King and has deep expertise in the arcane arts. And his name is Aegis. Why is this suspicious individual allowed within the Demon King's castle and permitted to converse with the Demon King himself? It is because, in the demon realm that reveres strength, this person has exceptional magical skills and knowledge, and it is this knowledge that has allowed him to impart the techniques for this massive magic circle in order to fulfill the Demon King's wishes. He has gone to the other side. Since he has taken action, we shall likely receive good news before long. Heh, that is indeed fortuitous. With this, our desire shall be fulfilled. Indeed. Aegis's true intentions are unfathomable. Perhaps he is making a grave mistake, but even if it were a demon's trap, the Demon King could no longer retreat for the sake of his wretched demon kin. At least, return safely, Cordal. Chapter 8. The Summoned One. A few days after the dinner party, we boarded the carriage sent by the Duke of Capel's family to visit their ancestral castle. I thought my sisters would be here to greet us, but it seems that's not the case. I see. Rick replied cryptically. Did Rick know my sisters? Well, they were relatives, so it wouldn't be unusual. Since my sisters had some sort of incident, there must have been a lot going on. This carriage was for traveling within the domain, so it was a regular 6-person carriage, not the Duke's high-speed one. Rick and Noelle sat across from us, while the maid Vaya and Cordelia sat on either side of me. Yuru's big sisters, they must be lovely women, Cordelia said, clinging to my arm. She was trying to protect me from her father and had started using a nickname for me. But she was starting to remind me of Sherry. I hope she doesn't become too eccentric. I sincerely hope Cordelia can stay pure and innocent. Oh, your sister must be so wonderful and adorable. Oh my, I'm so looking forward to meeting them. As Cordelia and I exchanged smiles, Rick let out a strange sigh and frowned slightly. You're awfully carefree. The cramped carriage was fine, but I heard that the castle we were heading to was the one Callisto had borrowed from the Capel family. Rick and Noelle both seemed a bit tense. Was it because they were worried about me? Not because I've been smiling so much, right? After all, I get to meet my lovely sisters, and I've been thinking about how to punish Callisto. I suppose that's why I've been so cheerful. Have I been straying too far from being human lately? But I'm still okay. After a while, Urusama, the castle is in sight, Vaya said. Thank you, Vaya. I replied with a gentle, human-like smile, leaning towards Vaya to look out the expensive glass window. The castle was located away from the Capel family's capital, in a clearing in the forest, with a beautiful lake and a small castle on its shore. It sounded like a lovely summer retreat, but since even Cordelia was visiting for the first time, it was probably quite difficult to maintain. The lakeside was surrounded by tall reeds, and the castle was completely overgrown with weeds, giving it more of an abandoned feel than a proper castle. If they have the money, they should do something about it. Lord Ledric and Urussia-sama, welcome, greeted Duchess Isabella, accompanied by several maids as we arrived. Behind her, Callisto, the actual host, opened his mouth like a gasping fish, but couldn't say anything. Mother, my Cordelia, were you able to talk a lot with Lord Ledric? I was with Urusama. No, you must talk to Lord Ledric without being shy. Mother, this mother and daughter seemed close, but was Cordelia's behavior simply a result of brainwashing? She couldn't even have a normal conversation if she strayed from that. Rick sighed and stepped forward. I recall we're being summoned by the Archbishop here. At Rick's prompt, Isabella smiled without any guilt. This is our family's castle, and we're providing the funding. So we've had Callisto stand in for us. I see. Do you actually know what's going to happen? Ho, that's for you to find out. For now, we've prepared a light meal, so please come this way. Understood. Honestly, I get the feeling Isabella looks down on me. There seems to be some complicated feelings there. Maybe I can poke at it a bit more and let it mature into something delicious. Here we go. Just as I was about to follow, Callisto eagerly stepped forward to guide me. Urussia-sama, this way please, Cordelia-sama as well. Oh yes, sir. As I took Cordelia's hand and started walking, Rick quickly fell into step beside me, while Noelle fell back to give instructions to the mercenaries. Everyone is so serious. Just as I was casually observing them, something happened. Princess. As I was led into the grand hall of the ancient castle, I heard a familiar voice echoing through the room. Was it the grand hall? The place where social gatherings used to be held was now occupied by people who seemed like mages, preparing a large magic circle. What could it be? It resembles a summoning circle, but there's something different about it. From the middle of this group, a young man broke free and ran towards me. Oh, my beautiful princess. You have become even more lovely. It's been a while, Sir Ulfio. There he is, Ulfio, the self-proclaimed hero of Sigres. His gaze feels a bit creepy, and I'm a bit reluctant to call him by name, but I can't just call someone a hero if the Sigres royal family doesn't recognize them as such. In the Holy Kingdom, the title of hero is as important as that of the Holy Maiden, so even Callisto calling him a hero is almost unacceptable. As Ulfio approached me, he knelt down and tried to take my hand, as if to kiss it. You there, do not be so familiar with the princess of this country. Rick grabbed Ulfio's hand to stop him, towering over the kneeling Ulfio with a commanding voice. And you are. Interrupted, Ulfio looked up with an unhappy expression. I am Ledric of Talaidold. Surely you must have heard of the prince of this country. Zahi. Ulfio seemed to recognize the prince's name, and though he grimaced with displeasure, he gave a half-hearted bow. My apologies. You see, I'm not a noble, nor am I from this country. Wow, what a rude attitude. People who are confident in their own power, be it financial, magical, or martial, often tend to be hostile towards authority. This guy is a perfect example. But in this case, the other party is in the wrong. Adopting such an attitude towards a member of the royal family with a claim to the throne is not just disrespectful, but the insolence of it caused one of the holy knights to place a hand on his sword hilt. However, Rick noticed this and waved him off. And your name? I am called the hero by the people of Sigres, Ulfio. At Ulfio's self-proclaimed title of hero, not only Rick, but the knights as well showed clear displeasure on their faces. I see. I have not heard anything about you from my aunt, the queen of the Sigres kingdom, but no matter. You may leave now. Return to your duties. Wow, he really cut him down. After all, Ulfio is just a self-proclaimed, tentative hero. At least in this country, you need to be blessed by the spirits or have some kind of awakening to even be considered. Excuse me. Ulfio left, his face flushed with anger, and the group of heroes who had caught up to him greeted him with worried expressions. Among them were my elder sisters, and Adeline Nisama was glaring at me with a terrifying expression, but when I returned her a bright smile, she looked taken aback and backed away. Ah geez, Adeline Nisama is so adorable. Noelle. Yes. Rick, who had been watching the scene with a stern expression, called out, and Noelle, who responded, came forward and took a stance to protect me, with both Rick and Noelle by my side. What was all that about? They're so in sync now, like true partners. It's much better than the stifling atmosphere from before, but they're already so in tune with each other. I don't really understand men. Urussia, do not so easily allow men to approach you. Rick suddenly said something fatherly. I'm sorry, Brother Ludric, I'll be more careful, but how unusual of you to speak so strongly. It was like something out of a storybook, Prince, and it was lovely. Encouraged by my words, Cordelia also nodded with flushed cheeks. As I looked up at the grown-up Rick, smiling, he averted his gaze with a frown. What exactly do you think of me? As I tried to peer into Rick's face, which he had turned away, he lightly poked my head. His ears look a bit red. There's no need to hit me. I puffed out my cheeks a little in dissatisfaction, and then Noelle gently patted my head from behind. Noelle. Ah, sorry. Was he comforting me? I turned back with a puzzled look, and Noelle quickly withdrew his hand, his face bright red. Oh my, I do love being spoiled, you know? Both Rick and Noelle are cool, but also kind of cute. But still, they're different from him. That's fine, but I heard a sound behind us, like something was about to explode. I wonder if Bry has been possessed by something bad again. My apologies, Lord Ludric. I'm sorry for not coming to greet you. Guided by Madame Isabella and Callisto, we were ushered into what seemed to be a dining room, where Duke Capel came to welcome us, apparently having made preparations to receive us. I'm very sorry, but since the castle is in such a state, we were unable to prepare a large enough space to accommodate everyone. Therefore, we will need to host your entourage in a separate area. Of course, we have also prepared meals for the soldiers. I see, I appreciate the consideration. Rick replied with a slightly suspicious look on his face to the Duke of Capel's words. What he said wasn't particularly strange. It's common for escorts and soldiers to be served in a different location, as it's not possible to host everyone together. But still, that also means the other party trusts them. Yet, why won't the Duke of Capel make eye contact with me? He is only speaking to Rick and doesn't even glance in my direction. Whenever our eyes briefly meet, he instantly looks away. Doesn't his neck hurt from turning so quickly? We were chatting so pleasantly the last time. Is it not spacious enough? No, my apologies. Since this was hastily prepared, the decor may not be complete. When I murmured this, the Duke, who seemed to be bothered by it as well, finally responded, wiping the sweat from his brow. But that's not the issue here. The dining area isn't spacious. However, if we move those mysterious, magic-infused boxes sitting around, it might become quite roomy. Well, it's probably best not to poke too much fun, lest the already sweating Duke become even more awkward in his actions. And Cordelia, come over here. Mother. Lady Isabella called her daughter in a cold voice. It seems she called Cordelia back, as the daughter was lingering with Rick instead of coming to her side. When did you become such a child? If you can't listen to what I say, then you can leave. You just need to do as I say. Yes. Slightly irritated by the harsh tone, Cordelia bit her lip and lowered her head. Isabella, there's no need to be so stern. It's because you're too indulgent with Cordelia that she's become this way. I'll educate her properly later. For now, just behave yourself. While the Duke seems to have a soft spot for his daughter, Lady Isabella does not, and the awakening Cordelia timidly moved closer to her father, away from her mother. Urussia. Yes. Rick, who was chatting with Mr. Bears, whispered in my ear. Originally, Lord Barbanas was supposed to join us for the meal, but instead, Noelle will be participating. That's fine, but what happened? When I asked this, Rick furrowed his brows slightly. Lord Barbanas is organizing the mercenaries so they can move out quickly. We don't know what might happen from here on. I see, so that's how it is. Rick and Mr. Bears seem to think the Duke of Capel might make a direct move. Lady Isabella aside, well, the Duke's soul doesn't seem quite capable of such an act. The meal began, and we took the seats guided by the servants of the Capel household. In the end, it's just me, Rick, and Noelle in this room. Viola and my attendants were also taken to a separate room to dine. Well, just as a precaution, I've instructed my attendants to evacuate my associates if anything happens. Everything should be fine, right? Ah, but who cares about such trivial matters? Big sister Adeline, if you furrow your brow like that, it'll ruin your lovely face. Don't call me big sister so easily. Oh my, how truly wonderful, big sister Adeline. The Duke of Capel has even invited the two of you, big sister Adeline and big sister Aureline, to this meal. The rest of the hero's party, haha, isn't here. But of course, he couldn't very well invite the younger sister while leaving out the older sisters, even if she did run away from home. Or maybe, as former noble ladies, they were already acquainted with the Duke. From the seat across the large table, big sister Adeline glares at me with a lovely, almost biting expression. Next to her, big sister Aureline seems a bit uneasy about the situation, fidgeting. And she doesn't look very appetized either. I'm sorry, big sisters. I got a little carried away since I'm so happy to see my beloved big sisters. You. Huh. Even after I apologized meekly, she's glaring at me even more. Oh, it seems that Sister Adeline has joined those people's group, but is she eating properly? I've been very worried about how the noble sisters are doing. HMPH, she may seem a bit unreliable, but her knowledge is excellent. She has many patents in magic and agriculture, so you don't need to worry about her. Sister Adeline turns her head with a tsoon sound. Oh my, that's wonderful. I thought she might have some childish tastes, but I'm relieved to hear that. If the sisters find a place to get married, father's worries will be reduced. You. Adeline slams the table with her hand and stands up. Huh. Didn't you see him try to kiss my hand twice and get stopped? If there are more good points about him, why would she get angry? It's almost hopeless to find a marriage partner for the two of them in the Holy Kingdom, so I thought it would be a good idea. No, stop, Urussia. Sister Aureline. While calming Adeline, Sister Aureline scolds me. It's rare for her to speak to me directly. I noticed her gaze shifting between me and the person next to me, so I looked that way. Urussia. Rick, who had been silently listening to our sisterly conversation, rubs his forehead and lets out a long sigh. Let's leave it at that. I understand you're happy to see your sisters again, but you tend to speak too honestly when your emotions are high. Huh. Too honest? I'm not even aware of it. Is that why Count Capel avoids me? Adeline, it's been a while. Lord Ledric. Rick gazes into the distance, as Adeline looks at him with moist, childlike eyes, as if holding back tears. Sister Aureline. Eek. Just with a glance, she's getting too scared. I wanted to ask what happened between the two of them, but if I put more pressure with my gaze, Sister Aureline desperately shakes her head, signaling them not to say anything. Since they're close relatives of similar age, Rick and the sisters must have had a relationship like childhood friends. But there seems to be more complex emotions swirling beneath the surface. Come to think of it, I've heard that Rick was engaged in the past. Could it have been with Sister Adeline? For the royal family and ducal family's engagement to be broken off, what on earth did you do, sister? WL, let's have our meal. Unable to bear the heavy atmosphere, Count Capel suddenly calls out, giving instructions to the servants. Well, never mind. Everyone, it seems like a lot has happened. But what a dining scene this is. Count Capel keeps talking, perhaps to lighten the mood, while Baroness Isabella next to him ignores him. Rick eats silently, looking displeased. Sister Adeline doesn't seem to be able to swallow her food, not taking a single bite, and Sister Aureline is eating fretfully, as if resigned. Callisto, who was there from the beginning, is just a silent presence. I wonder what the cause is. There must be various factors, but it feels like there is a big underlying reason. Unaware of it. But even so, I am the most air-reading demon in the demon realm, so I'll just drink water instead of eating. Oh, does the food not suit a noble lady like you, Urussia? Baroness Isabella says this, looking at me. Mother, don't say it that way. Silence, Cordelia. This is for Urussia's sake as well. What's with that? Anyway, is that an invitation for me to butt in? Count Capel, who are those people? Ah, Rick has taken the lead in pointing that out. Even though he has dismissed the holy knights who were his escorts, there is an unfamiliar man sitting at the table, and behind him are what seem to be his attendants. Oh dear, how careless of me. I completely forgot to introduce them. This flustered reaction shows that he had simply forgotten about it earlier. This is Cordell, who has been invited from Tirth to provide technical guidance for the ceremony. The large, imposing-looking man who was introduced, as if he were from the fire department, stands up and bows his head without smiling. I am Cordell Dren. I've heard about you all. As a single-minded researcher, I apologize for any rudeness. A researcher, huh? He looks like a soldier or a non-human. Are all the men from Tirth as well-built as Cordell-sama? As I ask this, Cordell hesitates for a moment, looking away from my smile as he stares intently at me. In a militarized nation, if you lack strength, you will be looked down upon. The militarized nation is Tirth. Talaitled is called the Holy Kingdom, and Sigres Kingdom is called the agricultural superpower, but these are not their official names. In Talaitled, they proudly call it the Holy Kingdom, but they don't use that title when dealing with other nations. Sigres Kingdom is called the agricultural superpower, but they don't use that term when talking to their own people. In Tirth, only some of the military members call it that, but they still don't use that title when dealing with other countries. So it doesn't mean Cordell is not from Tirth, but it's still incorrect to call him a Tirth soldier. Should I keep nitpicking? So you must possess power that transcends humanity. I said cheerfully, and Cordell's eyes widened as he looked at me. You see, Cordell and his attendants are honestly not quite human, are they? But that doesn't mean Thryer demons or spirit beings either. What would you call them? In this world, there are apparently these creatures called monsters, animals that have absorbed too much mana and developed a magical stone in their hearts. I've never seen one directly, but if a monster took on a human form, it might have an aura like this. Cordell fell silent, as if pondering something. In the awkward silence, Prince Rick tried to steer the conversation. By the way, Duke Capel, Callisto said that he plans to use Urussia's magic for the god. What exactly does he intend to do? Rick's questioning tone was more like an interrogation, and the Duke of Capel looked slightly relieved, but spoke as if reciting a pre-written script. I was inspired by Callisto's vision and have been supporting him. His goal is to create a vessel that can temporarily summon the attendants of Costel, the god or goddess, and engage in dialogue to guide this world. Is something like that even possible? That's just the first stage. The ultimate goal is to converse with the great deity itself. If that's achieved, this Talaitled Holy Kingdom will surpass even the theocratic nation in the south as the true land of the gods. The Duke spoke passionately about this dreamlike plan. The theocratic nation? I've heard there's a country like that on the southern edge of this continent. It's also strongly religious, but there the queen is revered as a goddess leading the people. There was a country like that in Dream Worlds too, wasn't there? Despite the fundamental differences in political system and religious practices between Talaitled and the theocratic nation, does the Duke have some strange competitive drive against them? Of course, that's all assuming their gods actually exist. So your presence in Tirth was for that research, I assume. Indeed, Cordell replied, furrowing his brow. It must be tough for non-humans trying to live in the human world. Could it be that pretending to be human is a secret? I really do understand the struggle. I smiled encouragingly, as if to say I can't be of much help, but do your best. At that, Cordell's attendant started panicking, and he turned his gaze away with a strained expression. Why? Urussia-sama, if you're not enjoying the meal, would you like a drink instead? Duchess Isabella suddenly interrupted, speaking quickly. I wonder what's wrong. I don't really want a drink, but if I refuse both the meal and drink, it might be rude. Isabella. Cordell-sama brought a rare Tirth drink as a souvenir. Since it's here, let's have Urussia-sama try some. Is that so? The Duke didn't seem to know about this. For Isabella to be receiving gifts from a man other than her husband, she really is a sinful woman. Isabella instructed the maids to bring several bottles. They poured it for everyone, not just me, so it must be quite a delicious drink. It has a strange, shimmering orange color. I wonder what it is. To the future of Talaitled and Tirth. The Duke proclaimed, raising his glass in a toast. Oh my, is this? What's wrong, Urussia? No, it was delicious. There's a definite taste to it. a bittersweet, malicious flavor. But this, Zahi, Urussia. My sudden groan caused Rick, who was sitting next to me, to jump up in alarm. But Rick also started to sway, pressing his hand to his forehead, and Noelle, who tried to move, collapsed as well. Even my sisters and Cordelia lost consciousness like they were falling asleep, and the attendants rushed in from the next room, kicking the door open. Oh dear, what a predicament. Princess Urussia. My lord. Fanny, teleport us. No, it's no good. Your lordship's magic is unstable. Looks like the servants haven't indulged too much, that's good. Let there be light. Light spread out from around me, enveloping the fallen people. I think I was able to neutralize it. Please. So strong, that's why I'll leave the rest to you. Section, you humans. When Tina, enraged by the harm done to her beloved master, tried to unleash her power, Nia, who had the power of absorption, grabbed her shoulder to stop her. Let go, Nia. No, Tina, have you forgotten Lady Urussia's instructions? The 4 great demons had been given instructions by Urussia beforehand. It wasn't just for this particular situation, but in case Urussia was unable to respond, the instructions were to first protect the humans close to their master. From Urussia's perspective, it was just a way to prevent her demonic servants from going berserk if problems arose when she couldn't act as a human. But the great demons were faithfully following those instructions. If the great demons unleashed their full power here, Urussia's human friends would be the first to die. It's not a matter of protecting or not protecting, but that human beings cannot withstand the miasma of a released great demon. Likely, they would be defiled not only physically, but also spiritually. Listen, all 3 of you. As per our master's orders, we must first secure the safety of the humans our master is fond of. Since Vaya and the other maids have fallen, the others who are elsewhere are likely also asleep. Find them and throw them all outside the castle. Fanny, you and I will take care of this. Okay. Noah, the one tasked with coordination, first gave instructions to Fanny, maintaining calm as the coordinator, but inwardly raging enough that the normally self-referring Nia reverted to his true self. But what about our master? In her current state, teleportating master is impossible. Her is raging within, and our magic cannot safely transport Thurham. Then what do we do? Nia will restrain our master until they stabilize. Tina, protect our master and Nia. Understood. Dividing the roles, Noah carried Ludric and Noelle. Fanny picked up Urussia's sisters, and they took them out of the room. Nia, are you okay? Somehow, Tina and Nia remained, jointly restraining Urussia's rampaging magic, while on the other side, the humans left behind began to stir. What is the meaning of this? Around the time the demons started moving, Duke Capel, who had not been informed, was alarmed at the sight of the collapsing guests. It seems the Lady Urussia's servants have taken the princes away. How troublesome. Isabella. Turning to his wife's words, Duke Capel saw her gently cradling their fallen daughter Cordelia, her cold eyes fixed on the golden-haired girl. Is Cordelia all right? Was that wine you're doing? Why the fuss? Cordelia is merely sleeping. I had hoped to put everyone to sleep, but it seems Lady Urussia had made prior arrangements. What a truly saintly and vexing girl she is. What are you saying? How do you plan to resolve this situation? It's true that Urussia was emitting light just before collapsing. If that was a detoxification spell, then Isabella really did poison them. Desperate to understand the situation, the husband faced with a calm, cold smile from Isabella. I've simply been helping you. Isn't her magic what you desire? Isabella, Duke Capel's original plan was to build a magical infrastructure to protect the country. The Capel family was a ducal house with royal blood. If something happened to the royal family, it was the role of the ducal family to guide the people and to correct any mistakes of the royal family. The current royal family are good people. In peaceful times, that would be fine, but now there are a number of countries, like the Holy Nation to the south, that covet the fertile lands of Talidold in the central continent. For this reason, Duke Capel proposed to combine unstable summoning magic and spirit magic, creating an infrastructure that could reliably borrow the power of higher beings like gods and spirits. However, in the Holy Kingdom where divine authority is strong, even the idea of manipulating such powers was unacceptable to the royal family, and the plan had to be abandoned. Yet there were other noble houses that supported Duke Capel's methods. The Seal family was at the forefront, and the next heir, Albertine, was arrogant, but Duke Capel respected her noble character. But when the former second Prince Folt married into the Seal family, their policy completely changed. He pushed aside Albertine and, aspiring to become the Duke himself, focused on diplomacy and cooperation with neighboring countries, which the royal family also endorsed. From that time on, the Capel Duchy and the Kyle Duchy began to politically clash, but gradually the opinions of the Kyle family, who had a former prince, started to prevail. Then, when Albertine passed away and the Kyle family effectively dissolved, with Folt becoming the Grand Duke, the rift between the two families deepened further. Likely, His Majesty the King had a desire to protect his own child and granddaughter, but he also revived the Grand Ducal House as a backup for the royal family in order to strengthen the kingdom's defenses. It's true that the 4 remaining duchies are cadet branches that have split off from the royal bloodline, but over the centuries, they have essentially become vassals to the royal family. As vassals, it is natural for them to devote their lives for the sake of the nation, but the current king was too kind to send his vassals to their deaths. That's why he gave that role to his own child and made Folt the Grand Duke, so that he himself could bear that responsibility. However, it is precisely because of this that the Duke of Capel felt that the pride of the duchy, who was willing to risk their lives for the nation, had been tarnished. He could not accept it, and secretly decided to restart his own plan. Theoretically, the Duke of Capel believed it was possible. But the construction of that ritual was extremely difficult, and even now, the identified challenges, the prospects of securing the massive magic power were unclear. However, the one who brought him the means to resolve both the ritual and the magic power acquisition was his second wife, Isabella. She was from a shadowy lineage serving the Capel family, and used her connections to introduce the Capel Duke to Archbishop Callisto, who had been exiled to the kingdom of Sigres, and Cordel, a researcher from Tertht. Callisto showed understanding for the Duke's idea and promised to cooperate as the cost cult. Cordel, with his knowledge, built the ritual and taught the method to secure massive magical power. Both were individuals with peculiarities and were suspicious, but the Duke of Capel, who had no allies until then, trusted them and decided to proceed with the plan. According to Cordel, magic power has a quality, and the purer the magic power, the better, especially those without attributes like fire or water. They had been gathering people who could use holy magic, with Callisto's cooperation, to secure high-purity magic power, but even that was not enough to meet the required amount, troubling the Duke of Capel. Then, his wife Isabella introduced him to another individual. Urussia, who cannot use attribute magic, but possesses immense magical power, and is called the Holy Maiden, should be able to provide the equivalent of several hundred people's worth of pure magical power. Relying on that man's daughter was distasteful. But if her magic power was to be used in a way that went against his intentions, it would also serve as retaliation against Folt and the royal family for neglecting Albertine. The Duke of Capel nodded in agreement to Isabella's proposal. How did it come to this? You really ought to be prepared. In any case, if this becomes public, you won't be able to maintain good relations with the royal family or the Grand Duchy. How dare you say that? Originally, the plan was to create a mechanism in this castle to absorb magical power, with Urussia at the center, without her knowledge. However, Isabella and Cordel seemed to believe that was insufficient, and that extracting it while depriving her of consciousness would be more efficient. In that state, they could take Urussia's magical power, which would provide almost the required amount. That's why they drugged Urussia. It's not just to put her to sleep. They must have also used a dangerous drug to facilitate the release of her magical power. But by involving Prince Ledric, who was not part of the plan, the Capel family has surely incurred the enmity of the Grand Duchy and the royal family. The Duke of Capel was pursuing this plan for the sake of the Holy Kingdom of Talidold. He did not intend to antagonize the royal family and divide the nation. Then, wouldn't it be better for you to become the king instead of the opportunistic current royal family? What are you saying? Secretly advancing this against the royal family, and the Grand Duchy was also because you wanted to protect the nation, wasn't it? You must know what is best for the country. Captivated by Isabella's beautiful smile and sweet breath, the Duke of Capel was confused, his thoughts becoming incoherent. Prince Ludric is also here. If you say it's impossible, we could have him marry Cordelia and make him the new king. Isabella had previously suggested that Ludric marry into the Capel family. But then, what would happen to the Duke's two sons? That's why the Duke of Capel had rejected Isabella's proposal, but now his thoughts were numb, and he could only embrace his sleeping, beloved daughter, unable to delve deeper. From now on, I, Isabella, will take charge. First, have the attendants who took the prince away secure him, and move the Duke and Cordelia to the annex. Yes, ma'am. At Isabella's instructions, several people silently sprang into action. Then, as Isabella looked around questioningly, the subordinates of the shadowy group, who had been integrated into the Capel household's servants years ago, all bowed their heads. Very well. Isabella nods, satisfied with the attitudes of the people from her original family. While she is a citizen of the Holy Kingdom, she does not wholeheartedly believe in the existence of God. However, she knows that there are powerful beings referred to as gods. Some of these are the spirits and demons that are worshipped as local deities. If she can borrow even a portion of their power, it would be a great benefit. That is why even the non-believing Isabella agrees with Count Capel's research into these matters. But Isabella's purpose is different from Count Capel's. As the second wife of Count Capel, Isabella oversees all the dark operations under the Capel family. Her father, brother, and younger brother are now under her command. And they, being loyal to the Capel family, understand Isabella's ideas and are willing to act for her plans, even if it means conspiring against Count Capel himself. Baroness Isabella, what does this mean? Oh my, Archbishop Callisto. When Isabella turns her gaze, there is the figure of Archbishop Callisto, who is showing an unsettled demeanor, unable to understand what has happened. Likely, as a devout believer, he did not drink the drugged wine that was prepared. Although Callisto has stepped back, he has the backing of the cardinals. That is why, even when he causes problems, he is not excommunicated but exiled to another country. His ideologies, however, are useful for the current plan, which is why Isabella personally assisted in his return to the country. He is not a particularly capable man, but his steadfast beliefs and influence over the Costal Church cannot be ignored. That is why, while feeling the troublesome nature of having to keep him, Isabella smiles at Callisto. There is no problem, Archbishop Callisto. This is when our God will descend. Please wait patiently. I see. Callisto is concerned about the fallen Urussia. Likely, he considers her a true saint, but once the powerful being, referred to as God, descends, that issue will no longer be a problem. Even if the country is divided, opposing the royal family, as long as the Costal Church, the national religion of the Holy Kingdom, supports it, the ruckus of the pro-royalist nobles will eventually be quelled. Isabella, there was another person approaching. Cordell, the researcher from Tertht. Isabella knows his true identity. They did not reveal it themselves, but when they made contact through the dark operations, Isabella considered them usable and chose not to pursue it further. Cordell may think he is the one using them, but it is actually the other way around. Moreover, if they can build a cooperative relationship, Tertht, while siding with humanity, can secretly collaborate with the enemy of humanity and steer the affairs of the human kingdom in their favor. This is the conclusion Isabella has reached, combining her noble and dark operations-based thinking. What is it, Cordell? My subordinates and I will proceed with the preparations. Don't let the saints' attendants interfere. Understood. Section What Happened? Ludric, whose poison was neutralized by Urussia's sacred magic, wakes up, pressing his unsteady head. You've regained consciousness. You. Scanning the unfamiliar forest around him, Ludric's vision is filled with Urussia's attendants, including Barbanas and Vaya, who were supposed to be elsewhere. The voice just now belonged to the butler who had been lying them on the forest floor. Shrugging his shoulders, the butler gives Ludric a somewhat cold gaze, causing Ludric to retreat slightly. Urussia's attendants pledge absolute loyalty only to their mistress, Urussia, and only pay superficial respect to Ludric, the prince of this country. The butler frequently directs cold glares towards Ludric and Noel. As a fellow man, His scrutinizing gaze is a bit uncomfortable for Ludric, unlike the female attendants who have less involvement. Where is Lucia? Apparently just regaining consciousness. Noel speaks his first words while pressing his forehead, and Ludric hurriedly looks around. That's right, where is Urussia? Her presence is nowhere to be seen. The last thing he remembers is being overwhelmed by a sudden drowsiness and losing consciousness. What happened? Why is Urussia not here? The butler of nearly the same height returns a cold, merciless gaze, unflinching. It seems she was drugged at the Capel ducal residence. In her current condition, Urussia-sama could not be immediately moved, so we left a dedicated knight and a dedicated maid to guard her. What? Ludric is stunned by the butler's calm explanation. To protect Urussia, that was the only reason he unreasonably insisted on coming. But what on earth has he been doing? I have to go right away. Noel tries to stumble towards his beloved lady, but the butler stops him again with a cold tone. In your state, what can you do? Urussia-sama used sacred magic just before collapsing, so it's better if you don't move around yet. You, of all people, what are you doing leaving Urussia alone? The emotionless butler stated the facts, but his cold, murderous aura caused Ludric's anger to dissipate. It was Urussia-sama's order. That person had said beforehand that if anything happened, we were to secure your safety first. Otherwise, we would not have left our master's side. Urussia. Ludric could only glare, unable to retort against the butler's implication that they were too weak, causing trouble for the others. And your name is? Noah. As the two glared at each other, a petite silver-haired maid appeared, carrying several other maids, and placed them on the ground without reading the room. Noah, that's everyone. The others are left over there. Understood, Fanny. Now I'll return to the master. Okay. I'll... Before Noel could follow, Noah raised a hand, looking down at the still unsteady Noel. You must protect these people. That is your duty. We will guard Urussia-sama with our lives. Noah, hurry. Urged by the impatient Fanny, Noah nodded and dashed off. Ludric and Noel were left speechless, unable to comprehend the exceptional physical abilities of Urussia's attendants as they disappeared in an instant. Damn it! Ludric struck the tree trunk in frustration. Noel, who had been stopped, briefly bowed his head but quickly looked up, his eyes determined. I'm going, no matter what they say. She's the one I want to protect. Yeah, me too. Ludric also steeled his resolve at Noel's words. But as Noah said, someone needed to watch over the fallen, and leaving them behind felt like losing to him. Noel, can you heal them with magic? Well, I'm not sure if my sacred magic can cure this. Go. Their conversation was interrupted by a voice. Vaya, the third to awaken, stretched out a hand to them, wavering on her feet. Let there be light. Vaya-san. You too. Vaya's sacred magic was cast upon the two boys, purifying the remaining toxins. I'll take care of them. So, for Urusama, I know it's not my place as a commoner to ask this of you noble gentlemen, but please. We understand. We feel the same way. Yes, please leave it to us. We'll definitely rescue Lucia. Please. The boys nodded firmly, responding to Vaya's pleading. Then, there they are. It's Lord Ludric. Voices were heard, and the boys turned around. Had the guards who were taken elsewhere woken up and come to search for them? Lord Ludric. But no, they were not their own guards. The two men, who seemed to be butler-like figures, were approaching with their swords drawn, and the boys instantly recognized them as enemies. Capture them. Do not harm the lord. They were not just regular butlers. Their movements clearly showed combat training. Seeing this, Noel stepped in front of Ludric to protect him. The two had no weapons, as they were in the middle of a meal. Noel had secretly brought a knife, but he decided it was too risky to take them on and began chanting a spell. Uwo. But in that moment, it was Ludric who burst forward. Moving with a speed that belied his recent poisoning, Ludric struck one of the butler-like figures in the face, sending him and the other flying. My lord. That strength, I don't know. It was far beyond what a young boy should be capable of. Ludric felt a warm glow in his hands and stared at them. His fist hurt from the impact, but, are you okay? Yeah, that guy's no a grip on my arm hurt more. He must care about Lucia too. Ludric's arm had a slight bruise. He thought that was proof of Noah's care for his master Urussia, and that this power had lent itself to him as well. Noel, from now on, honorifics and formalities are unnecessary. Understood. Let's go, Ludric. The two boys set off to rescue the one girl, their resolve burning within them. Section, Nia, what's happening? Just a little more. Beads of sweat appeared on Nia's forehead as he struggled to suppress Urussia's rampaging magic. Even as a demon who possessed a vessel, Nia normally does not sweat. But controlling Urussia's magic was no easy task, even for the great demon Nia with the ability to absorb. As a spiritual being, the mental strain manifested as visible perspiration. Maybe you should just give up already. You. Isabella's voice interrupted the scene. Tina, filled with anger, was about to unleash her demonic powers, but Nia quickly restrained her. Tina, suppress your magical power. If the powerful demon Tina were to release her magic, it would have a terrible effect on Urussia. Realizing this, Tina managed to hold back her power. For a moment, Isabella felt a twinge of fear, but then she gracefully smiled. Your efforts are in vain now, that girl's end is here. What do you? Just as Tina was about to speak again, Nia suddenly panicked. Wait. Stop. Nia. Tina turned to see Nia, who was usually calm, now in a state of alarm. Suddenly, the carpet covering the entire room began to emit a bright light. No, it wasn't the carpet itself, but the geometric patterns beneath it that were glowing. Master, Tina cried out. The light from the geometric patterns was converging on the fallen Urussia. The shape looked like a magic circle. Tina recognized it and immediately tried to punch the floor with her full demonic power, but her fist was deflected. Boom. Boom. Tina's fist comes down and her whole body pops off. No, Urussia's magic is raging and can't be contained. Along with the bright light, Urussia's magic started to run wild again, and Nia desperately tried to suppress it while letting out a cry. It was likely that Tina's punch had been deflected because Urussia's magic was flowing through the entire floor. To stop it, they would need to break the magic circle, but that would require exceeding Urussia's power. Urussia. Master. The magic circle centered on Urussia shone even brighter, causing Nia, who was restraining her, to be blown away. Ha ha ha, this is the end. Now, unknown deity from another world. Sacrifice not only her magic, but that girl as well. Isabella's laughter echoed as the ritual was about to begin. And then, it has begun. Cordell, who had activated the ritual, trembled at the immense power flowing in, but focused his attention on the source. The young girl, Urussia, the saint Urussia. She is not officially a saint because of her young age, but she is a girl who has such a powerful magic that she is called so. Originally, Cordell's plan was to gather children from the Callisto order who could use sacred magic and steal their high-purity magic. That's why they had taken the risk of crossing into the Holy Kingdom. But now, all of that. Lord Demon King, your wish will be granted. Cordell was a trusted confidant of the Demon King, and one of the highest-ranking generals of the Demon Army. Initially, he had no intention of laying hands on the Holy Kingdom, which is said to be the archenemy of the demon race. In the vast Sigres Kingdom, he had hundreds of people kidnapped and drained their magical power. In Tirtht, he impersonated nobles and had them Tirtht weaponry and magical power collection techniques used by the Demon King's army. However, in Talaidold, he ended up in conflict with a vampire who was also secretly active in the shadows, and when he tried to eliminate them, he ended up losing some of his undercover operatives, which necessitated a new strategy. That's when the secret organization of the Duke of Capel in the Holy Kingdom contacted him. They wanted the technology for the weapons that Cordell had developed, but they were also looking for a way to collect magical power. His operatives pretended to go along with their plan, but they actually investigated their true objectives. When Cordell learned that their goals could be useful, he offered to provide the technology for a ritual to summon a powerful entity and command it. The reason Cordell and his group couldn't operate freely in the Holy Kingdom was not only because they were the archenemy of the demon race, but also because they lacked connections within the devout human population. The Capel ducal family, whom they considered the most influential, became the link between the demon race and the Holy Kingdom. Upon receiving the report from the undercover operative, Cordal himself infiltrated the holy kingdoms, tallitled to personally collect the superior magical power of the rumored saint. And that's when Cordal heard the rumors. A childlike figure who sacrificed herself to save children, healing dozens on the brink of death. The holy maiden Urussia, beloved by the gods. The numerous praises and rumors. Even if only half of it were true, the value of the magical power that a single person could wield would be of the utmost importance. The Demon King's ambition required a vast amount of magical power. However, there was a limit to how long the magical power could be stored technically, and it would diminish gradually over time. What was needed was immediate access to large quantities of high-purity magical power. And there existed a person in the Holy Kingdom, the enemy of the demon race, who might be able to provide that, the Holy Maiden, the archenemy of the demon race. Not just any ordinary person with the ability to use sacred magic, but the genuine, Holy Maiden of the Holy Kingdom, rumored to surpass even the first Holy Maiden in the history of the demon race. As evidence, Cordal and his underlings, who could perfectly disguise themselves as human, were the only ones that the maiden could see through as not being human. Whether it was due to the maiden's compassion as a holy figure or the innocence of a princess, she did not forcibly expose Cordal's true nature, instead gazing at them with kind eyes, which simultaneously filled Cordal with admiration and intense fear. She, Urussia, was the genuine article. If the true holy maiden had appeared, then the hero that Callisto had brought along could also be the real thing, not an imitation. In the legend of the demon race, the holy maiden, with her immense magical power and compassionate heart, would guide the hero to victory. As long as the holy maiden was by the hero's side, the hero would become virtually invincible, able to defeat any enemy. Cordal was a warrior himself, and if possible, he would have liked to fight the hero chosen by Urussia. But the maiden's compassion and gentleness would invite carelessness, and for her magical power to be used for the demon race rather than for the sake of humans would be the utmost irony. Don't be reckless. Yes, sir. At Cordal's command, his subordinates responded. Was this the pure magical power of the Holy Maiden? Urussia's entire body was shining, and the golden magical power was being channeled through the magical circle to the demon kingdom. The magical circle of the fortress, which had recorded the spell, creaked under the immense magical power, far exceeding the expectations. With this much magical power, it would be comparable to the combined magical power that Cordal and the Demon King had collected over 10 years. And it was being forcibly extracted from the unconscious Urussia, who would likely die from having the dormant power within her soul violently drawn out. I'm sorry. Knowing that they were not human, Cordal still offered a prayer for the well-being of the golden-haired girl who had gazed at them with kind eyes. But, however, the overloaded magical circle cracked, and the golden light that spilled out engulfed Urussia. What was happening? What was this phenomenon? Tina. Help me. Understood, my lord. At Nia's desperate cry, Tina rushed to restrain the situation, even though her right arm was injured by her master's magic. But the explosive impact blew away the two powerful demons, even with their combined full-power magical effort. Yet the demons, barely enduring the shock, let out a hoarse, groaning sound. Nia, what have we done? With expressions more serious than anyone could imagine, they were drenched in cold sweat. Has the master's true form been unleashed? A lithe, compact body of a panther, a tail that extended several times its body length, gigantic bat wings, each dozens of meters wide, all covered in shimmering, golden fur, with deep crimson eyes that reflected the fragile living beings around it, and a roar that reached the heavens. The natural enemy of all living things. A deity of the demon realm, surpassing even the greatest demons. The demon of gluttony that devours all, the calamity of the world. Freed from the shackles of the human heart and body, the monstrous, golden beast manifested in this world. SHAA, Chapter 9, Devil Beast. What is that? Ludric let out a hoarse voice. Suddenly, a golden light was emitted from the castle they were heading towards, and the beauty of its radiance and the ominous presence they felt made their bodies tremble uncontrollably. What is that? Your Highness. Likewise, Noel let out a trembling voice, and the 3 holy knights who had caught up with them after neutralizing the poison also broke out in cold sweat, as if seeing something horrifying. "No, Your Highness, that is something we must not get involved with." "What are you saying?" Since the holy knights were versed in sacred magic, they could probably sense the evil from that light more accurately than Ludric and the others. That's why Ludric couldn't ignore it. "What is your duty then?" "It is true that you are also my guard, but as the princess and the holy maiden of the Holy Kingdom, how can you not save Urussia? Are you not the knights of the Holy Kingdom who vanquish evil?" "I'm sorry." What did that apology mean? Probably, as holy knights, they should have gone to save Urussia as Ludric said. But at the same time, they also needed to protect Ludric. "We shall go save our princess. Your Highness, please stay here with Sir Noel." "No, I don't think holding back the forces will work. Besides, yes, I will go save her." Seeing their determined eyes, the leader of the holy knights sighed softly but nodded. "I will save the princess, even at the cost of my life. So if it is truly dangerous, please trust us and stay back." "Very well." Ludric nodded, but the two probably wouldn't stay back. Thinking so, but impressed by their resolve, the holy knight showed his understanding. "Then let's go." "Yes, sir." Holding the sword they had taken from the assailant, the holy knights followed Ludric in the lead. Noelle, who was following behind, felt a sense of déjà vu at the golden light reaching up to the sky and a growing uneasiness in her heart. Could it be that light is? Section, so this is. Even from a distance, the tremendous power and beauty of it made Isabella hold her breath. It was true that she felt a chilling horror and a paralyzing pressure, as if her body hair was standing on end to the point of fainting or retreating. But Isabella endured it with the mental strength she had developed from living in the lineage of the dark faction. She was able to endure it because she knew what it was. Archbishop Callisto had called it the God Familiar. He said that while they couldn't summon the god, they could communicate with its familiar and have it use its power. Cordell had called it a being like a sealed spirit that was once called a god. He said they could put it in a magic circle to harness its power for themselves. She hadn't heard that it would appear here, but if she thought that her wish could be fulfilled, a sense of excitement began to well up within her. Listier, the wife of the Prince Duke of Versinia. By sacrificing that woman's daughter, Isabella would now become the queen, and her own daughter would become a princess. If others heard this, they would call it nonsense. But for Isabella, who was supposed to be only the third wife, loveless, as a liaison between the Capel family and the dark faction, this was worth risking her life for. She believed that attaining a high position was a woman's happiness. Ludric had not yet been reported captured, but the drug he had taken could not be easily cured even by sacred magic, and she should be able to capture him soon. Even if Ludric himself became aware that he had been drugged and refused to cooperate as Cordelia's son-in-law, the dark magic used by the demons could probably bewitch him. Hee. She finally felt a sense of reality. Isabella's true life was about to begin. For that, she had to take the first step. As Isabella tried to step forward with all her might to command that existence as her master, just then, "Oh God!" From the side, Callisto stumbled forward, tears streaming down his face. Callisto was moved to tears at the sight of the existence that possessed the great power to control the foolish people, which was the fulfillment of his lifelong wish and aspiration for world peace. The golden, shining figure was beyond what Callisto had imagined as God, and the fact that it was in the form of a beast, not a human, made him think without a doubt that it was a divine beast, a familiar of God that transcended the human race. The fear and trembling he felt were undoubtedly awe before this great existence, and Callisto reached out his hand without hesitation. God. In that moment, the fingertips of his outstretched hand turned black, and Callisto, with a look of ecstasy on his face, crumbled into a decaying human remnant in an instant. A moment of silence. Eek. Immediately after, Isabella, who had also tried to approach, let out a strangled scream and tried to roll away from that spot. That act, the intense fear it sparked in Isabella, caught the interest of the golden beast that had not moved a muscle until then. "Somebody help me, aye." Isabella's cries for help were met with a golden light rushing across her back, torn apart by crimson claws, as the golden beast trampled her, spilling vast amounts of fresh blood. "Aye. What had gone wrong? What was unacceptable? I have done nothing wrong. It is only natural that I, who excel in all things, would obtain everything. And yet, She vomited torrents of blood and death throes, without even knowing what she had done, what thing she had touched. Along with Isabella's subordinates in the dark forces surrounding her, they were all drowned in miasma and reduced to rotten remains, closing their distorted lives. Could it be that it is a demonic beast? Cordal, a magic general of the Demon King's army, trembled at the sight of the golden glowing beast that had consumed the Holy Maiden's magic power. As a warrior, Cordal would have preferred to face the humans head-on and fight a true hero. But the kind-hearted Demon King sought not the power to defeat humans, but a special combat force, a great existence that could seize the world without too many of the demon race dying. And demon of a higher dimension, whose eternal lifespan seemed endless to us mortals. Among the 3 levels of dominating demons, the Devil Lord, the Devil Beast, and the Devil God, even a single one could pose a national crisis. If they could harness the power of any of these devils akin to gods, the demon race could be saved. But if released and uncontrolled, it would be a crisis not just for the demons, but for the survival of the world. However, without such power, they could not manage the strong-willed demons or the greedy humans. The Demon King and Cordal had been carefully orchestrating this for over a decade. If the human nations discovered they were summoning such a dangerous existence, they would try to exterminate the demon race as a whole, beyond national boundaries. The Demon King did not truly intend to use this perilous being. He sought to control the human nations through military negotiations, using the term deterrent that Cordal had never heard before. To summon and control it, massive magical power was channeled into the giant magic circle in the Demon King's castle basement. As soon as preparations were complete, Cordal's subordinates were to make a pact with the devil using hundreds of human sacrifices they had gathered. They had successfully drained the magic power from Urussia by drugging her and using dark magic rituals. The magic circle was screaming from the inhuman amount of magic power, but it would fulfill the Demon King's wish. But the very existence they were trying to summon had somehow appeared here, unrestrained. Damn it! Cordal was confused. How could this legendary, mythical being appear here? Could it be that by offering the high-class mage Urussia as a sacrifice, she had somehow drawn it here? Callisto, Isabella, and the deceived humans who had been used were killed without care. No, this was mere predation, a meal for an absolute predator. The golden demonic beast absorbed something akin to the souls of the dead humans, then floated in the air using its huge wings. What is it doing? Was this beast aiming for the world's destruction or the annihilation of all life? But Cordal paled as he saw the beast turn its face in a certain direction, its crimson eyes narrowing slightly. North. In that direction lies the demon realm. Likely, the golden devil beast was not satisfied with just the sacrificed holy maiden and was seeking the magic power of the one sent to the demon realm. Yuawu. Shaking off his fear, Cordal drew his sword and unleashed a slash. Lord Cordal. Distract that thing, don't let it reach the Demon King. Suddenly dropping their human disguises, Cordal's subordinates revealed their true demonic natures with gray skin, confused by his actions. But Cordal had no time to spare for plans or deception. If that beast reached the demon realm, it would be the end. If anything happened to the Demon King, the future of the demon race would be crushed. Understood. We offer our lives to the Demon King. Sensing Cordal's resolve, the subordinates also discarded their human facades and drew their hidden weapons. The demon race was the collective term for those banished to the northern lands, interbreeding and even mixing with monsters, with no two sharing the same demonic features besides the gray skin. The ones who participated in this operation were among Cordal's subordinates who had relatively human-like appearances, allowing them to blend in with humans. Though they did not possess exceptionally high combat abilities, they were precious beings among the strong demon race. I'm sorry, Cordal said, even though he could not retreat. He did not think he could win, nor was he considering survival. But now, he had to divert the consciousness of the demonic beasts heading towards the demon nation to focus on them instead. It was all for the survival of the demon race. Let's do this, he shouted. OOHHH. His subordinates roared in response. Nia, who was desperately trying to suppress Urussia's rampage, was filled with anger towards those who recklessly provoked her. The reason why Urussia's main body had appeared was unknown. All they knew was that Urussia's normal consciousness was gone, and she was in a berserk state, acting solely on instinct. It seemed like something had been mixed into the drink they had consumed, but since human drugs would not affect demons, it had no effect on Nia and the others who had drunk the same thing. In her unconscious state, Urussia had consumed the soul of the targeted Isabella, which had briefly calmed her down. Nia had planned to take this opportunity to gather souls around them and have Noah, her counterpart, shoot them at Urussia to restore her master's consciousness. However, with the reckless provocation, there was no telling what might trigger her rampage. Nia, Tina. At that moment, Noah and Fanny, who had sensed their master's abnormality, returned through spatial transfer. Lady Urussia. Master, what's happening? Master seems to be in a berserk state. Nia is trying to hold her back, but I don't know how long that will last. Tina explained, as Nia was straining to the point of being unable to speak. Normally, Urussia would not be outmatched by anyone, but in her current unknown state and condition, she risked harming herself. Lady Urussia. Wait. Fanny was about to rush out, but Noah stopped her. In that moment, the golden beast sensed the demonic power and vanished, then knocked back the disaster-class Noah and Fanny, slamming them into the stone wall. Nia. I know. Nia drew her black magic sword, slashing through the swirling magic to absorb a portion of it, but even the great demon Nia could not withstand it, and the black sword creaked. Shh-ha. The golden beast let out a roar, blowing away Tina and Nia along with the magic they were trying to restrain. Then, with a desperate resolve, Uooh! Cordal charged in, wielding a great sword. Demonic beast slash. As a demon with a strong lineage of beastmen, Cordal infused his powerful life force and magic, shrouding himself in fighting spirit, and unleashed a powerful strike. The shockwave alone shattered the stone floor, and the blade of the sword hit the golden beast. But what? Clang! Cordal's full power strike was deflected by the beast's golden wing membrane, unscathed. Stunned, Cordal was then swept away, along with his subordinates, by the whip-like golden tail. Gahhh. Relying only on the golden afterimages, Cordal used his sword as a shield to block the approaching golden tail at an invisible speed. But the legendary magic sword that was passed down in the Demon King's castle was shattered, and Cordal's left arm was blown off along with his subordinate's flesh. The great demon General Cordal, known as a one-man army not only in the demon nation, but also in human countries, was effortlessly blown away like a mere gnat by a single strike. Despite losing his left arm and having his flank torn open, Cordal stood up, clutching the broken magic sword. Damn it. What the hell are you doing? Irritated by those recklessly provoking the golden beast, Noah stood up, brushing aside the rubble. Master. Tina flew out, using her great demon's physical abilities rather than magic to try and restrain the golden beast. Tina-chan. In the moment Fanny called out, the terrifying speed of the golden beast tore off Tina's left arm from the shoulder. Tina momentarily froze, having been attacked by the master she admired. Tina. Next, the golden beast swung its golden wing at Tina, which Nia blocked with her black magic sword, but she and Tina were blown away. Cough, ouch. Nia coughed up a dark mass, like vomiting blood. Even a single strike from the golden beast threatened to erase their very existence, but Nia's absorption power was the only reason she could still speak. Yet the crisis was far from over. It's coming, the golden beast. The figure of the golden beast blurred in haze, and in that instant, it attacked with horrifying speed. Sparkle. Fanny, who stepped forward, used the illusion of the nightmare to divert the attack of the golden beast away from the two. Geo. The shockwave alone caused a thunderous roar and a violent gale, blowing the outer walls of the castle like cotton candy. That's reckless. In that opening, Noah, who had rescued the two and healed them with the power of liberation, trembled at the overwhelming difference in power, but did not avert his eyes from the golden beast and spoke sternly to his companions. Nia, Tina, can you still move? Barely. I can manage. Nia, who had been exhausting herself to suppress Urussia, had not fully recovered yet, but Tina, the most skilled fighter among the four, looked at her master with a fiery gaze. checking the condition of her regenerated left arm. I will accept Master's love. All right, let's go. Noah answered after a strange pause and leaped forward, with the two demonic girls following. Nia. Understood. Taking advantage of the twins' strength, Nia stepped in front, blocking the golden beast's attack with her magic sword. Jian, Nia, I'll provide support. Tina attack, Fanny assist her. It was natural for Nia to be the shield. She was the only one who could withstand the attacks of the golden beast. But to do that, Noah had to replenish Nia's depleted magic power. Nia's absorption ability could convert the enemy's attacks into magic power if they were based on magic. However, if the attack exceeded the power of absorption, the damage would be greater than the amount absorbed, and Noah would convert the small amount of power Nia was able to absorb into magic to barely sustain her. Attack Master. Are you out of your mind? Tina, who had been assigned the role of attacking, questioned Noah. A half-hearted attack will be ineffective. This is the only way to shock it and make her wake up. Growling at Noah's words, Tina immediately turned towards her master, baring her jet-black fangs and claws. I'll do it. Screaming recklessly, Tina charged and fired a magic shot at the side of the golden beast as it was about to attack Nia. Goo! The thunderous sound of two massive metal objects colliding echoed, and Tina, the attacker, was repelled by the impact. A pair of crimson eyes glared at her, sending a chill down Tina's spine. The golden beast's tail lashed out like a whip, but Fanny used her illusion to make Tina's body evade it. Hell. Seizing the opportunity, Nia channeled the magic power she had received from Noah into her magic sword and struck the golden beast. Baking. But the attack did not even shake the golden beast, and the tip of the magic sword, which had been imbued with the magic power of two powerful demons, shattered and scattered fragments. Sha. At that moment, the golden beast let out a groan, and a tremendous power began to swirl within its gaping mouth. Get out of the way. Noah's scream sounded like a cry, and just as Nia's absorption and Fanny's nightmare enveloped everyone, a massive shockwave was fired from the mouth, pulverizing the remaining parts of the castle to sand and gouging out one of the mountains in the distance. Get down! At the shout of the Holy Knight, Ludric and the others reflexively ducked, and a violent gale tore through, knocking down the surrounding thin trees by their roots. Noelle. Here. Even while crouched, the petite Noelle was about to be blown away, and Ludric quickly reached out and grabbed his hand to withstand the impact. What's? Look over there. One of the Holy Knights, his heavy armor withstanding the wind pressure, raised his voice, and everyone turned to look, stunned. The castle. The mountain over there is gone. Not only had the castle they had been heading towards completely vanished, but one of the mountains beyond it had been gouged out, and the massive plume of dust had formed a mushroom cloud. This is. Clearly, an abnormal and extraordinary event had occurred, and Ludric let out a dry voice, holding his breath. It was no longer just a matter of Duke Capel plotting something. Something more critical was happening, and he hesitated to take a step forward. It was not out of fear. Of course, there was fear, but it was because, as a member of the royal family, if something happened to Ludric, it would not only be a problem of responsibility for his escorts, but also a decline in the national power due to the loss of a royal family member, affecting the diplomatic situation of the country. I have no intention of stopping here. Even if something happens to me, my brother is there. As a royal, it is my duty to rescue Urussia and resolve this situation. Understood. Upon hearing Ludric's words as a royal, the Holy Knights also steeled their resolve, and Noelle nodded firmly. Let's go. Section, are you all right? More or less. From the crushed castle, Noah pushed away the rubble and emerged, and the others also showed up from the debris, their clothes torn but all unharmed. Being spiritual life forms, the demons were physically unharmed, but they had accumulated damage internally and their magic power had diminished considerably. This is the power of our master, the pillar of the highest-ranked devil in the demon realm, the devil beast, the golden beast. The four servants knew better than anyone that their master Urussia was a being far superior to them. She was their creator, mother, sister, and the son of the demon realm whom they revered. Urussia, who had summoned not one, but 4 great demons from the demon realm, and allowed them to serve by her side again. Her true nature was certainly formidable, but they realized that the magic power they felt was not much different from their own, having evolved into great demons. But they rejoiced, believing that this was the result of their desperate efforts to gain power for Urussia, and that they could use that power for her, that she needed their strength. But they were wrong. Urussia had told them that they were demons with no special abilities, that their only trait was speed. But that was only in terms of their abilities. Witnessing the golden beast, bearing its fangs, the four demons realized the vast difference in power that separated them. Thinking back and considering, the answer had been in plain sight since the time they were in the demon realm. The existence that Urussia called him was also formidable, but they had not felt much pressure from it normally. But once it unleashed its power, it shook the very land of the demon realm. Probably, the highest-ranked demons could also hide their true power. But where was that power hidden? High-ranking demons could create their own subspace within their souls. That power, far exceeding even the great demons, was separated in a subspace. Urussia was not supposed to have a subspace, but faced with the golden beast unleashing its power, the servants finally realized the truth. Her true form, the golden beast, had lost its magic power due to being forcibly brought into the material world, and had been slumbering in the depths of Urussia's soul. Urussia had not been able to use demonic power until she devoured the first soul, which made sense. There was no way she could recover the power capable of destroying the world just by eating human food. Until then, she had been gradually recovering her power in a form like an offering, but could not regain her true power. But with the four servants gathered, and the souls they provided as prey, the dormant true form was also infused with magic power. And the power of the true form, that had not been sealed in a subspace, had swelled to the point where it could burst at any moment. The evil people's cunning scheme to extract the magic power had inadvertently dragged out the golden beast, which was in a state of hunger. Don't let your guard down. The golden beast, having noticed the existence of Noah and the others, flapped its golden wings and turned its crimson gaze from the heights of the sky. It was probably starting to feel the hunger from using its power. Seeing the demons, lumps of magic power, as prey, the golden beast was about to attack the paralyzed Noah and the others again when, "Are you all right?" A voice was heard from afar, and Noah made a pained expression as he realized who it was. Rushing towards them were Ludric and Noel, accompanied by the three holy knights, undaunted by the carnage. "Why did you come?" Noah shouted without hiding his irritation. Noah was not concerned for their safety. Protecting Ludric and the others was an order from their master Urussia, and even though she had lost her sanity, they could not have her kill them. "This is no time for that." Ludric yelled in response to Noah's words. The holy knights frowned at Noah's disrespectful attitude, but seeing Ludric treating it nonchalantly, they realized they had a relationship similar to Noel's. "Don't get distracted." With her sword drawn, Noel glared at the golden beast. "What is that?" A chill ran down Ludric and the holy knight's spines. Visually, it was a small panther with golden fur and wings, but contrary to its beautiful appearance, they were undeniably made to understand that it was an existence of a completely different dimension, possessing a horrifying level of power. "Noah, what happened to Urussia?" "That is..." Noah hesitated to answer. Sensing something in his attitude, Ludric's eyes widened as he looked up at the golden beast soaring in the sky. "Get ready." Noel shouted again, and at that moment, the golden beast attacked them once more. Noel quickly took a fighting stance with his sword. "Hiya." In the meantime, Nia, who had rushed in, used her magic sword as a shield to deflect the attack, only to be knocked away and slammed into the rubble. "Nia-san, get back." Before Noel could cry out in shock, Noah and Fanny quickly evacuated the humans, and Tina went straight for the golden beast, evading its pursuit with a body check. "You all have such power. Now is not the time for that." Holding Ludric and Noel, Noah tossed them aside, and the stirring Ludric noticed Noel's dumbfounded expression. "What's wrong, Noel?" "Ludric, haven't I seen that golden glow before?" "What?" Hearing Noel's words, Ludric furrowed his brow as if recalling something, and Noah beside them twisted his lips. The young ones deeply connected to Urussia were trying to grasp the truth. The same golden color as Urussia. If she disappeared and this appeared, what could the answer be? "Listen, humans." Amid the destruction, the badly wounded Cordal appeared, holding a broken magic sword in his remaining right arm and shouting. Having been behind the demon's defenses, Cordal had miraculously survived. Listen well. That thing is a high-ranking demon of the demon realm. If left unchecked, it will destroy this world. If you don't want to die, lend me your power. Demons cannot use holy magic. Instead, they use the dark magic of injury to take wounds and heal onto themselves. But Cordal's injured left arm and side were now wrapped in a black miasma, corroding his body like a curse. Nearly a half-dead body, Cordal clung to life solely through his loyalty to the Demon King, and saw a glimmer of hope in the humans somehow fighting the summoned high-ranking demon. He absolutely could not allow that monstrosity to reach the Demon King. That sense of mission was the only thing keeping Cordal's body alive, even in death. That skin color, could it be, you're a demon? Seeing Cordal's gray skin, Ludric's eyes widened. Hearing his muttering, Cordal turned to them. I'm Cordal, a magic general of the Demon King's army. If that demonic beast runs amok, it will threaten not just this country, but the entire world. So lend me your strength, damn it. What? You all are the ones. Wait, Ludric. Stopping Ludric from rushing in, Noel pointed his sword at Cordal, giving the golden beast in the sky a hateful glare. I see, so that beast is. Could it be? Finally understanding what Noel was getting at, Ludric's face contorted with terror. The absent Urussia, and the beast that appeared, sharing her coloring. Urussia's 4 demons, realizing the truth, exuded an aura of murderous intent towards the humans who had understood. The human charade was over. Even if they were punished later by their master, to fulfill Urussia's wish of living in the human world, the demons decided to annihilate the humans here without leaving even their souls. But could it be that brilliant glow is because Lucia was absorbed by that beast? Yes, Lucia was probably used as a sacrifice to summon that beast. How cruel. Got it, brats. That demonic beast is absorbing the Holy Maiden's magic power, and that's why it's shining golden. Nodding in agreement with Ludric, Noel concluded that the beloved girl had been sacrificed and absorbed by the beast, a conclusion that Cordal also accepted. Hearing that answer, Noah's tense shoulders slumped. No matter how highly they were regarded, not just Ludric and Noel, but even the enemy Cordal had never doubted Urussia's purity as a holy maiden, never considering for a moment that she could be connected to demons. Ah, yes. Noah could only give a deflated response, feeling drained. Noah. What's wrong? At that moment, a telepathic message came from Fanny, who was with the master. Something's off with Lady Urussia. What? Looking closer with composure, he noticed the abnormality. The severely damaged Nia had returned to the battlefield without major injuries, and Tina and Fanny also seemed more relaxed than before. I see, so that's it. Rapidly turning over his thoughts, Noah reached a conclusion. How were the humans unharmed when the golden beast was spewing such immense magical power? Right after its appearance, the miasma alone would have rotted their souls and devoured them, but now no miasma was being released from the golden beast. Despite obtaining the black souls of Isabella and demons, the power of the golden beast has increased. Yet none of the major human beings had died. This phenomenon is likely because there are humans that the master is on good terms with in this place. Urussia's consciousness has not disappeared completely. Unconsciously, she likely does not see Ludric and Noel as prey. The same goes for Noah and the other servants. Even though they were barely able to endure, if the golden beast had attacked them with its full power and speed, they would have already been killed. But at the last moment, the golden beast stopped its pursuit and gave the demons an opening to resist. Even Cordal, who was behind Noah and the others, was able to survive the onslaught of that powerful force because of the master's protection. The 4 demons were moved by the fact that their master was unconsciously going easy on them, and Noah interjected with the cheerfulness of a con artist into the ongoing argument between Ludric and Cordal. Leave it to us, we have a good idea. Let's go. At Ludric's command, the 3 holy knights moved out. But leading them was not Ludric or the holy knights, but the young, 12-year-old knight Nia. At first, the holy knights were reluctant to have the naive young girl in the lead, but once they saw the power of the servant blessed by the saint, who had endured the attacks up until now, They had no choice but to accept her. We'll get Urussia back. Noah's proposed strategy was not particularly novel. It was to shake the master's spirit, just as the 4 demons had done. Until now, they had been trying to awaken Urussia's consciousness in this way. But this time, it's different. Everyone, please continue to apply as much shock as possible. During that opening, we'll separate Urussia-sama from that existence. With hope in their hearts, the humans set out towards the golden beast. Up until now, they had thought that Urussia's consciousness had been swallowed by the demon's true nature. But if she is unconsciously going easy on Ludwig and the other humans, there may still be a possibility to seal her true self. Urussia does not have her own subspace. That's why, when her massive body first manifested in the material world, she unconsciously avoided the destruction of the world of light she longed for, exhausting her body's magic power and inadvertently being reborn as a human. The current golden beast is rampaging because it is overwhelmed by the massive magical power of an even greater body than Urussia's previous one. In time, it should become accustomed to it, but if such an immense magical power is left as is, the world may turn against her. For this reason, Noah and the others plan to seal Urussia's true body in her own subspace. But can such a thing be easily created? However, they have a trump card. The excess magical power of Urussia, gradually collected, and the paradise lost, the subspace created specifically for her by 4 great demons. By sealing her true body there, and stabilizing it as her official subspace, that was Noah's strategy. For this, the 3 great demons, excluding Nia, created a massive magic circle in the ruins of the collapsed castle and prepared. They cannot afford to lose any more personnel to seal the master's immense magical power. It's only natural for Nia to guard the humans to prevent them from accidentally dying. Then, who will carry out the attacks to shake the golden beast? Don't fall behind, humans. I know that. Arguing with each other, Cordal and Noel took up their swords and began attacking the golden beast. While the 2 possess great power, they are ultimately mortal beings, and their individual combat ability is not even on par with a high-ranking demon, let alone a great demon. However, Noel and Ludwig are also acquainted with Urussia, and their strikes should shake her spirit beyond their mere combat prowess. The golden beast let out a threatening roar and lunged at the tiny creatures approaching it, but Nia stepped in and forcefully deflected the attack. There, with his one arm, Cordal charged in and swung his broken magic sword with all his might. But the strike was deflected by the golden wings, and Noel seized the opportunity to leap in and swing his sword, only to be knocked back by the long tail. It's not over yet. Even after being knocked back, Noel did not fall, instead digging his heels into the ground and launching himself back into the fray. The golden beast moved to attack, but its assault was blocked by Nia. Over here, beast. Healing for Noldona. Although the miasma-afflicted Cordal and Nia, who had endured multiple miasma attacks, were rejected by the holy magic, the holy knights took on the task of supporting Nia's attacks and using holy magic to heal Noel, ensuring the burden did not fall on a single person. So this is a human. Cordal, the only one among the humans who is on the demon's side, marvels at the strength of the humans. In terms of raw strength, the demon clan who have absorbed the blood of beastmen and monsters is superior. Their physical prowess is incomparable to the human race, which is the most numerous. However, humans can fight by uniting their strength. Unlike the demons who band together through fear and violence, humans can fight for the sake of someone else. Even if the price is their own life, they will bravely fight for the sake of their loved ones. That is why humans have the hero, the symbol of courage, and the saint, the symbol of love. The saint, the golden-haired maiden they are trying to save. Despite her youthful appearance, she possesses a beautiful insight, and even after seeing through Cordal's true nature, she smiled at him with her kind-hearted compassion. If she were to meet the benevolent demon king, would she be able to save him as well? As a demon who is plotting to destroy this world for the sake of his kind, and who has unintentionally made her a sacrifice, Cordal cannot help but wish for that. Cordal is using the humans under the guise of a joint operation to prevent the monster from reaching the demon king. But his feelings have changed a little. Touched by the purity of the saint, he now fights with his sword not only for the sake of the demon king he admires, but also to save the saint, that small girl. Demon King, I'm sorry. Probably Cordell will die here. The Demon King may be saddened, but he will not scold him, so Cordell grips his demon sword and charges forward once again. Section. Damn it. Ludric was feeling frustrated. Not only that the monster had captured Urussia and he still couldn't retrieve her, but he was also furious at his own helplessness on the battlefield. Ludric is said to be excellent, but only for a 12-year-old boy. His swordsmanship is at the level of a knight, but inferior to the holy knights. His magic skills are average, but far behind Noelle, who has been a mercenary for years. The attendants who have received Urussia's blessing should have made agonizing efforts, not only as her attendants, but also as the saint's attendants. He has no match for their power to protect someone, their wisdom to try to save their master, or their ability to put it into action. Right now, Ludric is the most inferior one here. Ludric, as the highest-ranking person present, is the commander of this operation. But since everyone deeply understands their own roles, there is no need for him to give instructions. What am I doing? Ludric clenches his fist tightly, feeling his own powerlessness. He joined this expedition to protect Urussia. There were some voices of concern about the royal Ludric participating, but he insisted on joining because he understood that he was the royal family's backup. Even if something happened to Ludric, his brother Timothy is there. However, that is not a valid reason to take the risk, but Ludric is aware that there is a faction that is pushing for him to become the king, bypassing his brother. He has also thought that the country might be more united if he were gone. He can well understand the feelings of Urussia's father, the Duke, who disliked the struggle for the throne and tried to distance himself from the royal family. At the same time, he can empathize with the fact that he could not completely separate himself from his family. Urussia. He is sometimes called too sweet, but he loved his family like that. For the sake of that family, he will definitely rescue Urussia. Urussia is family. Not because they are blood relatives, but because Ludric already thinks of her as his little sister. However, it was not always so. When Ludric first met her at the age of 7, he was captivated by her doll-like beauty and the charming human-like sadness she possessed. Unlike himself, who was helpless in the kidnapping incident, this girl who was not even 4 years old was saving not only the bodies but also the hearts of the children. He admired her for that. She is the true saint. Unlike Ludric, who is respected just for being a royal, she would have been protected and revered by the Holy Kingdom even if she was not a princess. If only that were the case. If Urussia did not have royal blood, Ludric could have freely cared for her. But to obtain her, who is both a saint and a royal, is the same as becoming the king. Ludric's brother Timothy, being much older, only sees Urussia as a little sister. That's why Ludric had no choice but to become her brother. For that reason, Ludric tried to grow up. He tried to mature not only physically, but also mentally, in order to make the necessary compromises. Ludric grew up as a brother to protect his little sister, or so he thought. But now, Urussia is in mortal danger due to the demon's machination. What was the point of trying to grow up? What was the point of deciding to be her brother? Were all his efforts in vain? If I can't save Urussia, there is no meaning in feigning courage. At that moment, something dwelled within Ludric, who had resolved to fight for the girl he loved. The steel resolve. Silver light enveloped Ludric's entire body, blessed by the great earth spirit, and the boy howled to the heavens as a new power welled up from within him. Lucia. Noelle swung his sword relentlessly. Even injured, even blown away, he neither faltered nor retreated, but merely pressed forward, continuing to swing the sword in his hand. All for the sake of the one girl he loved. Having lost his entire family to murder as a child, and wounded by abuse, Noelle had lost all hope and wished for his own death in despair. But the one who saved Noelle was a tiny golden, holy maiden, even younger than himself. The holy maiden Urussia. To Noelle, who had wished for death in his despair, she used harsh words, refusing to let him give up, and showed him a gentle, loving smile. In her, Noelle saw the figure of an angel sent by God. Even if he lost everything, there was still hope. He felt that Urussia, who gave him that hope, was the light of hope God had granted to the earth, the true holy maiden. At first, it was admiration. Just as one clings to religion in the depths of despair, He lived depending on the existence of the Holy Maiden as an anchor for his heart. Struggling to live from a young age, recognized for his talents, and meeting his foster father, Noel, once a child of wandering folk, could now live as a nobleman. He was able to make graves for his family, and report to them that he could now live properly, finally feeling human. But as he gradually grew from a child content with mere admiration into an adult, he became acutely aware of the gap between them. Between a minor nobleman's adopted son without even a fief, and her, the princess of the Holy Kingdom and true Holy Maiden, there stood a wall as tall as a mountain range. He was glad to reunite with her, but as he grew older, it became harder to interact with her casually. Noel, who had lost everything, regained his will to live by meeting Urussia and gradually gained more precious things like his foster father, comrades, and friends. Yet with each precious thing he gained, it became shackles distancing him from her. She remained unchanged in how she treated him, smiling at Noel with the same smile from childhood, having only grown more beautiful than ever. And now that Urussia was vanishing into the midst of a monster with abnormal power. Her servant said that by continuing to attack this beast, they could separate Urussia from it. They too must wish to save their master themselves if possible. Though they had ample ability, the reason they could not was because only those close by the Holy Maiden could use the magic to rescue her. Believing in Noel, they entrusted Urussia, their master, to him. And yet, Noel still could not land that decisive blow to separate her. Why? Why couldn't he do it? Unleash that strike from back then? When Urussia, who had come for a courtesy visit, was kidnapped in the provincial city of Tull, Noel had transformed the feelings welling up from his heart into light, defeating the beast man. He could no longer unleash that strike, that light from before. He could call forth light by chanting, but that explosive power had not occurred even once since then. What was different from that time? Was it merely a temporary phenomenon from receiving Urussia's blessing? Had he simply misunderstood it as his own power? I see, so that's it. The despair of being unable to save Urussia filled his heart. But unlike before, even filled with despair, the courage of light remained in the depths of his heart. If he could not use light, then he had a substitute. And that was my life. He needed no protection. A life without her was not worth having. Just like that time, he had no choice but to discard his life itself as a weapon and deliver a final, reckless blow. Not to save the Holy Maiden he admired, no, different. Noel resolved to cast away his life to rescue the girl he loved. And that resolve summoned back his former light. It had not vanished, it had been there all along, he had simply failed to see it. He sensed the light spirit within his heart. The legends of the Holy Kingdom record this. When a great evil appears in this world, one chosen by the light spirit will awaken to save the world as the one true hero. Having received the blessing of the great light spirit and awakened as that singular true hero of this world, Noel shouts the feelings from the depths of his heart for the girl he loves. A massive pillar of light rose from the sword Noel gripped, and that white brilliance was brought crashing down on the golden beast. Noel's light clashed against the power of the golden beast. Simultaneously, Ludric struck the opposite side with a silver-shining sword. Noel, Ludric, calling each other's names and nodding in unison, the two drove in two more bursts of light, finally blowing the previously immovable golden beast away. Now, at Noah's shout, not just Tina and Fanny, but even Nia rushed over, and the four joined their magic power to activate a massive magic circle. Kisha. Even so, the golden beast did not stop moving and unleashed a shockwave from its mouth towards the four. Even for Noah and the others, taking that unprotected would be no simple matter. Like I'd let you. But it was Cordell who leapt in, using his magic sword and his own body as a shield to receive the shockwave. With a resentful look on his face, he showed the slightest hint of vexation to the heroes he had so longed for. Do it, heroes, rescue the Holy Maiden. The next instant, Noah and the others' magic circle activated, enveloping the golden beast in red light, from which a golden brilliance peeled away. Urussia, Lucia, the intense light like the sun blinded them all. Had the magic circle activated, was Urussia safe? The shouts from the boys' hearts had summoned something as that light scattered like golden feathers. In the center of that light, the figure of a girl emerged, her tattered dress fluttering like wings as the unconscious Urussia descended like an angel, returned to the hands of those who loved her. Chapter 10. I became the true saint, and then. When I woke up, I found myself surrounded by the sky for some reason. What's going on? Why was I sleeping in the rubble? Urussia. Lucia. I heard voices nearby, and turned to see the rather ragged-looking Rick and Noel running towards me with worried expressions. They seemed to know something. As I got up, the cloak-like thing draped over me shifted, causing their faces to turn red. Please be discreet, gentlemen. Wah. Yua. Tina quickly grabbed the two by the collar and threw them back. My dress is all torn up. The important parts aren't showing, but compared to my usual covered-up look, there's a lot more skin visible. Ow. My lord. A sudden headache made me instinctively grab my head, and the three girls, excluding Noah who had his back turned to me, rushed over. Are you all okay? Don't seem to have any major damage. In that case, that's good. This symptom. It's definitely a hangover, isn't it? Yeah, that's it. I had a feeling it would be bad the moment I drank it. Even including my time as a girl, that was the first time I've ever had alcohol. Did I eat some strange soul or something? I didn't think I'd be this weak to alcohol. Even though my body is still that of a child, to be rendered unconscious from just a sip, I let my guard down because it tasted good. I'll never drink alcohol again. Anyway, as I looked around at the castle-like rubble, a cold sweat ran down my back as I started to grasp the situation. Could you tell me what happened? Well, yes. From the girls' subjective and somewhat confusing explanations, it seems I've caused quite a commotion. My cat's body came out and went on a rampage. For now, they assumed that's a stray demon unrelated to me, but I've still caused some trouble. I must have caused everyone a lot of trouble by fainting from drinking alcohol and destroying the castle, damaging the Capel family. How embarrassing, drinking and going on a rampage. My personal assets are constantly growing, but I definitely can't afford the castle's repair costs. What should I do? As I sat there with my hand on my cheek, looking troubled, the returned Rick and Noel let out a deep, resigned sigh. Urussia. Lucia is fine as it is. Why do they sound exasperated with me again? The fault lies not with you, who lost consciousness, but with the demon Cordal, who manipulated you into that state. We still don't know how the Capel family was involved, since the missing Madame Isabella brought him here, but it may be difficult to hold him accountable now. I see. So I'm off the hook. I'm not to blame, so I don't have to pay for the damages. Yes, it's all that guy's fault. Shall we talk to him? He's still alive. He's almost dead. Honestly, it's surprising he's still alive. But he was waiting for you to wake up. I could sense a hint of pity from Rick towards that demon. But demons are, the bad guys living up north who are the enemies of human countries, right? He was the one at fault, but apparently he ended up helping out at the end, and if he hadn't acted as a shield, the situation would have been really bad. Well, I'm truly sorry about that. My lord, shall we get you changed first? Is there any clothing available? As I tried to stand up, Tina and Fanny held out a black choker-like thing. What is this? What's this? This is something Fanny and I made using your magic, my lord. Please accept it. I don't really understand, but they made this black choker as a substitute for clothes. I don't get the meaning, but since Tina and Fanny seem proud of it, I'll just put it on. The saint, Yes. With the choker and cloak wrapped around me, I approached the collapsed Cordal, who was in a state of partial decay and just barely alive. Do you need healing? No need. Saint, do you also have mercy for demons? I tried to steal your magic and summon a monster. I see. I knelt by his side and gently took his remaining hand. Was there some necessary circumstance? If you had told me, I may have been able to help you. When I said that, I could sense Rick starting to say something behind me, but Noel stopped him. It seems the shock was even greater for him, as a demon, and tears spilled from his wide-open eyes. Holy Maiden, go north. There, meet the Demon King. Understood. I nodded gently and smiled at him, and Cordal closed his eyes in relief as his body crumbled into dust and disappeared. Yes, a good quality soul, check. By the way, Ludric Niasama and Noel have both grown considerably in power, haven't they? You can tell. Of course I can. Noel has always had a remnant of the light spirit's power, but now the two of them exude a considerable spirit power. Is it blessing, the protection of the spirits? It seems so. You understand, Lucia. My words made Rick and Noelle nod, and the Holy Knights also acknowledged it. Princess. Likely the legendary hero. And the hero-class warrior who fought alongside the first hero, the Holy Warrior. The old Holy Knights seem quite excited. Can't be helped, I suppose. Ah, this soul has become quite troublesome. I never expected these two to awaken, rather than the heroes with the big sisters. Probably due to being by my side for so long, a considerable load has been placed on their soul. Well, what's done is done. I gaze off into the distant sky. I can feel it, your heartbeat. So you've come. Both of you, and all the Holy Knights as well, will you acknowledge that I am the Holy Maiden? My sudden words caused Noelle and Rick to nod, though a bit bewildered. Of course. Ah, she is the Holy Maiden of the Holy Kingdom. Of course, there could be no other than the princess. The Holy Knights also acknowledged it. If this many souls have accepted it, it should be fine. I'm relieved, now I can do it. Noelle, please lend me your sword. Lucia-sama, both of you kneel there. Taking Noelle's battered sword, Rick and Noelle knelt down with puzzled expressions. I touch Rick's shoulder with the sword. The two of them are still unstable. The spirits that gave them power must be indignant, but I have to solidify this right here. I'm sorry, demon that I am. Ludwig von Versinia, in the name of the Holy Maiden of the Holy Kingdom, I bestow upon you the title of Holy Warrior. In that moment, his soul was confirmed, and silver light enveloped Rick's entire body. Next to him, Noelle's eyes widened as I placed the sword on his shoulder. Nol Barbanas, in the name of the Holy Maiden of the Holy Kingdom, I bestow upon you the title of Hero of the Holy Kingdom. Lucia-sama. Like Rick, Noelle's entire body was enveloped in white light. In the name of Urussia von Versinia, I bestow the blessing of light upon the children who have received the new spirit's protection. Let there be light. Golden light radiated from around me, and the humans gazed at us with moved expressions. Well, this much should be allowed, a little insurance. Otherwise, I won't be able to survive here. What was that? One of the Holy Knights muttered, and they all looked up in the direction he was gazing. In the distance, beyond the mountains, a huge black cloud was swirling. North, that's where the demon realm is. Master! Sensing something, Noah cried out, and the light emanating from Rick and Noelle's bodies spread out, as if to protect the weak humans. This is. Everyone stepped back. I step forward alone. The two try to stand up to stop me, but are surprised that their bodies won't move. The reason I deceived them into thinking me being the Holy Maiden of the Holy Kingdom and forcibly intervened in the power of the spirits was for this. The spirits are sealing his movements to protect these people, to ensure the survival of the humans. Let there be light. In that moment, a jet-black lightning erupted from the black cloud beyond the mountains and came rushing towards us. But I caught it in the palm of my hand filled with light. Lucia, Urussia, goo-hoot. A roar like that of a beast resounded, and the golden light and jet-black lightning clashed, as everything around us other than those protected by the two's light insects, animals, even small spirits perished. The jet-black lightning tried to destroy everything, but the great spirits desperately protected the hopeful humans. In that moment, my tattered cloak and torn dress transformed into a new dress, with a black choker wrapping protectively around me. As I crushed the lightning, the aftershock scattered, carving black letter-like markings into the rubble wall. Ah, it's finally here. He is. Section, Hevrat, known as the Demon King, was born as the son of the Demon Clan's king. His mother was one of the king's many concubines, and he heard that she was killed by another wife right after giving birth to Hevrat. The king had many wives and children, and they were constantly fighting each other to become the next ruler. Hevrat, without any powerful supporters, was expected to be killed off quickly, but Hevrat survived. Some took pity on him and hid him, but the main reason was that Hevrat was a wise person. From a young age, Hevrat had memories that were different from his own. He had the life story of a different man, which flowed through his mind like a slideshow. From this, Hevrat learned different ways of thinking and ethics. The man's life was not a happy one. He was exploited by others and ultimately died from overwork. Hevrat learned from this cautionary tale, using traps to kill his rivals one by one. Even though he knew this was wrong, Hevrat ruthlessly eliminated all of his father's wives and siblings in order to survive, and the king was impressed by his cruelty and named him as the successor. Trained in this harsh manner, Hevrat learned the truth and was filled with despair. Even if that man's life was Hevrat's past life, it was just knowledge to him now. How that man lived no longer mattered to Hevrat. However, the man's knowledge had strongly influenced Hevrat's thinking. The demon clan's kingdom was in ruin, with no sunlight and poor crop yields, but it was still Hevrat's homeland. Guided by the ethics he had learned, Hevrat tried to build a good kingdom as the next king. But this wish could not be fulfilled. The demons could only take from others, not create anything. They were only focused on deceiving others and pulling each other down, with no drive to improve. Hevrat realized the demons were doomed. Likely within 100 years, the demons would be destroyed. Recognizing that changing the demons' way of thinking was impossible, Hevrat fell into despair and made a decision. The Demon King is a title for the ruler of the demon clan, not a demon king level being like the ancient, calamitous demons. A demon king level being is one step above the calamity level great spirits and demons. When such a being appears, a hero is chosen by the spirits. If the demon king truly had demon king level power, they could forcefully subjugate the demons and change their consciousness. But Hevrat's father and Hevrat himself only had calamity level power, not enough to save the doomed demon clan. At age 15, Hevrat killed his father and became the demon king, acting together with the few like-minded supporters he had, such as Cordal. Now, 20 years later, the massive magic circle in the depths of the Demon King's castle has amassed tremendous magical power. With this power, Hevrat plans to summon a powerful demon. But summoning a demon is extremely dangerous. So Hevrat has been studying many texts, intending to call upon a reasonably intelligent demon scholar instead. It's almost time, Francois. Hevrat's wish will soon be fulfilled. In these 20 years, he has gained new enemies but also important allies. One is the demon general Cordal, but Hevrat couldn't fail this plan, for the sake of the daughter he loves. She is not his own blood, but a dwarven girl who was cast out and persecuted. Hevrat took pity on her as a child and raised her as his own daughter. For her sake, and for the sake of the demons who trust him, Hevrat has reaffirmed his resolve. But then, unexpectedly, something happened. What is this? The magic power being regularly sent by Cordal, who had gone to the human kingdom in search of magic power, has already accumulated about 80% of what is needed for the summoning. Cordal reported that the Holy Maiden in the Holy Kingdom possessed vast pure magical power, which he would surely seize. Hevrat had been worried about Cordal facing the demon's enemy, the Holy Maiden, but now he sees an abnormal situation. The magic circle is instantly overwhelmed by the massive influx of magic power, glowing with a golden aura of power beyond what was expected. Cut off the connection. I can't stop it. Hevrat shouts at his subordinates handling the magic power reception circle, but the sheer quantity of magic power seems unstoppable. And the summoning magic circle, absorbing this power, begins activating on its own, glowing brighter. Who activated that? Stop it. Destroy it if you have to. Yelling this, the Demon King Hevrat himself draws his sword and rushes out. Summoning a demon requires great caution. Forcibly calling one with raw magic power alone could fail to summon the intended demon, and worse, unleash hundreds of millions of demons upon the world. In the worst case, even a monster that can't be contracted could be summoned. Gala, a beast-like roar, echoes from the depths of the earth. Hevrat power that burst out is repelled by the magical power of the magic circle. Cursing everything with that horrifying voice, Hevrat unleashes its greatest magic. Scorching heat. A giant, searing fireball is fired, evaporating the surroundings as it crashes into the massive magic circle. The plan may be back to square one, but even so, they could not unleash that abhorrent existence without any constraints. But in that moment, a beast's roar that shakes the entire demon realm resounds. Rage, resentment, hatred, that roar, imbued with negative emotions, blows away the scorching magic and emerges from the raging flames. Ooh! The old man, Jees, watching from the shadows, lets out a joyful cry. My wish will come true, hadahata hadahata. As the old man laughs madly, it finally reveals its true form on the other side, and seeing its true nature, Hevrat collapses in despair. Hevrat didn't know that the evil doctor demon had already been killed, that the beast that killed it was there. Hevrat had unwittingly summoned that existence. Damn it. Over 10 meters tall, a dark ebony-black mass. The ancient demon in the form of a panther that once instilled terror in the world. The legendary demon beast. It is the demon beast, the dark beast. The ebony-black demon beast forcibly tears apart the binding of the magic circle, still trying to restrain it, and lets out a roar towards the south, unleashing ebony-black lightning. Golden Beast. Section, I return to the royal capital as usual. Well, how should I put it? There was quite a commotion because of that, but I split off, and the black demon that came to bother the golden one has settled down. Has it settled down? Well, since nothing more happened, I guess it has. Duke Capel and Cordelia are safe, and Cordelia was quite depressed because her mother went missing, but the brainwashing has been lifted, so she'll probably work things out eventually. Duke Capel has also agreed, and it seems he's considering recuperating at Zessa's place. As for Duke Capel, he seems to have reflected a great deal after hearing the details, and is trying to atone as if the curse has been lifted, but for now, he's waiting for grandfather's judgment. But well, if you listen carefully, it seems the worst ones are Lady Isabella and the demons, so I don't think it's that bad. It's all the demons' fault. Duke Capel has also humbly bowed his head to me and officially become a member of that organization, and is now quite fluffy. My assets are increasing again, but still. Nia, stop swinging that sword. Hey. Dissatisfied are we. In the castle room, Nia is proudly boasting to Bri and Sarah about the magic sword I created with my magic. But before that, who's going to stop her from swinging a sword in the room? Nia's black magic sword had reached its durability limit in that battle, and even Noah couldn't repair it, so she begged me for a new one. Apparently, she found a broken magic sword lying around, and when she absorbed the magic power from me, it turned into a golden magic sword just like my hair color. The earlier Nia was the sound of the slash. How ridiculous. Nia-chan, hand that over to me. I'll buy you a new one. No way. As I smile sweetly and say that, Nia hugs the naked blade, her face looking like she's about to cry as she shakes her head. Lady Urussia. No way. Bri, Sarah, and the other kids too. Even if you look at me with those eyes, I won't make the same sword again. You all were sleeping until the end, so you didn't fight, right? Geez, what is this magic sword? Why is it making the same voice as me? The magic sword you found wasn't cursed, was it? My sense of shame is being tested. That may be fine, but Urusama, that dress is still rather problematic. Is it no good? I'd like to let the golden magic sword thing slide, but if it's an urgent matter, then Vaya might be right. My growth has been remarkable, and the previous dress no longer quite fits, and a new dress couldn't be prepared in time for this formal occasion. Oh, just use a ready-made one, it's fine. Since it's Urusama's big day, Lady Lee and the Master may not allow a ready-made one. This is quite the predicament. I glanced at Tina. She shook her head solemnly. As I thought, it won't work. No, there is a dress. One that fits me perfectly. When my dress was burned away that time, what enveloped me in its place was the black and silver dress Tina and Fanny made for me. I wonder how it transforms from a choker. Well, the two of them can make their own work outfits, so making it wasn't an issue. The problem is that other thing. The design is nice, you know, and the functions too. Do you know how serious those two were? Just the functions alone include auto-clean, auto-repair, temperature control, auto-size adjustment, skirt length auto-change, and so much more. Apparently, if they wanted, they could even change the design to some degree. Isn't that amazing? With this one dress, we could save quite a bit on expenses. So what's the problem then? For a public unveiling to the citizens, wearing black is a bit. I know, right? The black is pretty too. With Fanny's silver embroidery, and the Gothic Lolita-esque design isn't bad, but Vaya silently shook her head. I wonder why Tina's creations always turn out black. Who knows? Tina, Fanny, and I all tilted our heads in amusement at the same time. Not at all. Lady Urussia's beauty only shines brighter. Her smooth, silky white skin and golden hair are accentuated all the more by the black dress. Compared to some upstart so-called holy warrior or hero, her divine radiance is like that of a goddess. Whoa, Sherry. Stay. Sherry, who had come to play, started going off the rails again before Betty stopped her with a wing bind. Betty seems used to it too, but is it really okay for Sherry to say such things even though she's from the Holy Kingdom? This time, it's our unveiling event. As the granddaughter of the king, there will be quite a large-scale ceremony, but this time will be unveiled on the castle terrace to the citizens gathered around the castle. I mean, what's that about? Just because I'm the king's granddaughter, is it really okay to do something like that? But there is a reason we have to do this unveiling. Since we can't help it, this time you'll wear a white surcoat over that dress. Prince Ledric and Lord Noel will also be wearing white surcoats, so it will have a unified look. I see. It'll be fine, Uru is cute. Yes, Mother. For this unveiling, I won't be alone. Rick and Noel will be with me too. After receiving my mother's approval while wearing the prepared pure white surcoat over the black dress, I headed to the terrace, where the two of them were already waiting. You're late, Urussia. Now, Ledric. Women do take some time. It's not entirely my fault I'm late, you know. You two look very dashing. I'll just smile demurely like a princess and gloss over it. But it's no exaggeration to say Rick and Noel look quite stylish. The two were dressed not in their usual outfits, but in formal armor. Ledric wore a full silver plate armor like the Holy Knights, along with a special white surcoat that was quite flashy. Noel's was a lighter armor using leather pieces along with the main silver plates, a middle ground between light and heavy armor, but he too wore the special white surcoat. The difference from a Holy Knight's armor, including mine, was that on the chest of the surcoat was embroidered the silver crest of the Holy Kingdom of Talidold. Quite large too. Lady Lucia, you look lovely as well. Urussia does suit the Holy Maiden's appearance. Thank you. Noel and Rick have really gotten used to casually saying such things, haven't they? The reason the two looked so flashy was also because of the golden magic swords hanging from their waists. After Nia saw me make her sword, the two ended up getting theirs made as well since theirs were in tatters. Since I made them from regular swords, they don't have my voice, but why the dissatisfied looks? Shall we have you escorted then? When I nonchalantly held out my hands, Rick and Noel, about to take them at the same time, lightly glared at each other before each taking one of my hands to walk me out. We're going out in front of the citizens like this. When we three appeared, cheers erupted from the people gathered below the castle. There were His Majesty the King, my grandfather, His Highness the Crown Prince, my uncle, and the Pope of the Costal Church. Once I joined them, they began the formal announcement to the citizens. Ledric, blessed by the Earth Spirit, was granted the title of Holy Knight of the Holy Kingdom. Noel, blessed by the Great Spirit of Light, was granted the title of Hero of the Holy Kingdom. And then, Urussia von Velsinia. In the name of the Holy Kingdom and Costal Church, your deeds in protecting the people are praised, and you are hereby granted the title of Holy Maiden of the Holy Kingdom. I humbly accept. At that moment, the capital was shaken by the citizens' murmurs and shuffling feet as Rick and Noel raised my somewhat unenthused self's hands in cheers of hurrah. A confetti shower rained down over the capital, and as I forced a smile, even greater cheers arose. The people of the Holy Kingdom really do love their holy maidens, don't they? But why did the royal family and church suddenly grant me the title of Holy Maiden? It was because of that jet black lightning from back then. Even now, you can see the black clouds looming over the distant northern mountains. The jet black lightning released from their killed the creature at those ruins, and the scattered bolts left behind black markings. After investigation by the Costal Church and the Mages Association, it was revealed those were markings used only by high-ranking demons, aimed at a specific target. And the only one who could read them was me at that place. The message in those markings aimed at me was just one word: come. While the contents weren't revealed to the public, rumors began circulating from some leak, eventually becoming that strange rumor. The demon beast is targeting the Holy Maiden as a bride. To dispel such rumors and public unease, the two titles previously granted to Rick and Noel were officially reaffirmed in this formal setting, and my own title as Holy Maiden was officially bestowed as well. Which means we'll have to go investigate those black clouds, won't we? This fervor from the citizens likely stems from their underlying unease. Understanding the citizens' anxiety, Rick and Noel smiled and waved, while I, with both hands held, could only beam as brilliantly as I could manage. By the way, I'm actually a devil, you know. Is that really okay? Epilogue. What the heck was that monster? In a noble estate far from the Capel Duchy, the one called a hero, Ulfio, sighed as he took a sip of ale. When the incident happened, Ulfio and his companions were also put to sleep in a different guest house, just like the others who were being hosted. The reason Ulfio's group got lucky was that there were few users of holy magic capable of dispelling the poison. At that time, Vaya used holy magic on Antikova, the elf recovery mage for Ulfio's group, to wake up Barnabas and the mercenaries to aid Urussia. However, Antikova used the holy magic only on her own comrades, waking up the two noble ladies who were kept separately, and then left without waking anyone else. Ulfio's group also had their reasons. They wanted to conserve their magical power to rescue the princess, and Antikova's magic was severely depleted from repeatedly using it to make them mobile. But when they reached the princess, what they saw was a terrifying golden monster. How were they supposed to fight a monster that could destroy a castle and blow away a mountain? The few of them couldn't even dare to engage it, and not just Ulfio, but Antikova and the warrior Chiria also paled at the sight. Furthermore, Ulfio's group was shocked to see the figure of a demon there. Cordal was a person introduced to Ulfio through Callisto. Callisto had said they were comrades working towards the same goal and had even introduced Madame Isabella. But now, neither Callisto nor Madame Isabella could be seen. Could they have been caught up in it and perished? If so, Ulfio's group would be the ones most deeply involved with that demon. Demons are the enemies of the human race. Even harboring one is a crime in this holy kingdom. And if Cordal truly was a demon, they could be suspected of bringing him in. So, Ulfio's group fled. Ulfio persuaded his companions that it was not the monster they were afraid of, but that they would be falsely implicated, and they escaped from the scene. But even on the way, it was not easy. They couldn't use a conspicuous carriage and couldn't even stop by a large town. The women, who had initially been obedient, gradually began to complain, and Ulfio reluctantly had to stop by a large town. Why are we the ones facing this? They had simply followed the archbishop's invitation, but in the end, they were suspected of bringing a demon into the Holy Kingdom. If they weren't careful, they could have been wanted as the murderers of the archbishop and Madame Isabella, and they were relieved that the wanted posters hadn't reached this town yet. I believe that girl is involved with the demons. Adeline, whose radiance had increased from the recent bath, approached Ulfio's table. When they first met, she still had a childish air, but now, at nearly 14 years old, she had grown even more beautiful, and in her post-bath state, her alluring charm beyond her years made Ulfio involuntarily swallow. Looking closely, he could see the figure of Adeline hiding behind her sister, but she was more slender and age-appropriate, so she didn't catch Ulfio's eye. "Sister, that girl is also our sister after all." "Adeline, don't call her our sister." Adeline seemed to still dislike her half-sister. At that point, Antikova and Chiria also returned from their baths, and with everyone seated at the table, Antikova, after hearing Adeline's story, nodded deeply. Indeed, that princess doesn't seem to have the rumored prowess. To be called a saint over me, I wonder what she's up to behind the scenes. Exactly, Lady Anko. Chiria, watching with a resigned expression as the agreeing Adeline and Antikova held hands, turned to Ulfio to change the subject. "So, Al, what are we going to do from now on?" For now, there seems to have been an incident in the cult's territory, but it hasn't escalated into a major commotion. Probably to hush up that matter, rumors have been circulating about the hero, holy warrior, and saintess being officially recognized by the nation, and the cult's territory incident has been overshadowed. Thanks to that, Ulfio's group hasn't been wanted either. But then, their fleeing, knowing the circumstances, could be seen as having something to hide. Let's get out of this country. Ulfio was already planning to leave this country. He had gotten a bit carried away being called a hero after resolving a demon-related incident in the Sigres Kingdom. But seeing that golden monster and those fighting it, he had lost his appetite for battle. To be honest, he didn't want to do anything dangerous anymore. He just wanted to have some decent adventures, fight some decent enemies, earn some decent rewards, and live being called a hero by the ignorant common folk. It's not that I want to run the family farm back home anymore, But for now, I'm planning to leave the Holy Kingdom and return to my hometown, the Sigur's Kingdom. But that's right, Al. Let me tell you that you are the true hero. Huh. Suddenly Antikova stood up and said that, causing Ulfio to accidentally drop the sausage he had stabbed with a fork. Hearing that, Adeline turned to Ulfio with a surprised look. I see. Then let's expose the plot of the demon tribe and gather evidence that the girl is involved with them and reveal the conspiracy. You're right, sister. Al-Sama, I had no idea you had such deep thoughts. The noble sisters looked excited as they said that, and with a wry smile, Chiria firmly nodded to them. Then let's go to the northern demon territory. Even if they had the option to run from that place, they still believed in Ulfio. Perhaps they didn't want to believe that the man they had chosen was an imposter. Okay. Faced with the expectations and unspoken pressure of the women, Ulfio could only nod vaguely, losing his escape route. Adeline turned her face southward, the opposite of their destination, silently cursing her younger sister for involving the young man in this battle. I will absolutely expose your true identity. Section. Late at night, after the celebratory commotion in the royal capital, where I was officially recognized as the Holy Maiden and the hero and holy knights were also certified, had finally started to settle. In the dark of my room in the royal capital, lit only by moonlight, I smiled softly at the object in my hand. A small fragment of rubble, but it was stained with the black miasma that had scattered from the ebony lightning. No one was here except for those attendants. I won't let anyone else interfere. I poured my magic into the fragment of rubble and gently closed my eyes. And then, I've finally found you. A familiar voice echoed from the depths. Opening my eyes again, I found myself in a bleak world of endless, ravaged land and an all-consuming pitch-black sky. This is your world. It's been a while, have you been well? The demon beast of the demon realm, the dark beast. It's been 10 years, no, time doesn't matter in the demon realm. We had spent an eternity together in the demon realm. And then those attendants joined us, but the two of us had been together the longest. 10 years is just a moment, but it seems that wasn't a short time for him. Why are you in a human form? You the golden beast. Gazing at my form, he unleashed a threatening aura. Stop calling me by my race, I am Urussia. Amidst the whirlwind of his oppressive aura in this mental world, I smiled, my golden hair swaying as if caressed by a gentle breeze, and a sense of surprise emanated from him. What? That a demon like you would be given a name by humans? Demons cannot name other demons. If spiritual life forms name each other, they end up eroding each other's existence. And if a physical being tries to name a demon, the stronger the demon, the greater the toll it takes on the namer's soul. To endure it requires immense magic and willpower, so demons are usually named when they are still weak. And in my case, I had lost most of my power at the time, so my parents were able to do it without issue. I stepped forward and he slowly walked out. As I reached out, he gently sank his fangs into my shoulder. As always, you like biting me. HMPH. Just as before, he responded with a disgruntled tone. It hurt a little, but not as much as I expected. Feeling a faint, intoxicating sweetness in this nostalgic and gentle nibble, I closed my eyes as his rough tongue licked my neck. Hey, don't get carried away. Ahem. Oh, I really miss those days. We used to do this all the time back then. Why? Ahem. Why did you leave me? A faint murmur, his presence growing stronger. Because I wanted to see it. The dream world, the world of light I had longed for. I won't lie to him. He won't lie to me either. But the force with which he bit my shoulder was slowly increasing. Is that why you're in a human form? Yes, that's right, it was a coincidence, but I've come to love it. The body of the me who died before being reborn. Why did you come here? I know the answer, but I ask anyway. I want to hear it in his words. I felt your magic. As his power gradually grew stronger, his fangs sank deeper into my skin. Is that all? That's not the kind of words I want to hear. I'm taking you back to the demon realm, even if it means destroying that human body. His fangs sink into me, as if trying to break me. I gently smile and lightly touch his cheek with my fingertips. Let the golden light shine. The unleashed golden light blows the him away. Giaru, impossible, a demon using holy light. Narrowing his eyes dazzlingly, him unleashes his serious killing intent and pressure. If I were my former self, I probably would have been hurt by his pressure. But now, with him and the current me, it's not that scary. You defying me? Hearing him let out an angry growl, I give a small sigh. You see. If that's all you can say, I won't let you destroy me. I could have gone back to the demon world any time I wanted to, if that's what you really wanted. But I cannot indulge your selfish whims. Ah, but my own wish is just a selfish whim as well. To kill each other with our selfish whims, how demonic of us. I'll kill you. Is that so? But I draw out magic power from the private subspace created by those children. Golden bat-like wings spread from my back, my eyes whites being overtaken by black and the rest turning a blood-red crimson, as my inherent magical power rages as a storm across the desolate world. Can you do it in that state? Probably the demons summoned me using my magic power, but they couldn't have summoned a high-ranking demon like him. Likely, even with the magic circle's power, it consumed a considerable amount of magic to bring me to this world. It's depleted enough that it can't immediately break the binding of the summoning magic circle. And you, in that state, think you can defeat me, who has obtained the power of the demon beast and demon god, and the name and medium. Our magical powers and pressures clash, the golden storm and ebony lightning raging, cracking and shattering his mental world. And even if you destroy me in the dream, you can't take me, you know. This is just a mental world we've connected our spirits in. As spiritual life forms, we can touch and bite each other, but destroying each other's here is meaningless. Him that had been glaring at me for a moment jumps back, putting distance between us. Come, Urussia. Until you come, I will destroy this world. All right. His presence disappears, and I gently open my eyes back in my own room. What a selfish beast. I sense his presence to the north, beyond those distant mountains, under the dark clouds. Whichever way, I'll be heading there. Him said it will destroy the world I longed for until I come, but that's not allowed. This world is mine alone, so I won't even give it to you, so I'll go meet you. I'll grant your wish. But if you won't grant my wish, I'll devour you completely and love you within me. Section: Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Extra story: Little Devils, the small demons raised by the golden beast after being found in the demon world. They, regardless of gender, for demons do not have such distinctions, are affectionately called little demons and worship their master as a god without question, allowing them to serve in the material world once more. However, this is where the problems began. The vessels they inhabited were of poor quality. Vessels are the containers that allow a spiritual being like a demon to exist in the physical world. Trying to manifest without a vessel is like a fish out of water. It simply won't work. But even if they had a vessel, if it was a subpar one, that posed its own issues. Their vessels were not of poor quality. They had talent. But their reputation was quite poor, as they misused their talents to fulfill their selfish desires, using Urussia, the princess whom everyone loved so much, as a covers. Urussia, their beloved master, said to these little demons, "Just do your best for now, okay?" These words invigorated the little demons. Of course they would strive if their dear master encouraged them, even if their vessel selections had been rather convenient, with 4 suitable candidates of the right gender, and their master secretly worried about their choices. As long as they could be useful to their creator, they would give it their all. The little demons began working diligently, but the adult gazes upon them were stern. Even though Urussia had declared they had reformed, it was understandable to view them with suspicion. Especially Vaya, who saw herself as Urussia's educator, kept a close eye on their actions through her ostentatious spectacles. But as the little demons continued their work, the perceptions around them gradually shifted. Aren't those the same kids? How are they so good at their jobs? Isn't their work a little too fast-paced? They had always possessed talent. And unlike the clumsy Urussia, born as a baby, the human vessels they inhabited had received noble upbringings. This was key. I don't remember those kids being that cute. How come their hair is so shiny now? Their skin is remarkably beautiful. The appearance of the little demons also influenced their reputation. The vessels they possessed were affected by the demonic influence, optimizing their human forms. Bodily imperfections vanished, symmetry was restored, and the negative effects of an unhealthy lifestyle were erased. To normal people, this would seem ridiculous, but it was not an intentional act on their part. Normally, such a transformation would take considerable time, but Urussia had forcibly molded them into proper human forms. Given this drastic change, the surrounding individuals naturally had questions, but if they improve their behavior, their appearance will change as well. Vaya said sternly, adjusting her glasses in a telling gesture. This resolved the issue without much trouble, as Vaya's sharp eyes had simply jumped to the wrong conclusion. However, they were demons at their core, fundamentally incompatible with humans. When do they ever sleep? I've never seen them eat. They're always working, aren't they? Demons do not require sleep. They have no need for human sustenance. They lack the desires that humans crave. They may nap for fun, but if there is work to be done, they will not sleep. And since they, like Urussia, can only taste things imbued with soul or emotion, they have no appetite to eat. Humans increasingly questioned these beings who wanted for nothing. This was the demonic limit, the line that separated them from humans. If this were a macabre tale, an ominous atmosphere might start to build, drawing unsuspecting people into the unfolding events. But that did not happen. Good morning, Lady Uru. Yes, good day. With the carefree Urussia laughing alongside them, any sense of unease quickly dissipated. Only when with their master Urussia did these seemingly flawless beings adopt a more age-appropriate, almost childlike demeanor, contrasting with Urussia's own uncharacteristically common clumsiness. This neutralized any lingering disquiet. Urussia's presence had a softening effect on everything. While Urussia was relieved that her 4 attendants were accepted in the castle, there was one person even more relieved than her. I'm so glad. That was Urussia's father, Duke Folt Versinia. Folt had appointed them as his daughter's attendants with nothing but good intentions. They were the children of nobility involved in a demonic summoning incident. Many noble houses had been ruined, and not a small number of nobles had been condemned. But the children were not to blame, they were still young. Most of the orphaned children had been taken in by relatives, but these 4 had no such options. However, the 4 of them had no relatives who would come and take them in. No one wanted to take children of criminals. Folt had taken them in, pitying their situation as children of criminals with no one to care for them. Eventually, his daughter would need attendants of a similar age. And considering their striking appearances and noble origins, he thought they could be good playmates for his socially isolated daughter. Of course, he had interviewed them, but their exceptional talents had them acting like innocent cats, so he never realized their true natures. How could a good-natured man like him suspect children under 10 of having such wicked intentions? By the time he introduced them to his daughter, he had started to sense something off about them, but driven by hopes for his daughter's growth as a royal, he steeled himself and entrusted them to her care. He had no idea just how terrible they were until his wife informed him. He was so relieved when his daughter seemed to have resolved the issue. Thank goodness. He truly was grateful. As Folt breathed a sigh of relief, watching his daughter, a gentle hand touched his shoulder. Dear. Listier. As Folt smiled at the sight of his beloved wife, Listier spoke with a gentle smile. We need to have a little talk. Yes. Helpless under the pressure of his wife's smile, Folt could only nod obediently and vanish into the depths of the castle, dragged along like a scolded child. End of Volume 3.